around the world, welcome to the biggest online event of the International English Language Teachers Association Teacher Caravan 2021. Our theme, Teaching to Innovate and Inspire, gathering together 14 distinguished speakers from 14 different countries. Happening today, February 27, 6 a.m. New York time. And to officially begin our program, may we have the General Secretary of the International English Language Teachers Association, Alfred Dominguez from Spain.
All right, Oxy, we are ready for you. Give us a couple of words and then we'll play your video. Okay, Oxy? Just so we can see you for a second. Go ahead, Oxy.
All right.
Yes. I will
so
play.
You want me to say a few words on the video?
Yes.
Okay, so welcome everyone. Welcome teachers from all over the world to this first Teacher Caravan event. Thank you very much for such hard work behind this caravan, to all the team of IELTA, and just a few words to open this event.
Wonderful.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to teachers all over the world. It's a real pleasure for me to welcome you all to this first Teacher Caravan organized by IELTA. My name is Auxi. I'm an English teacher in Spain and the General Secretary of this association, an association which is born to prove the world that both learning and teaching have no borders. In a world where there might be no physical borders, but mental ones, IELTA wants to show that when we have a common goal, a common aim, nobody can stop us. Today's event, our first Teacher Caravan, is a very good example. So many teachers from all over the world gathered together with the same goal: to teach, to learn, and to improve. So don't miss a thing. Enjoy the experience and remember that a better world is in the hands of teachers. And if you want to be part of this project, if you want to share your ideas, your thoughts, contact us, because surely you will be enriching your work and you will be enriching your students. So come and join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the General Secretary of the International English Language Teachers Association, Alfred Dominguez from Spain. And now another message is from the Vice President of the International English Language Teachers Association. She is from Lebanon. Ladies and gentlemen, Salah Abu Zaid.
Thank you, Glenn. Hello, wonderful people, wherever you are in the world. I'm Sultani Abu Zaid, IELTA Vice President and an English teacher from Lebanon. Allow me first to warmly welcome you to our Teacher Caravan 2021. Look at us, beautiful people. Despite this pandemic, the lockdown, the quarantines in many parts of the world, here we are today. Despite all of this, having this amazing opportunity to travel to 14 different countries with 14 teachers from all continents, with you, around 1,000 devoted educators from more than 100 countries who clearly express and demonstrate high levels of commitment to their teaching and show a strong sense of mission regarding their job. With a variety of learning techniques that tackle and shed lights on different teaching areas to help you improve your teaching practice, whether in person or digitally. Why we're doing this? Because we care. Why? Because we teach to inspire and we inspire to teach. Because we keep faith and hope to continue no matter what. As we all know, that each one of our students is a unique individual who has a variety of intellectual, social, personal developmental needs, and we need to be armed with all required techniques to successfully fulfill these needs. So hopefully, during this teacher caravan, we would be able to help you, dear educators, to reach optimal teaching, education at its best, and knowledge at its finest for an optimal learning experience. At the end, I wish you all a great long educational journey with us today and with our caravan. Have a great fruitful day. Lots of love. Glenn?
There we have it, the message of the Vice President of the International English Language Teachers Association, Salah Abu Zaid. Ladies and gentlemen, and to our Facebook Live viewers, welcome once again to the first big event of the International English Language Teachers Association, happening today via Zoom and live stream on our official Facebook page, International English Language Teachers Association. And to give us the overview of the Teacher Caravan is the project head and the coordinator of Teachers Development Program. Ladies and gentlemen, from USA, Armin Kasabian.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Sola, and thank you, Oxy, for the wonderful introduction. We're very happy to have you all with us today. And this is a wonderful opportunity. The concept of a caravan is often used in the Middle East or in other countries where people would be carrying products from one country to another country. And my name is Armin. I'm coming presently from the United States today in New York, and we'll have 14 teachers who will be bringing their 14 ideas or concepts of what they do to innovate in teaching and to make it an inspiring experience for their students. So we're very happy that you're with us today. And the general overview is we're going to create 14 live videos for all of you. And each live video will be for about 30 minutes of the teacher speaking and presenting. And the last 10 minutes we'll be doing interaction with the participants through Facebook. All of our videos can be found on IELTA website, which you can see now, or on YouTube, or also on the website. So just to show, if you have any questions on the schedule, it's all inside of the website. We decided to choose New York time because there's just too many amazing countries involved. So you can always convert your time. We'll do our best to keep it exactly on time for each presenter. Between each region, we'll have about a 10-minute break. In terms of accessing a certificate, we've created a wonderful Padlet where in the first part, there's the conference resources. In the second part, after you watch either 4 or 5, however many of the workshops you want, you can just go to the certificate section, and I'll be dropping that in the Facebook in a moment, and you'll be able to just sign out an evaluation form and get a certificate for your experience today. So I think this is everything you need to know. We'll be giving this link, and when we log out or we sign out from one video, don't leave. We'll come back in like 20 seconds with the next presenter. And that's what's going to happen right now. So thank you once again. Okay, Glenn, who's up next?
Thank you once again, Armin, the head, the coordinator
Hello,
of the
everyone.
Teachers Program Development and the project head of this first ever Teacher Caravan for 2021. And now, of course, I know you are all excited to see and learn the 14 distinguished speakers from 14 different countries. Once again, live on the official Facebook page of the International English Language Teachers Association, Teacher Caravan 2021. Nesha?
Beautiful. Nesha, before you start, I'm just going to restart our live for
Hello,
the first presenter.
educators all over. Yeah.
Okay, give me.
Okay. Good morning, educators all over the world. This is ISP. I, ELTA, Moroccan ambassador. I'm so happy to be here. Caravan. I'm sure that you are going all to learn a lot from our speakers today. This is a great event, and I am pleased to introduce our first speaker from the Philippines, who is Mr. Reynald Alfred. He obtained his Bachelor of Secondary Education major in English from Adamson University and his Master of Arts in English Language Teaching at St. Paul University, Manila. Actually, he is the program coordinator for the General Education Curriculum, the National Service Training Program, and the Awareness and the Reaction Program of FEU, Right Higher Education Department. His workshop is about design thinking in ELT. Please welcome Mr. Reynald Alfred. Alfred, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Reynald. Are you with us? All right, we'll unmute Reynolds, then we can start with his presentation.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right, so let's do it. All right, Reynald is going to come in via video, and we're going to learn a little bit from him about a certain topic. So Reynald's going to tell us, and we'll check it out.
Hello, everyone. I'm Reynald Alfred, the Academic Secretary of IELTA Philippines, and I am here today with you to share on how we can use design thinking in our English language classrooms. But before that, let's first know our objectives for today. Number one is, of course, to determine how we can use design thinking in the teaching and learning process, because DT is not really that popular in the field of teaching, but it is an emerging trend in many Western countries. Discuss ways to use design thinking in an English language classroom. Of course, there are ways that we can actually use that in as a classroom activity, as an approach to improve our teaching and learning process, and many more. Identify how design thinking can help learn the target language, which is, of course, a priority that we all need to know. So, before we formally begin and before we start discussing, let's first keep this in mind. This question: why use design thinking in English language teaching? Again, earlier I mentioned with you that design thinking is popularly used in the fields of engineering, architecture, and business. So why use it now in the teaching and learning process? So we will learn about that as we go along our discussion. But before we proceed with that, let's first try to define and to know what design thinking is, because I know that not all of us are really familiar with the process. But before we try to define design thinking, let's first know how the term itself started. Of course, every time the founder of this school was asked, what do designers do? He would often say, thinking. And that's what designers do. They think. And so, as simple as that, the term design thinking came about. Okay? But then again, can we define, or can we really define design thinking? Let's try. Design thinking is an approach. Approach to what? to providing innovative solutions. Popularly, as mentioned earlier, it was used in the fields of engineering, architecture, and business. And yes, many companies, many big companies are actually using design thinking to improve their product. And at this juncture, we are going to use design thinking to improve. What are we improving? The teaching and learning process. Of what? Of English language learning. But of course, we will not go through in detail the design thinking process, but somehow be able to give an overview on how we can actually use DT or design thinking in our English language teaching. It is iterative or nonlinear, meaning to say, even if it is a 5-step process, okay, we can actually go back from one step to the other or move advanced to one step to be able to come up with an innovative solution. So it is not linear. Instead, it allows us to go back, forward, or whatever direction it is, just to be able to provide an innovative solution. It is that flexible. It is human-centered. It gives premium to human experience. It prioritizes the feelings, the thoughts, the ideas of our clientele. And who are our clientele? When we are teaching in schools, our learners. And not only the learners, but it can also improve our policies, our curriculum, our assessments, our instruction. Why? Because it actually taps all the stakeholders. It actually taps everybody who is involved in what is being improved. And if we are talking of learning the language, and if we are talking of teaching the language, so we should not just involve rather the teachers, but the learners themselves, the people surrounding the learners, and the community as well, so that we would be able to come up with a better solution to problems that might be arising in our English language classes. And to sum it up, design thinking doesn't really have a specific definition, because design thinking, as it says, it is actually very flexible, that it can actually be used in any type of profession. Its definition solely depends on the context, on how it is being used. But design thinking, one thing's for sure, it provides innovative solutions. Why? Because it caters to the human-centered approach, or focuses on the human experience. So, why should we use design thinking? Number one, it aims to solve a concrete human need. And in this context, we might be considering learning the target language, improving our language classrooms, improving instruction, improving assessment, improving our curriculum, or even improving our policies. It tackles problems that are ambiguous and or difficult to define. So sometimes we really have a lot of things in mind. Our plates are really full with problems, but we don't actually identify a specific problem or a target problem that we need to solve. So design thinking sorts it out. It first prioritizes or identifies the problems and identifies what needs to be prioritized based on collaboration, based on brainstorming, based on everybody's idea. Okay? It leads to innovative solutions. Why? Because we are not just infusing what I think, what the other teacher thinks, or what your boss thinks, but it actually involves the client itself, the learner itself, how they think, what they think they need, and how they think they will learn per se. But then again, it becomes innovative because it is not only limited to one person's idea. It is not even anchored to prior experience. but it allows us to look at it from a fresh perspective, thinking things that are not yet thought of, providing solutions that are not yet being used, because we are open to possibilities. We are open to errors. That's design thinking. It allows us to explore ideas. And this is the design thinking process. What you see now in your screens are the 5 steps of design thinking. Number 1, we empathize, because it is human-centered. It actually focuses on the human experience. What did our learners experience in the classroom? What did your teachers experience in the curriculum that you designed? What did they experience, or what did the learner or the teacher experience in administering the assessment that you prepared for the class or for the school? How is your teacher's instruction? How do the students perceive the instruction? Did they learn? Did they enjoy? Do they want to change it? We all do that in empathizing. Okay? That's the soul of design thinking, the human-centeredness. Then we define a specific problem. Among all the things that were said, what's the bottom line? What's the problem? What do we need to solve? What aspect of our institution needs to be improved? What needs to be changed? That's what we do in defining. And then when you define and when you are able to frame a specific problem, then the fun comes in. What's that fun? It's time for brainstorming, and that's the ideation process, or ideating. All the ideas, whether that be doable, whether that be out of this world, whether that be seems to be impossible, that's all acceptable in design thinking, because we are always looking into other possible ways to solve and to answer this problem. And then when we are able to not concretize, but we are able to have a list of possible solutions, now we translate this, so ideas, we translate this suggestions into something concrete. And that's what we do in prototyping. Whether that be 3 ideas, 5 ideas, or maybe more than that, as long as you have these ideas and these ideas can be concretized, then we do the prototyping. Prototyping is not the final step. You may still go back to defining a specific problem. You may still go back to identifying or ideating rather. Okay, and then when you proceed to test, that's not still the end process. You can still go back to prototyping. You can still go back to ideation. You can still go back to defining. Would you want to empathize more? That's okay. Because design thinking is flexible. It allows us to continuously improve while improving the process itself. Okay, but of course, there's of course an ending to it. Once you are able to identify specific items that you have tested, then you can actually implement it and then have the same process again when you would want to improve the item, which is in our context, design language instruction. Of course, now, how do we see design thinking in the teaching and learning process? It develops creative confidence because we do not reject ideas. We welcome them. We embrace them. We try them. Okay, and then we welcome more. Okay, that's design thinking. It's very welcoming. It's very accommodating. And as mentioned earlier, it doesn't solely rely on our prior knowledge, because when we use our prior knowledge, when we use our schemata or schema in addressing a specific problem, then we do not have any more rooms for other possible solutions. Sometimes we think that idea is out of this world, but that might be an innovative solution based on the perspective of a group, based from the perspective of all those who collaborated in the process. Now, if identify and develop innovative solutions, of course, because we are actually focusing on the human-centered approach, meaning to say we are actually looking into their perspective, their reflections, their thoughts about a certain item that we would want to improve. At this juncture, we are talking of our language classrooms. It is an active process because not only that everybody is participating, but the process itself is continuous, it's flexible. Okay? It allows us to think, it allows us to move, it allows us to share, collaborate, critical thinking, analytical thinking. It's learner-centeredness because as a facilitator, you are just there to give them the question, guide them, and give them an overview, an idea of what they're going to do. And if this is used in the classroom, can it be used in the classroom? Yes. You can use this as an activity for your students. Can we use this in our faculty development? Yes, we can use this because this can actually help us improve our curriculum. It can help improve our instruction. It can help improve our policies. Okay? Then, of course, it helps us develop 21st century skills. How is that? Number one, it allows us to think critically because we are analyzing a specific problem and we are looking at it from a fresh perspective. We have to think, we have to generate ideas. And these ideas also foster creativeness. We become creative. We think out of the box. We think of solutions that have not yet been thought. It teaches us to communicate because we have to exchange ideas. We have to put the problem into context. We are using the target language in the context, whether that be as a classroom activity or a teacher's faculty development. It allows us to communicate. And more importantly, it allows us to collaborate. And these are the 4 C's of the 21st century. Critical thinking, creative thinking, communication, and collaboration. So you see, not only that learners become 21st century learners, but teachers become 21st century teachers because of design thinking. When we use design thinking, we have to be willing to deal with uncertainty. Because we are really uncertain if we would be able to identify a solution. We are uncertain if the solution that we are providing is correct. Okay, but we are open to that. We are open to trials and errors. We have to give up control because the process itself cannot be controlled. Okay, why? Because if ideas keep pouring in, then let's do that. Let's provide, let's innovate, let's create prototypes, let's continue brainstorming, let's have a list of possible solutions and work things through. All those suggested, let's do that. That's possible in design thinking. Okay, of course, it takes time, but then again, we can really not control the process of design thinking because it opens our minds to ideas that have never been thought of. And it should be like that. It shows flexibility in terms of us being participants of design thinking, the learners being participants of the design thinking, and us as a whole, as part of design thinking. It leads with empathy, okay, or lead with empathy, because we always have to put the client's perspective in front of the process. Their thoughts, their ideas, what they feel, that's the top priority. And that from there, we build up what we can do more, how can we improve. It fosters students' individual creativity because all of us have ideas to share. Everybody has an idea. It's just a matter of delivering. But sometimes when ideas are not concretized, they remain abstract. They remain to be concepts. But then again, if we use these ideas and create prototypes and try them, test them, then that's the only time that we will know if this idea is good or bad. Do not assume things. Test them first. Just what I said. Okay? We have to test them first before we can say, okay, that's not workable. Because many of us, if not all, would actually make assumptions that, oh, based from my experience, that will not work. Again, we have to put aside our schema or prior experience and be open to possibilities. So we test them first before we say that's not workable. Failing forward is a real motto. Failing forward means to say it will really be a trial and error process. But then again, it assures us that at the end of the process, there is an innovative solution to our problem. Because we kept on trying. We welcomed ideas. Okay? We embraced change. Do it now, adopt and adjust later. Okay? It's that easy. Then, of course, as a simple, in a nutshell, we have discover, interpret, brainstorm, and experiment as the process of design thinking. It just goes around in that process. And that helps us improve our classrooms. That helps us improve certain products. That helps us improve policies, our curriculum, our instruction, our assessment. Because design thinking is iterative. It's flexible. It allows us to explore all possible solutions. Before we can actually say that this is the solution, we've already gone through a lot of errors. And those errors are learning opportunities. These errors, these mistakes, allows us to learn and discover new things. Now, how do we use design thinking in English language classrooms? Number one, we can actually use this as for research, not only for teachers, okay, but research as students' activities. We can allow them to use design thinking as an approach in solving societal problems, issues that they encounter in school. And that also allows us to become interdisciplinary because we allow them to tackle certain social issues or maybe other problems, and they are still learning the language. Why? Because they are communicating. So they will be talking and talking and talking. So they are communicating with others. They are expressing their thoughts. They become confident of their second language or their foreign language because they keep on using it. But then again, it is not only limited to classroom activities. Okay. Then we can use this also for fiction. Let's say, for example, if you have, let's say, for example, the popular story of Romeo and Juliet, okay, by Shakespeare. And we know that Romeo and Juliet had a problem. But of course, they themselves already found a solution in the story. Okay, but now allow the learners to think. What could the Romeo and Juliet done to be able to solve their problem? What could they do? Is ending their lives the solution to it? So make them think. Okay. Then of course, lastly, it allows them to use. We can also use design thinking as a rhetorical analysis. Okay, and this actually improves their comprehension, their understanding, of vague topics in language. But these are just a few. If you would visit the school of Stanford University, you will actually see various ways on how they were able to use design thinking in classroom activities. Okay, so later, because of course, due to limited time of discussing things out, I've included here in my slides links, very few, that you can actually use to start in understanding design thinking. And then from there, you may actually check on their references and you will see their values and a lot of references that you can use for design thinking. Of course, lastly is project-based. Why project-based? Of course, this fosters collaboration. Okay, and they have to communicate, they have to exchange ideas. And design thinking itself is somehow project-oriented because there needs to be an output. Okay, so it fosters the skills that they need to learn to be able to use the language and to learn the language. Now, but in general and in specific terms, how can we use design thinking to help our learners target the language. Design thinking itself is a design to be able, or it can be used as a design to be able to prepare the learners to use the language. Because using the language allows them to acquire the target language or to learn the target language. Okay? All right. Number one, of course, understanding the language learner's goals. Are we teaching English as a second language or as a foreign language or a language to speakers of other language? Why are we teaching English? And to who are we teaching English? So you need to know from the learners what they already know. So from there, we can build up and develop a certain design. Then, identifying knowledge gaps and problems. What's the problem with this student or with these students? Okay, you can use checklist, you can use a teacher-made assessment or your institutional assessment. And then from there, of course, we would be able to brainstorm ideas, solutions. You can sit with the team, with your teachers, with your fellow teachers, and discuss how can we design our classroom for this type of learners? Or what kind of classroom or learning environment should these learners have? Okay, brainstorm. Do not be afraid to share ideas. Do not be afraid to open yourself to other possibilities, because this is design thinking. And designing a digital or a language learning environment. Why digital? Of course, with the setup right now, we have the synchronous and asynchronous modalities. So maybe we have to go online, or sometimes we have to limit our students with their exposure to other people because of the danger of being contaminated with the virus. So we really have to find alternative ways on how we can design the learning environment. But we have to prepare that, because the learning environment also plays a vital role, a crucial role in learning the target language. And then, of course, last but not the least, is to defining the optimal, refine the optimal learning experience. How can these learners learn best? Okay, these are the things that you can do as design thinkers in your language classroom. These are the things that you can undergo to be able to improve your language learning policy, language curriculum, language assessment, instruction, the learning process, okay? Because design thinking is not only for students as an activity. Design thinking is not only for policymakers. Design thinking is also for teachers. Because in this way, we would be able to improve the teaching and learning process. Because we are now opening doors to different ideas, not only from my perspective as an expert, but from other experts as well. Okay? And how do you discuss this? Discuss this as if you are also, or all of you are also learners. Because again, we have to put aside our prior experience. It's a fresh start. Let's start from scratch. What do you know that I do not know? What can we do that has not yet been done? How can we improve? And so we go back again to that question. Why use design thinking in your English language classrooms? Well, I hope I was able to provide you with sufficient ideas and information on how you can actually use them. I hope this discussion suffices and answers that question. If not, you can go through the readings that you are actually seeing now in your screens. I've included the title and the links. So this is just a startup. You can actually go through that. If you want to do design thinking, there are a lot of design thinking toolkits that you can find over the internet. And you can even visit Harvard University, because I believe they also have a design school lab. There is also one, of course, one of the most popular is the D School of Stanford University. Then we also have IDEO, so where they can actually help you with the materials that you need for design thinking. There are a lot of downloadable worksheets for design thinking and the design thinking process. Then, of course, I'm also providing with you the references that I used. You can also visit the links. I've included them. so that you would be able to explore more, because I know that the time here in our discussion is very limited, and I hope I did not exceed my assigned time, but please do visit these references. And with that, if you have questions, just throw them and I'll be more than willing to answer. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat for your time. I hope I've earned the pleasure of your time, and I hope that we can collaborate.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you so much, Reynald. That's the first presenter from the Philippines, Reynald Alfred C. So maybe have the Q&A. Are you here? Nasha, are there questions?
Hello, ma'am. Hello, Glenn. I'm here.
All right, good. Are there questions, Nasha?
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, yes.
So I will just share one question, but Neza can go first. Did you see a question, Neza, that someone asked?
Yes, Glenn.
All right, so
Yeah, I can read
Nasha?
again my question because I
All right,
didn't
good.
connection. No, okay. So, Reynald, is design thinking a skill that learners should develop? How we, as teachers, help them develop it? I know about 21st century skills, but I have never focused or cared about this skill. And your presentation was really great, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nesha. Can you hear me loud and clear? Because
Yes.
I think my internet connection is fluctuating.
You're fine.
But then again, design thinking is like a double-edged sword. It can be for the learner. It can also be for the teacher. How is that? Because as mentioned earlier in the discussion, you can actually use design thinking to develop 21st century skills among your learners. And it also helps us allow them to use the language or the target language that we are teaching them. But then again, design thinking is not only limited to the teaching of English language. It can actually help us in other and various subject areas as well. As a matter of fact, if you would visit the school or the design school of Stanford University, there are a lot of case studies that were conducted that were clinging on other subject areas such as social studies, mathematics, because design thinking can also be a skill for learners because we are preparing them for the real world. However, it is also for teachers because teachers should also be able to be one step ahead of the learners. So if we are teaching them to be 21st century learners, we also as teachers have to be 21st century teachers. And so um, we can also learn design thinking as part of our faculty development, as part of our instructional planning, as part of our assessment planning. So it's really flexible and it can really be applied in many fields, not only limited to the teaching of English language. And for the 21st century skills, I do not know for the context of other countries, but in the Philippines, it is one of the competencies that our learners should be able to acquire when they exit certain grade levels. And we believe that the 21st century skills prepare our learners for globalization, for the ASEAN or ASEAN integration as well, because it's a phenomenon that we are all experiencing right now. We are living in the 21st century world, so we have to prepare our learners and we have to be equipped as well as teachers for the 21st century world. So I hope I was able to answer the question.
Wonderful, Reynald. There's
Hello.
one other question that I
Thank
saw
you.
in the chat box that I found was very interesting. Can I ask you one more before we go to the next presenter?
Yeah, sure.
Wonderful.
Sure.
The question was from Amra Sheikh, and she was asking, what are some really practical DT, design thinking tools that can be used presently right now, considering that we're doing online learning? I know you spoke about some examples. Could you give Amra Sheikh some ideas?
Well, actually, I wouldn't prescribe a specific application or a specific platform that you would use because what is actually working for us right now in our practices in online teaching and learning could actually be workable in doing design thinking. Let's say, for example, if you're using an app for brainstorming with our students, that could also be used in the design thinking process. If, let's say, for example, if we are actually allowing our students to use, I don't know if I'm right, Adobe for illustrations or for drawings, we can actually have them use that for the prototyping. And then for the testing part, we can actually have that done in an actual setting, or it can actually be also done in a virtual setting. How is that? We can send them the links and try to work on the materials that the learners develop, and then just make sure that there is also a checklist for those who will be testing the item, so that they could actually give feedback. And then from that feedback, we go back again to certain steps to improve this. Then after that, we produce a prototype again, test it again, and then if it works, then that goes through. This is very visible to the gadgets that we're using today. It's a very good example. Imagine before, our mobile phones was just for calling, and then it evolved to texting. And then now, if you would notice, just to cut this story short, our mobile phones is really doing can be used in many aspects. And notice that, just for one, notice that our mobile phones now really have a lot of cameras. Why? Because it is also a product of design. Through design thinking, they were able to identify what are usable apps, what are features of these mobile phones that are commonly used, what are features that needs to be improved, what are features that people are really looking into when they are purchasing a mobile app. So similarly, when we are talking of design thinking in our classrooms, we do the same. What do our learners want to, or how do our learners would want to learn? So we improve from that. And again, just like what I said, there is no specific app that I would suggest, because I know that there are countries as well that sometimes apps have limitations in terms of where it's accessible. But whatever it is that you're using right now in your classes, that is workable, because that's how design thinking is. It's very flexible. In an actual setting, sticky notes would do for a design thinking workshop, and that's all. And anything that you can use for the prototype, anything that you can grab near you, that can be used as a prototype.
Fabulous, Reynald. We really appreciate it. And I think what you are saying is people need to learn how to practice design thinking for themselves, rather than waiting for someone to come fix your problem. You have to experiment. So someone said here, well, what if you don't have internet? How can we do design thinking? But what you're saying is people need to learn how to think in a new way about problems.
Yes, that's correct, Armin. Thank you very much for
Well,
also sharing your insights.
yeah, we're so happy that you're with us. Everyone on the IELTA team, we're clapping for you, and we loved
Thank you
it.
very much. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent.
Thank you. So for everyone, we'll be back in. Yes, Sola, go ahead.
Do we have time for one last question? Or
Sure, go for one more, please.
Sure,
I liked one question from Ronald Dorado, Philippines. He's
Yes.
asking if design thinking is applicable to all grade levels.
All grade levels.
Hello.
If it's applicable to all grade levels, he's asking Reynald. I don't know if we have an answer for this.
Yes. Yes. Although the line was quite choppy or breaking, but if I get it right, you're asking if we can use design thinking in different levels. The answer is yes. If you would go through the references that I've shared with you, and if you would go to the references that they've used in their researches, there are actually studies where they used it in the early childhood level, or ECE, or preparatory level. There are those who actually used it in the junior high school level. There are those who used it in the elementary level. It's really flexible. From young learners to adult learners, you can infuse, or you can make them learn design thinking as a skill. And teachers also from different levels can use this to be able to address certain problems that they have in their classrooms. If the references I provided is not enough, you can contact me through my email, and I can send you the reference list that I have for the study that I conducted for my master's, and I'll be more than willing to share that with everyone.
All right, thank you so much, Reynald. Arman, I guess while we are transitioning to the next speaker, let me greet our Facebook Live audience. Hello, people. Hello, you're watching live at the official Facebook page of the International English Language Teachers Association. Thank you so much for your comments here. You're saying that this is the best caravan ever. Wow, thank you. You're also saying that the topic is really informative. Thanks, Reynald, Alfred C. All right, you're also asking how to join the Zoom. So this is actually designed for Facebook Live audience. We only limit the Zoom for the committees and the speakers. However, this is purely live, and you can also go to our site to view this Teacher Caravan. We are also available on our YouTube, right, Armin?
Exactly, and everything that anyone needs will be linked inside of every post. And we're going to move to a new country right now.
Yes.
Myanmar. So tune in. We'll be back in about 20 seconds, so don't go anywhere. Get a drink of water. The caravan is just starting. Okay, everyone? So see you in 30 seconds for our next presenter. Our next country is Myanmar. Presenter.
Okay, thank you, Armin. Thank you, Glenn. Hello, everyone again. So our next presenter is Dr. Thiri from Myanmar. Okay, Dr. Thiri is secondary school principal of basic education middle school in Gary. The 2019 Fulbright Teacher, Teaching Excellence and Achievements Program alumni from Montana State University, USA PhD degree education. She has Master of Teaching English as Foreign Language, MA, TEFL, and Master of Education. Wow, interesting. Her presentation is about school entrepreneurship activity that supports community needs. Please welcome Dr. Thiri. Dr. Thiri, the floor is yours. Wish you the best of luck.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. So we're very lucky to have Thiri with us all the way from Myanmar. So get ready for your next trip to our next country. And we will start. Oop. There it is.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Thiri. I'm a secondary school principal from Basic Education Middle School K Group. Before this, I had worked as a high school teacher for 13 years. In 2019, I have a great chance to participate in Fulbright Teaching Excellence and Achievement Program, together with international teachers from around the world in Montana State University. Today, I would like to share trends from around the world about school entrepreneurship activities that support community needs. When you hear the word entrepreneurship, the word like business, market, opportunity, innovation, capital, and new product, and so on will appear in your mind. The aims of school entrepreneurship is to help our students, our future generation, to be able to enter the challenging world when they leave our school. There are so many definitions of entrepreneurship. Among them, I would like to share one simple definition of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship means an individual ability to turn ideas into actions. There are 4 things in it. They are creativity, innovation, risk-taking. Risk-taking is the hard one because nobody can guarantee that our school entrepreneurship activity will be successful or not. So we need the ability to plan and be able to manage our school entrepreneurship project or program in order to achieve our desirable objectives. So the aims of school entrepreneurship is to help our beloved community and society to solve their day-to-day life activity, and also to raise the standard of them and to get relief from their emergency problem effectively and efficiently. I would like to ask you all a question, that is, when was the last time you did something for the first time? If you could answer this question, or if you have a answer for this question, I am sure that you are born entrepreneur. So we have a duty to transform this ability to the students we love and for the development of our community. So who are entrepreneurs? Entrepreneurs are the ones who dare to take risks from their uncertainty. And they could able to find market opportunity according to the community demand. When we are going to innovate a new project, we might need financial requirement. But according to my school entrepreneurship experience, we don't need much money to start school entrepreneurship project. We can use free things or something we can get with low cost in our community. The most important person is teachers. Teachers have to manage and organize the school entrepreneurship activity to be successful. So teachers are leaders, managers, decision makers, and the organizer, together with the students, to do our school entrepreneurship activity. Doing is the best learning. So that's why teachers have to transform these entrepreneurship activity skills to the student by doing together as a practical project in our school. Entrepreneurship mottos for me is thinking outside the box. Along with the things, there are 5 P's to start school entrepreneurship activity. They are passion, purpose, plan, partner, and profit. Passion is something we need for everything we do. For example, we cannot be the teacher or principal if we don't love our students and our profession. So in the same way, in entrepreneurship too, we have to love our students and we have to give them the skill for their entrepreneurship to use in their life. So passion is very important. Second one is purpose. School entrepreneurship purpose is to help the community, the society, and the student to get the desirable skills and results. That one is plan. It's very important because the benefit of the school entrepreneurship activity depends on how students and teachers manage to get the successful entrepreneurship activity. Fourth one is partner. Simply, we can say friends. So who are our school friends? Of course, community. Community and schools are depending each other for the development of each other. In our community partner, we have parents, and the people who live near our school. I didn't mean we should get financial support from them. We can get encouragement or trust to us for the school and the school entrepreneurship activity. Our law model said that 100% of our work will be successful if we have a good friends. I do believe in it. When we are doing school entrepreneurship activities, partners play a vital role to get a successful result. And the last one is profit. If we have good work and great effort and time, I'm sure that we will have certain good results that we couldn't imagine. I didn't say that we will have much amount of money after the school entrepreneurship activity, because some of the school entrepreneurship activity and project end with no profit at all. But we can have self-encouragement that teachers and students do something together for the development of the community. Actually, the word entrepreneurship is not started in 21st century. It had been taught by many great philosophers for long times ago. I would like to recall the words of Einstein and Charles Darwin. Albert Einstein once said, insanity is doing same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And Charles Darwin said that it's not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the ones more responsive to change. These great words encourage us to do more school entrepreneurship activity. I would like to share you all some example of the school entrepreneurship in our school. This is me in a bamboo road. Our school, Basic Education Middle School Gegu, we have a lot of bamboos around our school, and every house had bamboo tree in that area. So that's why we can get free bamboo or bamboo with very cheap price. So the teachers and students have got an idea to start something by using bamboo. So our very first school entrepreneurship activity is to make bamboo table, chair, and sell it to the community that need them, and we sell it with very cheap and reasonable price. And actually, there are so many schools, they have expertise, and they can even produce the best quality products of bamboo and even able to export to other countries. One more example I would like to share here is, in 2019 COVID pandemic, there are a lot of countries have been suffer and shortage of masks, and some of the businessmen sell it with high price. So for these entrepreneurs, they have got an idea to start using clothes mark and design with traditional design. So this is here our traditional design, and by using cotton clothes, and we sell it to our community as well as export to other countries. And I was proud when I can see that printer where the clothes mark with our traditional design. That's why I said every great thing starts from very small step. And one more thing I would like to share is in COVID-19 pandemic, in school, we usually use the ordinary dashboard, but it's not really safe for us. And the teacher and students got the ideas how to open the dashboard just by using their leg. And they simply use the old dashboard and string and something that they can stand on it, and the dashboard was open automatically. By using this one, we can reduce the amount of money that we had to buy the new dashboard. And moreover, and also we need so many basics. Since it is a little bit far from the city areas, so we use the plastic tank pipe, and we started using that the basin that is movable to the place that we want to. The nearby schools saw that students are using these dustbin and basin for COVID-19 pandemic healthcare programs. They just access, they want to use it in their school too. And start from then, we start making such kind of healthcare things and support and help to nearby school. And it became one of our school entrepreneurship project in COVID-19 pandemic. So what I want to say is, for the school entrepreneurship activity, we need innovation, and we must have ideas to invent new things according to the situation that we are facing. And our aim shouldn't have to have a lot of money from the school entrepreneurship activity. It's just to help others and to support their needs. And if we can do it, we are successful school entrepreneurs, not only for our school, but also for the community. If you have some questions, I would like to answer all your questions.
All right, there we have it. Our second presenter from Myanmar. We have Dr. Thiri Y. Salah, are there questions?
Hi, Glenn. I'm trying to search. Nothing here. I can't see.
I only see here comments, great comments from our
exactly.
Facebook.
Especially from the Philippines, yes.
Yes. We have here from City, Zulakha Ismail. This is interesting, will definitely be helpful to be incorporated when teaching ESL plus entrepreneurship. Wow, thank you. What a wonderful comment and feedback from our Facebook Live viewers.
Very motivating, indeed, yes. Thank you all.
Wonderful. It sounds very similar to design thinking, because design thinking, if you remember, is about finding a problem and experimenting with solutions. And that's exactly what Thiri's school was able to do through taking a product like bamboo and making it into a product that they could use for their school. And they also talked about recycling items that they didn't need or that people would throw away. So those are just two examples of design thinking. People were asking, how do I apply design thinking? So that is an answer to it. You find a problem and then you begin to look for ways to see how it can be solved, or at least different ways of responding to the problem. Okay.
Yes, Armin. And you know, people are telling here, hello, your efforts are appreciated in organizing such wonderful and informative conference. We only have our first two presenters. The more exciting will be the Teacher Caravan 2021 when we move to the third presenter up to the last one. Right, Armin? What's next?
Yeah, so we've decided to adjust our structure, which will involve having all of our videos in one link, so that will make your life much easier. You don't have to go hunting around for new links.
Yeah.
We'll give you a little intro of our next presenter, and then
good.
I thought we could just share her video because it's just such a cool video and we can see where she's from. Because remember, this is about traveling the world through the internet. So check out.
Yes, we started from the Philippines, then to Myanmar, and now to Ukraine. But Sala will be introducing our presenter.
Cool. I'm just going to share the video. You have it.
I'm going to speak about raising environmental awareness of the students in the ESP classroom. Please join our caravan in February. See you there.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
So now we're flying to Europe, to Ukraine, and we have a wonderful young lady from Lebanon who will present. Julie, Remy, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are all around the globe. IELTA family would like to thank you all for joining us in the Teacher Caravan 2021. I'm Remy Hamzi Shaheen, a holder of TD from the Lebanese University Faculty of Pedagogy, a member of IELTA, and the Administrative Secretary of IELTA Lebanon. Please allow me to introduce the Associate Professor at the National Technical University of Ukraine, Igor Sikorsky Kiev Polytechnic Institute. She has more than 10 years of experience in teaching and doing research. She also has more than 40 pedagogical articles published for teachers of English. In addition to a study book, Chemical Communications in English for Specific Purposes, today she's going to discuss a topic about raising ecological awareness in the ESP classroom. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Ms. Yuliia Olizko from Ukraine.
Hello, dear participants. I'm so excited to be with you today. So, raising ecological awareness in the ESP classroom. There are usually some key questions to consider while investigating this topic. These questions are, first of all, teaching approaches. What teaching approaches should we use? What resources can be really effective to raise ecological awareness in the ESP classroom? And what makes ESP lessons effective for promoting sustainability? Taking into consideration my own classroom experience at tertiary level, creative approach to teaching has proved to be efficient. Within this approach, students are engaged in creative situations and exposed to close to real life situations. Different known approaches such as content-based learning, problem-based learning, task-based learning, project-based learning, they can help you to realize your own creative approach for raising ecological awareness. And right now you can see some questions, and in 2 minutes we will come back to raise your ideas, to get your ideas and answers and discuss more. But now let me share some of the experience I had with my students. And in this slide, you can see some of the ideas how to integrate environmental content. First of all, real ecological problems and challenges in the region where you live and in general in the world can be helpful. In my case, we launched an EcoPost project with ESP students in Ukraine. To take part, students posted their personal photo and a short summary of the problem in the free column of the Google document. As a result, we got more than 100 answers, a lot of engaging, interesting pictures. Students from more than 20 cities posted their photos from cleanup days, community services they participated in, and other activities they had been involved in, activities, of course, related to ecology. But it was not only about writing a post, but it was first of all about reading each other's posts, giving some comments, voting for the best post. And all these photos, they reminded us of the importance of nature, about recycling, about effective usage of the resources we get. That was really nice to see how active the students are, that they are really concerned about the problems we have. Especially now during the quarantine, we have a great chance to think more about environmental problems. So they proofread each other's posts, discussed some of the posts in mini groups, suggested solutions to different ecological problems, and voted for the best posts using Zoom chat boxes, putting hearts, some reactions in Zoom, or Telegram chat. The key benefit of the project was raising awareness about being environmentally sustainable and friendly. But there are more ideas to integrate environmental content. There are more ideas. For example, we can use eco exhibitions, virtual tours on plants, recycled materials museums, recycling projects, special programs to raise environmental awareness, even eco poetry. For instance, after completing online ready-made quizzes on ecological problems, my students were suggested to create their own board games or quiz. They took the quiz of another team, played that quiz, and voted for the most interesting question. To reinforce their understanding, matching definitions was suggested for doing at home as homework. When the aim was to understand the process of water treatment, future chemists watched planned virtual tours and exchanged the information in pairs. To understand the importance of high water quality, students choose the most impressive, in their opinion, photo from online international exhibitions showing the water global crisis, and prepared and engaging motivating photo descriptions. Future chemists also discussed a poem Recycled, and written by Werner Rockcastle, and wrote their own eco-poems. Each line of an eco-poem should start with a first letter of the phrase water treatment. So first line with letter W, second line with letter A, third line with letter T, etc. As a result, they presented their poem. Moreover, to engage our students, we recommended them to visit Robotanica exhibition site. You can see some photos in the slide from this exhibition. Here we discussed the possibility to improve the living conditions of animals and plants by means of robotics. Is it possible to replace animal species threatened with extinction with technological substitutes? For example, this hen is having a virtual reality headset. And according to scientists, some scientists, the hen can feel happier. And in the second photo, you can see an artificial woodpecker, which can scare the insects. So this was used just to make students think more about the environmental problems. Do they want to have this future full of robots, or they maybe want to preserve what they have and appreciate the things we have right now, or maybe to mix everything? So it was up to them to express their opinion in English and to think about their future and ecological problems. And you can also see the photo about water crisis, as the students had to choose the photo which interested them most of all, and to write a description, to share the photo, and motivate people to keep water clean. Besides, it was discovered that art component can be important raising environmental awareness, because the art component of the lessons aimed at raising ecological awareness is really important. It can help us to create a lesson which is really memorable. Any form of art can be actually used. For example, music, drama, dance, storytelling, crafts, poetry, visual art, media art. In this photo, we used crafts as an example of art, and students had to create a robot using recycled materials. As future chemists, they delved into the properties of the materials used and thought of time for the material to decompose. So this art was used as an opportunity to delve deeper into materials and time they require to biodegrade. As future chemists, they should know this, right? Another component which is also crucial is the utilization of higher order students' thinking skills. Probably everybody knows Bloom's revised taxonomy of thinking skills. And when we speak about the utilization of higher order student thinking skills, we mean that instructions should contain such words as to analyze, to evaluate, to create, but not only words. It should be really creation of something, evaluation, analyzing. So instructions where students classify, explain, express personal likes, dislikes, and invent or present the project is another form. And it's essential. The utilization of higher order students' thinking skills helps them to create interdisciplinary connections between their future vocational occupation, in my case, their future chemists, and ecological issues. It's important to stimulate students to create real-life sustainable solutions in the future. The last but not the least is technology. Taking into account the realities of the present day, eco-learning is impossible without technology. It's used for both finding up-to-date content and organizing our work with students in Zoom or in other platforms. So the interaction between students and teachers is impossible without technology, and it's impossible to raise ecological awareness of the students without technology. To conclude, raising ecological awareness of ESP students include creative approach to teaching, environmental content integration, the art component, higher order thinking skills, interdisciplinary connections, and technology. So thank you for your attention. Let's come back to some brainstorm questions. Do you have any questions or any ideas to share with us today? You are welcome.
Thank you so much, Yuliia, for a wonderful presentation. I would just like to share the comments of our Facebook Live audience. They said that's very interesting. Art as a reinforcement of learning, as well as being cautious with environmental waste. They said, such a great idea. Children are very passionate about environmental problems, and they help our ecological messages get to the adults. Students need to be eco-friendly. All right. They also say, there is a question here, Julie. Can we assign art integrated projects so as to make the learners express and explore their ideas better way? Can we assign art integrated projects so as to make the learners express and explore their ideas better way?
Any ideas to share with us today? Of course, as it was mentioned, art elements can help students to make the lesson memorable, and of course to show and express their attitude to environmental issues. Art should be integrated because sometimes people mix integration and enhancement, and these are different things, because enhancement is when art is used for the purpose of learning language, and art integration, it's when they really create art and we evaluate this art.
Thank you, Julie. I have another question for you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead, Zola.
To what extent can project-based learning enlarge students' knowledge about ecological problems in an ESP classroom, and how this project-based learning can be implemented? A question from Abdussalam Khawaja.
Project-based learning can be implemented when the product must be created. So, but it's not only the product which is important as a result of project-based learning, but the process where students cooperate, where they discuss, where they evaluate the opinion of each other, their teamwork. So all this process is even more important than the result, than the piece of art, which is the result, or the writing when we speak about ESP, or something they submit as the result, because actually learning is happening during before you introduce the result. During the process is even more important, and if you can organize problem-based process where students concentrate on problems, on ecological issues, you are realizing this approach.
Armin, do we have more time for one more question or two?
One more, go for it.
What type of experiments can students have so that to help them solve an environmental problem? What type of experiments can students have so that to help them solve an environmental problem? Questions from Doris Ashar.
For example, if they are future chemists, they can test water, check water quality, understand what problems, what's wrong, what reagents should be added to improve, or invent a new solution how to make water cleaner. So of course it depends on future vocational occupation of students. Who are they going to be? What are they studying? And then knowing this, we can, as teachers, we can assign doing an experiment. Thank you for great questions. Do you have more questions?
Oh, there is one more question, if I'm allowed to read it.
Sure. Go for it.
How can we motivate the parents to do such work with their children?
Well, probably it's about learning at school, yes, where parents are actively involved in the learning process. Because how we can motivate parents? Of course, we can create some charts and invite our parents to be active and to know what students are learning, what materials they need, what support. What about organizing cleanup days with parents and your students? What about doing some community services together? So some of these ideas can be helpful.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie, for sharing your experiences. We really appreciate it. And I think that you really inspired your students through the experience, which was both English and caring about the environment. So thank you so much, Julie.
Thank you for inviting me today.
Yeah, and anyone who wants to contact Julie, you can definitely find her through the Facebook chat.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
So Arman, now we're flying to India.
We are going all the way to India. Maybe I can share the short intro from Taruna.
Yes, and then Remy again will present our fourth presenter.
Wonderful. All right. We are going to a trip now. Our next place on the caravan is India. And we'll just give you a short intro video from a wonderful teacher and also a principal, actually, of a school there. And I'll just share my screen. And we can do it. And I want to just thank all the people who are helping make this event happen. It's thanks to all of you who are listening and enjoying with us. We're also enjoying the experience with all of you. So, video from India is Taruna. All right.
Traveling the world, learning from 14 teachers about how they innovate and inspire their students. Come join the Teacher Caravan on FB or YouTube. My name is Taruna Kapoor. I am from India. I present about environmental care and awareness. Bye-bye. Namaskar from India. Take care.
Wonderful. Okay, tell us about our next presenter. Go ahead. Do the little intro.
Remy,
you're muted.
Sorry for that. So hi again. We hope you're enjoying our Teacher Caravan 2021. Please, if you have a question, drop it down in the comments below. And again, I'm Remy Shaheen, and I'm going to present India. Now, I'm going to present the Principal Administrator at the Reimagining School, Thiri, with an experience of more than 20 years. She's a National Geographic Certified Educator and Microsoft Innovative Expert, Apple Teacher, CIP Facilitator, and Facilitator in Touch the Globe Goals. She's got Masters in English. She is also Adobe Creative Ambassador, Wakelet Ambassador, and T4 Ambassador. And now she'll be presenting about environmental care and awareness. So please, let's all welcome Mrs. Taruna Kapoor from India.
Oh, thank you so much. Namaskar from India. And Amin just allowed me to share my screen.
Ed, you can share now.
All right, thank you. Like others, I don't have a very colorful presentation, but what I had done in National certification, I'm sharing that lesson plan, that reflection, and the capstone project with you all, so that you can also follow in the classroom and make your children learn different languages, different subjects along with the PBL. So here you go. This activity title was Ramagia Dadri Plastic Brigade versus Monster of Plastics, where we covered SDG 12 and we tried to overcome the plastic problem in the world. The children involved were grade 3 to 8. Subject areas which were covered were English, art and craft, science, social studies, personality development, service learning, and technology. And we took 40 to 60 children. This is the short description of the activity where we did that. We went with this code that be a part of solution and not the pollution. There were activities like plastic hunt, plastic monster, reuse of plastic waste in constructing roads. Plastic hunt competition was organized wherein the students were equally divided into teams of 4. The task was to collect the plastic items which were littered around in the near vicinity of the school. The students had to clean the roads and make them plastic-free to signify that they had to collectively change their lifestyles of using plastic products. The students of the winning team were given certificates where they learned to say no to plastic and contribute towards the community service through teamwork. The students were asked to think of solutions to the problem of plastic pollution. Majority of the students suggested that paper and cloth bags should be used to substitute plastic bags. An inter-school competition was planned wherein grades 3, 4, 5 made waste newspaper bags with quotes drawn on them, asking people not to use plastics. Grade 6, 7, 8 made cloth bags of old vests and t-shirts. They painted, stitched, and designed their bags to make the activity fun and innovative. The students then organized a march in the village to spread awareness about the problems caused due to the use of plastics. The students gave the bags which were made by them to the villagers and people who lived in the vicinity of the school, asking them to use these paper and cloth bags and saying no to the plastic bags. The student did a service learning by creating awareness in the small town Dadri about saying no to plastic and conserving water and going green. Now, here the children were, the activity enlightened students that how man-made objects are for convenience and they harm the environment. We should be ready with the solutions for the problems. The activity connects to the skill area of the National Geographic Learning Framework by youth work cooperatively in group activities towards a common goal. Monster of plastic was defeated by using paper and cloth bags. The tasks were carried out by each team to end to plastics and celebrated by using cloth and paper bags. The symbolic defeat plastic in the minds of students was there. The students can take action on the monster use of plastic. The student knows that we are one by standing together, by scaring plastic, by volunteering, by rising above, by inspiring others. Goals are endless. We have to work together to defeat and achieve. Monster plastic has to be removed. And these are some Skype sessions where the children showcase their bags, which they had made in the classroom as an activity, as a competition. These were the bags which were given to the community just to tell them that stop using plastic. This was the monster which was created by the children using the plastic bottles, and they put across to it that we won't use this plastic anymore. Here, they painted the cloth bags with the captions and with the messages to the community that avoid plastic, be eco-friendly. Save the earth, save the planet. This is the classroom where they made the bags, they painted it, they wrote their captions, the messages for the community. Here is the capstone video, which I would really like to share with you, the entire reflection of the project. I hope it's audible.
We can't hear it. Make sure you can maybe play it off of your speakers. We can't hear it. It's possible it's playing through your headphones, but not through the speakers of the computer.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now it's okay?
Not yet. You know, I can play it. I have it. Can't hear it.
Initially, the desire to do something for the betterment of the society was there. The activity conducted was monster attack. The number of students 40. The age and grade level grade 3rd to 8th. Subject area plastic.
Seeing the plastics literally around, we started to think as according to Net Geo learning framework, the curiosity. Solve this problem of plastic and to save animals and fish who is swallow plastics, either choke or starve to death. We had to reach out to save and protect them as this is our responsibility. We know that there are other issues at work also like economic, cultural, political, etc. According to the Net Geo framework, and explore remains curious.
Regardless of the extent of our success or as even failure would be a stepping stone for success in future. According to the National Geographic Framework of Empowerment, success and failure are both part of life for every person, and even failure can be positive. We can learn only through doing, and we observed and pondered upon how we could make things happen, which is also according to the Net Geo framework of observation. According to Net Geo framework of responsibility, youth take mature actions. To spread awareness amongst people, we carried out a march where we with placards. At the same time, cleaning the surroundings of plastic we are trying to bring home. The idea that plastic are a threat to the entire world, according to the world beyond its immediate surrounding, that we have to be concerned about the border world net geo framework of responsibility. We came to know that in our country, the roads are made from the plastic. These roads are more durable than the ordinary roads. At the same time, are the cheaper than the other roads of similar length and net geo framework of collaboration.
The activity conducted was monster attack in India. We celebrate a festival called Dasera, where Lord Ravana,
Incarnation of truth and righteousness. Ravana represents evil. The festival was celebrated with a twist. The monster here, the effigy of Ravana, was covered with plastic bottles. The effigy is burnt every year to represent the victory of good over evil. And the students shunned the use of plastics. This festival is being celebrated from times immemorial. It's a part of our culture. People would identify plastics as part of Ravana, which is evil, and then abjure it. National Geographic Framework of Collaboration.
Next, the making of paper and cloth bags to replace plastic bags. Children made bags out of old vests and shirts. Bags made out of waste material cost almost nothing. They fall very economical. The old vests and shirts, when stitched to make bags, also brought to the fore the creativity of the children. The NG framework of problem solving.
The summary of our work is as follows.
To begin with, it was Net Geo framework of curiosity. When we saw the plastic littered around, and to see the plant, animal, and humans being affected by the threat of plastic. It was our responsibility to curb the use of plastic, thinking about the welfare of other people, cultural resource, and the natural world. We as experts considered multiple perspectives, Net Geo framework of responsibility.
As we set out to curb the use of plastic, despite being aware the success of failure are both part of the life for everyone, and failure can be positive. This was Net Geo framework of the empowerment.
Before setting on our journey, we explored the different ideas and activities through which we could curb the use of plastic. This was the Net Geo framework of observation. We learned to work in teams, Net Geo framework of communication. As we know, the ripple effect makes the message spread, and working in teams was Net Geo framework of collaboration.
When the effigy of Ravana was burned, when people was distributed papers, bags, and bags made out of waste and shirts, when PM Modi started the campaign of Clean India missions, the people learned to reuse, and recycle plastics. This was the NG works for problem solving.
Here we explored the cultural, political, and economic issue today due to the modern means of the world is shrinking. Earlier, there was a time when lands were being explored. People did not know what was happening in the other part of town, live aside the world. But today, the students know that there is a ripple effect. The march, the making of roads, the making of bags have a ripple effect and are reach a large number of people. We all are interdependent, as in Sanskrit it is said, Vasudev Kutumbakam, or the world is one big family.
हम सब ने ये ठानी अपना लो कपड़े की कोई थैली नहीं पुरानी ये सोच सयानी ये सोच सयानी ये सोच सयानी ये सोच सयानी नए दिल से अपनाए कपड़े की थैली को अपना दोस्त बनाए सब
So with this message, my children gave a message to the community, to the world, that we should stop using plastic. The final reflection is this, that initially the desire to do something good for the society, for a planet Earth was there, but the way, the mission and the direction had to be found through the Skype session. Educators, children and students learned a lot. I, as a teacher, have seen my students take the extra initiative in their day-to-day life, avoiding the use of plastic. The National Geographic Framework and plan has brought a change in the basic thought process of my students. The activity where the student had to make their own cloth bags as a substitute to the usual plastic bags, I could see the students practically involving, which was not an incentive driven but was a result driven activity. The change from rudimentary books and syllabus to practical knowledge about the world has given my students awareness and confidence. The NG framework has made my students aware of the problems of the world and the attitude which is required for one to have to solve such problems. The NG framework has helped me enhance my practical teaching skills and aims toward the syllabus development, which has a cause. How did they learn this science? They learned about the composition of plastic, the fact that they do not decompose easily, and how animals starve or choke after swallowing plastic bags. They also learned that tons of plastic waste can be used in constructing roads which are more stronger. Social studies, plastic poses a threat to the society. Personality development, how to tackle day-to-day problem. Technology, how to use modern technology in day-to-day lives. Service learning by rearing awareness about plastics and their ill effects in the small town like Dadri. The students also learned teamwork for a cause. The educators learned noble ways to make the lessons interesting and effective. That is all from India. I am open for your questions. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share and care what we are doing and in India, a small town where I'm a principal and I'm bringing out the best of my children so that they are exposed to the world of challenges. Thank you so much.
Fabulous, Taruna.
Well, I guess we don't have questions, but we have amazing comments. I would like to read some of them if there is no problem.
Go ahead.
Well, somebody says it's very interesting and practical. Amazing idea. Another one said, learning by doing is an interesting teaching approach. And one other nice comment was contribution to the planet's future. And we truly need that.
Yes, there is no planet B.
Yes. Doris says task-based learning is super. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Taruna. It sounds like the lesson that you did with your students will stay with your students for the rest of their lives. I also think that you took a lot of elements of the local culture, right? And you made it part of the teaching, and that's what made it really alive. So what people would do in India will be different than Morocco or Lebanon or Philippines, to show students how to care about each other. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with that, I believe that we will have a 10-minute break right now, and we'll be coming back in about 5 minutes, 5 or 8 minutes, or for our next presenter. We'll just keep it live, but we'll see you very soon. And thank you so much. And that's it. We'll just have a little music. Because Wassim is ready up next, right, Wassim? I think he's here. I think while we're waiting, I could share some of the videos from our upcoming presenters. So I'll do that to get. Remove pin. Okay. There we go. Oops. The wonderful video created by the graphic design team, John Russell.
Hello, I'm Reynald Alfred C., the Academic Secretary of IELTA Philippines, and I'm inviting everyone to join us on February 28th for the IELTA Teacher Caravan and learn more about how you can use design thinking in your classroom. See you there.
Good evening from Myanmar. My name is Dr. Thiri. I'm a secondary school principal from Basic Education Middle School K-Group. It's my great honor to participate in Teacher Caravan on February 28th. I'm going to share about school entrepreneurship activities that support our community needs. Can't wait to see you all.
Hello, my name is Yuliia. I'm from Ukraine. I'm going to speak about raising environmental awareness of the students in the ESP classroom. Please join our caravan in February. See you there.
Welcome to the Teacher Caravan of every 28th. We'll be traveling the world, learning from 14 teachers about how they innovate and inspire the students. Come join the Teacher Caravan on FB or YouTube. My name is Taruna Kapoor. I am from India. I'll present about environmental care and awareness. Bye-bye. Namaskar from India. Take care.
Welcome to the Teacher Caravan. On the 20th of February, we're going to join 14 teachers from around the world who innovate and inspire. Join us on Facebook or YouTube to share our journey. My name is Wassim Kaakati. I'm from Lebanon, and I would love to share with you inclusive language in the age of discommunication. Assalamu alaikum, and see you there.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Teacher Caravan. On February 28th, we're gonna get you on a virtual journey all over the world, learning from 14 teachers, different, innovative, inspiring teachers. We're gonna be live on Facebook and YouTube from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. New York time. I'm Huwaida Alabassi. I live in Egypt, and I'm gonna present about critical thinking and creative thinking in ELT Classroom. Thank you. Bye. مع السلامة.
Hello, marhaban. Welcome to the Teacher Caravan. On February the 28th, we will be traveling the world, learning from 14 teachers about the way they innovate and inspire their students. Come join the caravan on Facebook or YouTube. My name is Amjed Al-Rickaby. I am from Iraq. I will present about the challenges that face Iraqi English language teachers shifting from the traditional method to the communicative method. See you there. مع السلامة.
Hello, I'm Zouli Mohammed from Morocco. I'll be presenting about soft skills in the job market. Welcome to the Teacher Caravan on the 28th. February, presented by IELTA TA in online. You'll be watching us on Facebook and YouTube. مرحبا بكم جميعا. Hello, I'm Zouli Mohammed from Morocco. I'll be presenting.
Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome you to the Teachers Caravan, which will be taking place on Sunday, February the 28th, pretty much the entire day, depending on your time zone. My name is Dr. Anastasia, Khawaja, coming at you from the United States, and I will be discussing reimagining student engagement in online learning, especially when your students are not turning on their cameras. Thank you so much, and we look forward to you joining us. Bye-bye.
I am saying hello from the land of lakes and volcanoes, Nicaragua. My name is Darcy Mendieta. I'm an English teacher, teacher trainer, and founder of Connect English and Training Center. I am also the ambassador of Nicaragua in ELTA. And I would love to invite you to the Teacher Caravan on February 28th. In there, I'll be sharing with you my findings, my experience, and some activities I have implemented in the English online classroom to build and create community, to build and create a safe space in the classroom. What happens to students? What happens to teachers? What happens with the learning process when we build a safe space? I'll be sharing that with you that day, so come and join us.
Hello, welcome to the Teachers Caravan. I am Juliana Vasquez from Panama, and I will be talking with you about how to teach literature online. Join us through Facebook or YouTube the day of the event, which is on February 28th from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. Make a difference by becoming the teacher who inspires others to learn. See you there.
Welcome to the Teacher Caravan on February 28th. We will be traveling the world, learning from 14 teachers about how they innovate and inspire their students. Come join the Teacher Caravan on Facebook or YouTube. I am Dr. Cristiane Galvão. I live in the United States, but I'm originally from Brazil. I will present about using digital tools for creating collaborative activities. Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Maria Portal. I am from the north of Argentina, and I want to invite you to this great event, Teachers Caravan, this February 28th, and to see my presentation, Innovate Ways to Build Meaningful Teaching and Cultural Learning Connections. Hope to see you there. Bye-bye. Adios.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Diego Moada. I want to invite you to participate in the Teacher Caravan that will take place on February 28th. You can join us through Facebook or YouTube, and we will have presenters from all around the world sharing ideas and best practices. It's going to be a lot of fun. My presentation, the title is What Can English Teachers Learn from the Field of Instructional Design? And so my background is in TESOL, but my master's and PhD on instructional design. And so I would like to share some ideas and lessons I've learned with you. So I hope to see you there. Nos vemos pronto. Ciao. Bye-bye. Presenters from all around the world sharing ideas and best practices. It's going to be a lot of
All right, we are back. Glenn, what's the next step?
Yes, we are back. Hello once again, and welcome to Teacher Caravan 2021, the biggest online event of the International English Language Teachers Association, of course, headed by the project head of this Teacher Caravan, Armin Kasabian. So Armin, where are we going right now?
We are going to a place that's... Where are we going?
Where, Sala?
Yeah, I was waiting for this morning. Now we're going straight from India to the Middle East, to the heart of the Middle East, to Lebanon. I will let my dear friend and IELTA Lebanon President, Sally, present our Lebanese speaker. Sally?
Hello, hola, marhaba from Lebanon. I hope you are all having a nice experience with IELTA, and allow me to welcome you to the IELTA Teacher Caravan 2021. My name is Salma Abu Azar Namour, as Mrs. Tola said, the Lebanese president of IELTA Lebanon. Let me get the chance today to tell you that I'm very lucky to be presenting an old friend, and that I met in the beginning of my teaching career when we were taking the CELTA courses together. Our next speaker is an English language teacher and a literature teacher with an MA to Soul and more than 13 years of experience. Mr. Wassim is a part of the MYP team at Al Hayat International School and an English teacher in the team of Skills Beirut. He believes in the power of the human connection that creates the best professional and personal learning experiences. He gives his all to create a safe, inclusive, and communicative environment that empowers and encourages learning and growth. Today's topic is inclusion in an age of disconnection. And now allow me to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wassim Kaakati from Lebanon.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Just
Good
a funny
luck.
note, at the first time we met, Sally nearly killed me with Lebanese Dipster man. Just a funny note. I was in so much pain, and it was a necessary remedy just to make it. And I was too shy to say no. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm so happy to be part of this team. I'm so happy to be introduced by and proud to be introduced by Miss Sally and forwarded by Miss Sola and Armin and the amazing IELTA Philippines team, including led by Miss Glenn. My topic today is, you know who I am, you know what I do. Now let me give you a bit of a why. This course basically literally changed the course of my professional and personal life. The reason it did so was that I was a bit of a shy person, and I needed a way to communicate, and I was put in a supervision position where I supervised 16 teachers, and I had to learn how to communicate and how to empower them to communicate with me. And I can honestly say it changed the course of our work in a couple of days. So I'm sorry if I rush this. It's going to be a bit of intense, but I hope I benefit everyone. And another reason that this is now important is that we're suffering discommunication because of Corona, because of the lockdowns, because of the internet. In Lebanon, we have shortage of power, shortage of economic power, and political power. So we're trying our best to cope with everything around us, and it's causing us to discommunicate in a way. So allow me to start. So this is basically a shortened version of an incredible course I took before, about 7 years ago. It uses the wonder of each in changing our lives. Each is an acronym, of course. It stands for empowerment, accountability, courage, and humility. And this is courtesy of catalyst.org. So here is the question. How do we encourage and empower people to talk to us? And I would like you to take 2 minutes to consider this. So write down notes. How do you encourage people to talk to you?
So we're gonna have people respond to us. They're there.
Let's take 2 minutes,
okay,
if it's possible, Armin.
Yeah, let's see what they say. How do we encourage people to talk to us, especially the world that we live in where people are so separated?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Especially that we give most of our sessions now online, all over the world.
Milika said by our body language.
Yeah.
Asking interesting questions.
Very good.
By Doris.
The way how we behave towards others and if we have a positive approach.
Very good.
Providing positive feedback.
Very good. Okay.
Being friendly and kind with others.
Very good.
And start with a smile.
Start with a smile. That's really good. That's amazing. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Sorry, I forgot to say who was saying all this. Like Annie was one who said be friendly, and Nadi Mohammed, she said providing positive feedback. Milika Mila, the way we behave. I apologize again.
So I'm going to provide you with 3 main misconceptions that we have as managers, as supervisors, as teachers, and as family members. The first one is we say we have an open door policy. We know that in the business world, we don't have a closed door policy. So why do we say we have an open door policy? Another misconception is we must have meetings all the time. I know some managers that require 2 meetings a week, and some of them require 3 meetings a week just to make sure that work is going and that the students, for example, are proceeding with their projects. Asking people to please explain. And of course, I will go through each of these one by one. So, empowerment. How do we empower people? We create a space that others do, and most importantly, with each other. So what kind of space do we need? And what does it do to others? And what do others contribute to this space? So basically, we need a mutual space between us, not an open door policy. You don't have to step into my domain, into my office, where I sit behind my desk in my comfort zone and where you're accountable for every word you say. I must find a mutual space between us where you feel comfortable in talking to me. So managers, supervisors, teachers, go out to the real world. When we come back to schools, go meet the students in the playground. Take 5 minutes of your time in the morning, greet them early. Usher them as they go to classes. Talk to them in a friendly way. Go down to their level. This will encourage others to share, to cooperate with you, and most importantly, to communicate with you. So basically, if you have a session, a Zoom session with the students, take 5 to 10 minutes, take 15 or 20 if you have to. If you have to take the whole class just as a friendly conversation, just do that. I, in fact, meet my students after school hours if they want to game, if they want to play some games and just communicate with me. And I found that as the best medium of communication. So basically creating a mutual space that encourages others to share, cooperate, and communicate. So it's creating the safe ground that invites everyone to be together. It's a leveled place. It's a leveled playing field. It's smiling, and you guys got it correctly. It is keeping eye contact, and that was one of the greatest, weakest points I've ever had, keeping eye contact. It's changing your posture. We all know that different cultures mean different postures. Crossing your legs in some cultures is a no-no. Crossing your arms in some cultures is considered very stoical and very cold. Mirroring the other person. So if the other person is concerned, is worried, for us to have that ability to have empathy and mirror that person and be able to share with them their experiences. And finally, avoiding every distraction. I'm talking about, I'm listening to you, but I just have to send this email urgently, but I'm listening, please talk. Or saying, or keeping your phone. I love this quote by Simon Sinek, that if you have your phone upside down in front of you, even if it's on silent, even if it's on vibrate, it sends the wrong message. It tells everyone around you that as soon as this thing buzzes, beeps, or even if I feel that I received a message, I might interrupt you at any point and just look at it. That sends the wrong message to the person. As soon as I see the phone upside down in front of me, I know that that person is not willing to fully cooperate and fully listen. So avoiding every form of distraction. So communication disruptors, common communication disruptors are emails, social media, feeling that we're always connected, avenues, and emerging technologies. So sending so many emails and not always thinking of the best medium of communication is a disruptor. If I receive 10 emails from a manager a day, that is disruptive to my flow of work, because then I know that I have to follow up with every email and I cannot focus on my work. So if something urgent, I know that my manager should at least call me or send me a WhatsApp. But if something is important but not urgent, I know that my manager sends me a report weekly. Expecting our employees, for example, to have social media access all the time. Expecting them to cope with every single form of social media. Guys, I need you to be able to comment on our website and to comment on our, please follow our TikTok, please follow our YouTube page. All of this is just a communication disruptor. And this one is always connected. How many of us send a WhatsApp message only to see that the person is online and that they have read our message, but they haven't responded? And we rage, how dare they not respond? How dare they not communicate with us? We must accept that at a certain point, the students cannot respond to us. They have their own lives. The co-workers, the teachers, the managers, everyone has their own life. And everyone needs to disconnect from social media and from emails and WhatsApp at a certain point of their lives. And this brings us to multiple avenues. I knew someone who requested meetings weekly for their employees. And after they request the meeting, the next day they send an email to remind the employees of the meeting. And then they send a WhatsApp message to remind the employees of the email that reminds them of the meeting. Having multiple avenues is basically very disruptive. You need to establish a clear line of communication, that if something is completely urgent, I will send you a WhatsApp or call you. If something is critically important, but you can do it on your own, I will send you an email. If something requires clarification from the teacher to the students, or requires extra manpower, like workshop, things like that, then we agree on a meeting, on a Zoom meeting. And finally, emerging technologies. We know that emerging technologies basically shape the future of education. But we must be careful to use the correct technology for the correct communication. For example, presentations through Flipgrid, but writing projects through ManageBack or through Turnitin. So we must establish a clear line of communication with the students and with everyone around us. So now that we finished with empowerment, let's look at courage. What is courage? Courage is stepping outside of our comfort zone. Courage is speaking up about what matters. Courage is embracing our vulnerability. All right, so I'm going to ask everyone who's watching us, to organize these according to importance. So if you feel that, for example, embracing vulnerability is the most important, tell me it's number 1, and then 2, and then 3. So one more time, rate these based on importance to you. For example, to me, the first thing that comes to my heart and to my mind is speaking up about what matters. The second thing is embracing vulnerability. And the third thing is stepping outside of my comfort zone. All right, so now I'm going to geek out on everyone, so I'm really sorry. But this is a beautiful quote that I love. Okay, it says, "Greetings. I'm pleased to be on the shirt. May we together become greater than the sum of both of us." And this is from Star Trek. So basically, having the courage to talk to people, having the courage to step and accept other people creates better quality of life, better quality of work. So if you allow yourself to embrace other people and to grow, you will find new areas, new things that you never believed before and you never experienced before. So allow me to start with personally. Clarify your understanding from the person in front of you. So if somebody tells you something important, clarify what you understood. So say, so you mean 1, 2, 3, 4. So if my students told me, "Mr. Wassim, I have a problem with this teacher is not listening to me." So I talk to the student on the side and I'm like, "Do you mean that they don't understand what you say?" And then the student clarifies. Take a breath. And I read once about the 3 seconds rule, where you have to take a breath for 3 seconds in order for you to think about what you want to say to the person, and in order for you to allow the person to finish what they're saying and to contemplate. So the 3 seconds rule will allow you to think about your answer instead of you thinking about, what do I have to say now to this person? They're talking about this, this, and that. Just listen to them till the end. And while you're listening to them, just accept what they say. And as soon as they finish, take a deep breath for 3 seconds. Think about how you're going to respond. Think about the meaning of what they said, and then clarify your understanding. And agree to disagree. With the current era of everyone wants their opinion to be heard, it is important for us to agree to disagree. If a person sticks to their mind, they don't accept your opinion at all, just accept it and move on. Don't linger about it and don't bother yourself or the community with it. And use I and we. It's really important not to say to the person, "Please explain this issue," or "I heard you do this," or "I heard you say this." When you do that to a student, you put them in defensive mode. As soon as I tell the student, "Please explain what happened in the playground," the student will go into defensive mode. And this is a mistake I actually did with middle year students last year. But when I told the student, "Listen, I honestly felt 1, 2, 3, 4. I would love to hear from you. What happened?" Or, "We need to work on this together because I feel that this is something that is wrong or that is out of place." And finally, committing to action. If you say you're going to do something as a teacher, as a supervisor, as a manager, as a coordinator, as a parent, as a friend, commit to it and do it. If you're going to say, "I can't," also commit to it and don't do it. Or find a medium that helps you. So say, "I honestly can't do this unless 1, 2, 3, 4. I know my students, for example, ask me for favors like, "Mr. Wassim, can you play with us in the afternoon? We would love to play this game or that." And I tell them like, "All right, let's agree on something. Get your parents' permission, finish your work for the day, and I will play with you for half an hour to 45 minutes. And I promise I will. And I do that. I commit to that, and I do that, and I check with the parents if they finished. So let's look at work. What is courage? It's using partnership. It's saying to everyone else, I really want to work on this with you. I bet we can figure out this together. So notice how we didn't say, do you want to work on this with me? Do you think we can finish this? No, I really want to. I would love to work on this with you. It's using empathy. It's telling everyone, I can feel your enthusiasm as you talk. I can hear your concern. What can I do to help? What can I do to support you? Okay, and when I want to support, I will tell the students, I'd like to help you with this. I want to see you succeed. And this surprisingly happened this morning. Right now it's almost 4 o'clock in Lebanon, Beirut, and as early as 11 a.m. And that's early in Lebanese time. A student approached me on Discord on a gaming platform. He said, Mr. Wassim, I don't know what to do with the homework. I'm like, sure, what do you need? And we talked for 15 minutes and I sent him the files that he needed. And when that happened, he was encouraged to work on his English homework. It's acknowledgement. How many times we have lazy students, or at least students with special circumstances, who don't deliver what is required from them. But then out of the blue, they give us something that is not up to the task, but at least it is something. So we have to acknowledge that. We have to help them build on that instead of shutting them down. I had students who did not participate for 2 months of online classes. And last week, they gave me a good performance. And I'm like, this is amazing. It shows that you did something great here. It shows that you put some effort. I love how you changed. Show me more of this. Respect the students. I've always appreciated your creativity. There is no doubt you know a lot about this. And this, even for disruptive students. I'll give you an example. I know I'm giving many examples, but I'm trying to relate this to real life situations. I have a special case student who lost his father a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago. And out of the blue, in the middle of a classroom, he started talking about his father and how he misses him and how the loss taught him a lot about himself. I turned that classroom into therapy session. I called in the school counselor and we talked for 30 minutes with everyone in the classroom to break that awkward silence and to help the student as much as possible. And I told him clearly, I respect that you had the courage to talk about this. I love how you went out of your way, but you talked about your emotion. If you want us to talk about this more after the session, I would love to stay and hear more from you. So respecting the students and understanding that they need to vent out at some point or some turn. And being able to legitimize the students' work. Telling the students that this would be hard to anyone. And I always tell my students, because of the situation in our country, I always legitimately tell the students, I know it's difficult to wake up in the morning. I know it's difficult because the internet cuts so much. But no matter how much you disconnect, I know how hard you work to reconnect and how hard you play a role in my classroom. And I tell them, everyone is worried about this, including myself. And it's one of the things that push me to do more for you. So after courage, let's look at being humble, humility. What is humble listening? So humble listening is like courage, similar to courage, but on your side, not just by empowering other people. Remember the safe ground we talked about,
having a safe environment that tells people that you're ready to listen, trying to understand the person by clarifying information, trying to paraphrase what the person said in your own words. So if you tell me something, I rephrase it in my own words to show you that this is what I understood. And while I do that, I put my judgment aside. There is no bad student. There are bad situations that create a bad environment for people, that pushes people to a certain point. So put your judgment aside and try to understand the point of view of the student. Some students will be so rude to you and will talk to you in a certain way when they're emotional. Put your judgment aside and try to listen to what they're really trying to say. So listening is not multitasking. And I'm going to quote Jim Quick on this. There is no such thing. Science shows that there is no such thing as multitasking. You need 20 to 25 minutes to focus on a task. So if a person is talking to you, even holding your phone while chatting will create a disruptive communication. And this is extremely important. So when you try to listen to somebody, even if you feel it's a trivial matter, do not multitask. Remove every distraction and pay attention. Don't think while the person is saying. Pause. Take a deep breath. Rephrase in your mind. Don't say, oh, I know how it feels. Believe me, I know. That doesn't send a message that you feel what the person is saying or that you know what the person is going through. But by paraphrasing, by giving the answer in your own words, by rephrasing what the person has said, you tell them, you show them that you see it. How many of us missed non-verbal cues with our students? How many of us missed that the students could not contact us eye to eye, or that the student is shaking, or the student keeps their camera off nowadays with the Zoom meetings or the Teams or the Google Classroom? How many times did we notice that our student did not turn on the camera, not even once for a week? And we did not check with the student. What's going on at your home? Are you all right? How do you feel? Okay. Is there anything I can help you? I would love to see your smile. These nonverbal cues are critical for us to know what's going on with our students and with the people around us. And finally, saying yes to everything that people tell me, and saying yes to everything the students tell you, and agreeing with everything everybody said. So losing yourself in order for yourself to feel inclusive. Inclusive is not you agreeing with every single thing people say. And this is extremely important. Do not agree with everything everyone say. Agree to disagree. Move on. Have your own opinion. That's not bad today in the world. So humble listening is being open to different perspectives, using encourages. Please go on. I'm so interested. I'd love to hear more. This is amazing. I'm really sad about this. Clarifying your understanding in your own words, reflecting on meaning and not on the verbs or the verbal communication said. And finally, pausing. Pausing is not awkward silence. Pausing is telling people I'm here and I'm listening. So let's move on. We finished empowerment. We finished courage. We finished humility and humble listening. Let's move on to accountability. How can you be accountable? And accountable starts with us before we hold students, before we hold colleagues, before we hold family members accountable. Accountability starts with us. So how can we be accountable? We start by taking responsibility in our roles, whether it's success, whether it's failure, whether it's a progress. I know what I can do. I know my role in this relationship, in this work environment. I know what I need to do for my students. And then I give them the empowerment and the accountability to go on with their work. It's checking my assumptions and not judging a person based on a single behavior or based on their history, trying to understand what they're going through and how they're experiencing life and their feelings. Practicing our skills, the skills that we're talking about today, that helps. That helps you being accountable to the other person, because if you're communicating inclusively and openly to other people, then you're not as accountable as if you don't talk much. Helping others doing the same, supporting the community, telling the students what they need to do, what they don't need to do. So accountability. To hold people accountable, you need these clear 5 factors. Clear expectation of what they're capable of. So if your students, you expect the students, for example, to complete an essay of 300 to 500 words, you need to make it clear to them that this is what I expect from you, with this structure, with this grammar if you're teaching grammar, with this topic if you gave them a specific topic. So having a clear expectation with a clear deadline. Clear capability. If your students and you're differentiating between your students, you must be able to identify their capabilities. You cannot ask a fish to climb a tree. So you cannot ask a student to write a 500-word essay if they barely can write a paragraph. So you need to make them, empower them to be capable, to be able to give to you, and then you expect from them more. Clear measurement around the way. So if, again, I'll go back to that essay. So if I ask them to write an essay, I'm going to tell them, okay, in a couple of weeks, I'll ask you to give me the outline. The week after I give you feedback, I'll ask you to give me the draft, the first draft. After I check the first draft, we'll work on the final draft. And this will allow you to check the first 2 that we're talking about. Are they meeting your expectations? Are they capable after you training them? And you keep on going forward. And after measurement, with measurement, comes clear feedback. So this goes hand in hand, because clear feedback will give them the capability to do their work, will give them the capability to meet your expectations. So all of these are linked together. And finally, clear consequences. Don't be afraid to give out the clear consequences of every single part of the process. You're not threatening the students. You're not threatening the employees. You're just telling them how it is. If we do this, then we can achieve 1, 2, 3, 4, or we can achieve together. If you don't do this, then we will have consequences. We will have issues going forward. I gave my middle year students last week qualitative data collection through interviews. So as teenagers, they were panicking. But what I did were the 5 C's. I told them my expectations. I made sure they're capable. I told them how I'm going to measure it, even if it's going to take 5 weeks. I gave them clear feedback every time we met. And finally, I told them why they're doing that. Because when they start their high school, their projects, their first year of university, they're expected to do research, to give back to the community. So do I have enough time, guys? Because I exceeded my time, actually.
We're actually ahead of the game, so take a little bit more, and that's fine with you. Yeah.
All right. So I can share a video or 2.
Yeah, the one that you had before, the Brene Brown one, right?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So before we recap, I would love to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful video by Brene Brown. Okay, allow me to open internet, and I hope it's clear.
And Wassim, while people are watching the video, do you want them to be thinking about a specific thing, or what do you want them to maybe write in the comments to show their understanding?
Sure, give me a second.
Yeah, no worries. It's just a thought.
That's an excellent idea. All right. All right, so while we're doing this, I would like everyone to think about, oops, what did I do? Think about this. Please take a minute, ladies and gentlemen, to go through this, to recap the 4 things that we talked about today: empowerment, courage, humility, and what was the last one? Accountability. So please match them to the following recap points while I prepare the video for you. All right. And now I would love to share the sound.
So what is empathy, and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, you climb down. I know what it's like down here. And you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no, you want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with at least. Yeah. And we do it all the time, because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful, and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver, I had a miscarriage. Oh, at least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now, I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
So that was part of the humble listening part, where we should listen to others instead of just responding and saying at least. So sometimes when the students vent out, they just want somebody to listen to hear them, sorry, and not somebody to tell them what to do. I can tell you that that helped me, honestly, in my marriage a lot. That I started listening instead of trying to solve every single thing that happens in my life. So let's recap very quickly on everything we went through today. So which behavior helps you communicate so others feel heard, valued, included? Whether your team at work, your family, or your community, it's empowerment. So I will write it here on the side. So this is empowerment. Well, that's huge. So this is empowerment. So it's not clear. Okay. Which each behavior can apply to your communication to ensure those around you are responsible. That's accountability. My apologies for the text. I'm trying to fix it. There it is. All right. Taking ownership of mistakes, learning from others, and communicating more deeply. That's humble humility. And finally, okay, which each behavior can help you communicate even during difficult times. It is, of course, courage. So this is the H of today. And I would love to leave you with this kind of reflection. If we can read the responses, Armin. Let's test everyone's knowledge.
Sure.
So your student is given an important MIP or DP task. Sorry, I teach in IB school. That's the only thing that came to my mind. You suggest that he or she creates a timeline with specific measurable goals and provide you with a weekly progress report. So which two elements are we talking about here? Again, we're looking for two elements. Are they courage, humility, accountability, or empowerment? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. I'll check the Zoom on my side.
Let's see what they say. You may want to show us the possible responses, kind of like multiple choice, so we can see.
Sure. I'm going to write them on the side.
That's fine.
Yeah, actually, our Facebook Live audiences are giving their answers. Some said it's courage. Some from Mahmoud Tabet, it's courage. From Prakash Medekar, that's empathy. From Aya Itali, that's courage. Lak Jaya give all the answers: empowerment, accountability, humility, courage. Which should be the best answer?
I'm going to keep this on the side. Are you ready, everyone? And the answer is empowerment and accountability. You're empowering them of taking control of their own learning, but you're holding them accountable by providing you reports of their work. So you tell them you have agency over this work, you can do it on your own, I believe in you, okay? But you tell them I need to check with you every step of the way. So please send me a report, or we can have a meeting if you feel more comfortable. Ready to move on? All right. Step
oh,
number
wow.
2.
Ronald Dorado got the correct answer, was in his accountability and empowerment. Congratulations.
Wonderful.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. Part 2. A lesson that you prepared for was not as successful as you had hoped. And your coordinator points this out in a departmental meeting in front of everyone. You acknowledge your mistakes and think about ways to make things differently next time. So which two can we put here?
All right, I would just like to share the answers from our Facebook Live audiences. According to Dr. Bashahaili, accountability can lead to empowerment. Rakaya Mahmoud said it's courage. Karina Vera said it's empowerment. Mabuda said it's accountability.
Okay, so ready everyone? I'm going to move this up. And the answer is courage and humility. You're being humble by accepting your mistakes and accepting that they pointed it out in front of everyone else. You're going to move on. And you're going to have the courage to acknowledge that you made a mistake, but you can make things better. We must have the courage to say, I did something wrong. I grew up in a country where part of the social norm was never apologize for something. You made a mistake, say it's okay and move on. We never say it's okay. We say, I made a mistake, I'm sorry, I'll do things differently next time. Or could you tell me how to make it better next time if you don't know? All right, last part. Your colleagues are having trouble completing a plan, progress report, or project. Instead of helping them write it and telling them, hey, I'd love to do this with you. Okay, we can sit together and I will write it up. You sit down with them and ask them to talk through some of the ideas they have been thinking about. So basically you're telling them, all right, why don't we sit down? I would love to listen to your ideas. We can brainstorm ideas and then you can go forward with it. So, which two?
All right, our Facebook Live audiences are again giving their answer. For Aya Itani, it's humility and courage. For Odalis Monzon Torres, it's courage, humility. For Veronica, it's empowerment. Danthea says, yeah, got the correct answer. And Lakjayo said it's courage and humility. And for Brianna here, it's humility.
All right. So I know it takes courage to tell people, I'm sorry, I can't work on this with you. The answer here is actually empowerment and accountability. You're empowering them to go forward with this project, but you're holding them accountable for the work asked from them. So this is their responsibility. This is their work. You can empower them to do the work, okay, by having the courage to say, okay, I'll sit and I'll listen to your ideas. And if you need any more ideas, I would love to contribute. If they think, for example, you're more creative than others, or they trust you with their decisions, or they'd love to hear your feedback. They know you give excellent feedback. All of these points will basically work out. Just don't do the work for them. All right. So allow me just to clear everything up. So what did we do today? Today we talked about each one of us, all of us together, using empowerment, accountability, courage, and humility. And at the end of this humbling presentation, I would love to share with you one final video if it's possible. And then I'll give you my thank you notes. So can I share with them one final video?
Last one, you got it, Wassim. Go for it.
Last one, awesome. All right, just 1 second. And voila, there we go.
How many of you are blamers? How many?
Hi, my name is Brene.
Let me tell you this quick story. So this is a couple years ago when I first realized the magnitude to which I blame. I'm in my house, I have on white slacks and a pink sweater set, and I'm drinking a cup of coffee in my kitchen. It's a full cup of coffee. I drop it on the tile floor. It goes into a million pieces, splashes up all over me. And the first, a millisecond after it hit the floor, right out of my mouth is this: "Damn you, Steve." Who's my husband? Because let me tell you how fast this works for me. So Steve plays water polo with a group of friends. And the night before, he went to go play water polo. And I said, "Hey, make sure you come back at 10, because I can never fall asleep until you're home." And he got back like at 10:30. And so I went to bed a little bit later than I thought. Ergo, my second cup of coffee that I probably would not be having had he come home when we discussed. Therefore, and so the rest of that story is I'm cleaning up the kitchen. Steve calls, caller ID. I'm like, "Hey." He's like, "Hey, what's going on, babe?" What's going on? So I'll tell you exactly what's going on. I'm cleaning up the coffee that spilled all, like dial tone. Because he knows. How many of you go to that place when something bad happens, the first thing you want to know is whose fault is it? I'd rather it be my fault than no one's fault. Because why? Why? Because it gives us some semblance of control. But here, if you enjoy blaming, this is where you should stick your fingers in your ear and do the na thing, because I'm getting ready to ruin it for you. Because here's what we know from the research. Blame is simply the discharging of discomfort and pain. It has an inverse relationship with accountability. Accountability, by definition, is a vulnerable process. It means me calling you and saying, "Hey, my feelings were really hurt about this," and talking. It's not blaming. Blaming is simply a way that we discharge anger. People who blame a lot seldom have the tenacity and grit to actually hold people accountable, because we expend all of our energy raging for 15 seconds and figuring out whose fault something is. And blaming is very corrosive in relationships, and it's one of the reasons we miss our opportunities for empathy. Because when something happens and we're hearing a story, we're not really listening. We're in the place where I was, making the connections as quickly as we can about whose fault something was.
So at the end of this presentation, intense presentation, again, I apologize for rushing so fast to everyone, but I thought I was very short on time. I'm really honored to be part of this caravan. I'm really honored for the opportunity to speak to all of you. And I'm open to listen to anything and every comment that you'd love to say. If you have a question, if you have a comment, I'd love to hear it.
Thank you, Wassim. That was very insightful and informative.
Do we have Sally? Wassim, people are saying congratulations. We enjoyed this presentation. Thank you. From Mohammed, thank you very much indeed for this good presentation. Awesome session from Yanet. Larissa says, thanks for sharing. Much love and respect. It's an honor. Thanks. Fantastic sharing. All right, Sally?
If she's not here,
Sally's back. Sally's back.
Yes, I'm back. It's the connection. I'm very sorry for that. So as I was saying, we have some questions from the audience. That was beautiful. The interaction was great, and they have some questions for you. Are you ready for this?
Of course. Would love to.
All right. Let's go. How can you control or minimize the disruptors effect that create hindrance in the teaching learning process?
Okay, so if we're talking online, we have the raise hand option in the Zoom. I don't know if we have it in Teams and Google Classroom, but the raise hand option is critical, for example, to allow people to listen. And one of the beautiful things that were said yesterday in a webinar, in a quick webinar that I watched, is telling people it's not rude to mute you all, but if I mute you all, it means I want to listen to you clearly and without any interruption. Okay. The second thing is, again, to rephrase what the person said. So if a student answered us in a certain way, to have the courage and tell them, okay, so you mean 1, 2, 3, 4. I promise you, either the student is going to think that you're reading their minds, or the student is going to clarify their understanding. Okay? So my students go like, teacher, are you a teenager at heart? I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, I am. And it works. So one more time, giving them the chance to be heard by muting everyone and raising the hands. In the classroom, being able to listen and give feedback. Feedback is really critical. And yeah, going to think that you're reading their minds, or the student is going to clarify their understanding. All right, question 2. I hope I answered the question, because I understood it from the point of online lessons and online learning.
Yeah, actually, if you want, I can repeat the question. I don't have a problem.
No, I heard it. But that's how I understood it, basically.
You definitely answered it.
Yeah, thank you. That was great. That was great answer. Very interesting answer indeed. If you want, we can move to question number 2. You mentioned that we need to agree to disagree. Yeah, and Lok Jiahui was asking you if you can elaborate this more.
Okay, so I'm teaching literature. So literature is really argumentative, and people have different opinions about literature. Some of my students love classical literature, some of them love contemporary, some of them just love bestsellers and Hollywood-based movies and things like that. So agree to disagree that we have differences, that we are different people from different backgrounds with different preferences, likes and dislikes. So that's where we agree to disagree. Not every problem has a solution, but sometimes you must have the respect that if you have your opinion, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm not going to judge you over it, but I don't have to agree with it because I'm myself in the end. That's an example of it. So agreeing to disagreeing is just part of our lives. We don't lose friends over it because true friends stay and they appreciate these differences, for example.
That's truly amazing. I really love it how you are elaborating this thing. And we do have one more question. It's the last one, actually. Ms. Jocelyn is asking, how can we encourage timid and shy students and learners?
I'm going to say from personal experience, I don't know how lucky I am to have this. I was a shy student for more than 17 years. I'm talking about the shy students who sits in the classroom, barely says a word, doesn't speak to everyone, even outside in the community, and basically giving them the chance to speak when they want to speak, encouraging them and telling them that they're heard, that they matter, that their opinion is actually going to change things. And my parents never believed this, but when I went to college and I started learning English literature, my professors told them that, listen, this is not the best student. He is shy. He doesn't contribute much, but the classroom doesn't work without him because he has great ideas. He makes the classroom work. And telling that student, even if one-on-one, listen, you make the classroom work. You're creative in this point. You have brilliant ideas in this point. You're an excellent mathematician, for example, if they're good with math. You have an excellent creative scientific mind, or you're a critical thinker. Building on their strong points help them go out of that shy state. And shyness is not bad. Research shows many of today's leaders are actually shy.
Thank you, Wassim and Sally.
My pleasure.
Now we move from Lebanon to a country that is really, really dear to my heart. We call it in Lebanon Dunya, or the mother of the world. It's Egypt, and I will let Mrs. Sally again introduce our presenter from Egypt, Huwaida Alabassi.
So from Lebanon, we are still in the Middle East, and this time I am presenting a new friend to me. We didn't meet long time ago, but we achieved to reach a good friendship through IELTA. So thank you, IELTA, again. And this time I am introducing Miss Huwaida Alabassi. She will talk about the topic about critical thinking skills and creative thinking. But let's talk a little bit about Mrs. Huwaida. She's an English language teacher and a literature teacher with an MA in applied linguistics and more than 15 years of experience. She's a part of the MOE Mentors team in the Egyptian Teachers Academy, the Ministry of Education in Egypt, the School Azhar, and the English teaching team at Zorkan Institute in Menofia. She's a Relocaro Cairo Mentor Program in 2020 US Embassy. She's also a TESOI certified from the Ministry of Maryland. She believes in the power of modern technology in creating the best academic and motivating experiences in teaching. She is a passionate teacher and a dedicated educator too. So ahlan wa sahlan, Mrs. Huwaida. It's the floor is yours, the mic is yours, and good luck.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you so much. I was so excited to be here, actually. Hello, everyone. Good to be here. Okay, let's get started. Give me a second to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Perfect.
Yes, it's perfect.
Thank you. Well, thank you for this nice introduction, Sally. I'm so excited to be with you today. Today's topic is critical thinking and creative thinking in the ELT classroom. Well, it's I guess it's a tough topic for us all, okay? Well, let's see what, do you agree with me that with this statement, some people study all their life and at their desk, they have learned everything except to think. Yeah, I'd like to see your responses in the chat box, please. And Sally or somebody can help me to see what's going on Facebook Live. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. So what's the question? Tell us.
Do you agree with me? Do you agree about this statement? Yes or no?
Sally, you got it. Let's see what they say. Wilder agrees. And do you want them to say why they agree, or it's not necessary? They just say,
not necessarily. I just want to, if they agree with me or not.
All right. Actually, our Facebook Live audiences are already giving their answer. For Wilder, Marcelino Amoros totally agree. Shoshana is not sure. She said, really? Then I strongly agree from Walla Turk. Okay. How about Armin in our Zoom?
Let's see. In the Zoom, we have a couple of responses. Most people are agreeing that with the statement, yeah. But Mohammed said he doesn't agree. Mohammed from Morocco.
It's okay, Mohammed. It's okay. It's your opinion and I respect it. Okay. As for today's agenda, we're gonna talk about critical thinking and creative thinking. And we are going to talk about what is thinking generally and the types of thinking. Critical thinking also standard. We're going to talk about the standards of critical thinking. And we're going to talk about the benefits of critical thinking. And we're going to handle also the barriers and the challenges to critical thinking. Characteristic, and the number 7, we're going to handle the characteristic of critical thinker. Integrating critical thinking and creative thinking in your lesson, how to do so. Wow, it's a big day. Let's wish me luck. Okay, I'm going to ask you, what is thinking? Do you have an idea about the definition of your definition, your humble definition about thinking generally? This is my opening question. You know what? As you start thinking questions and seek answers, you are in fact thinking. This is interactive session. I want you to interact, and I need your answers. Let me check the chat box.
So what is thinking? Question. Okay.
Yeah.
So Reginald says thinking is the level of thinking about thinking. I've heard that as metacognition. Someone said that.
Super. Fabulous. Yeah, wonderful.
Rukaya says, I am thinking right now. I think you are thinking.
You are a thinker, Rukaya.
Doris, it's a mental process. Rukaya said for questions. Tinun said, it's the initial stages of doing. Wassim is writing a function. It's a process for getting a bit more information. Sir Wilder said a reflection inside our mind and our soul. Very deep. Look, Hugh said thinking is brain exercise. Dr. Rukaya said the process of considering or using our brainstorming.
Super. Thank you, Rukaya.
Yeah. Process of learning and reasoning.
Yeah. Okay. We all have these skills in modern age or in our school, the 21st century. I'd love to say that you can classify them as in a different way. This is my classification. If you wish to classify them in a different way, it's okay. Critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication, I call these learning skills. As for information literacy, media literacy, technology literacy, I call them literacy skills. As for flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity, social skills, I call these life skills. If you can classify them in a different way, it's okay. Okay, but what we'll deal with or manage today is the first 2 skills. We're gonna manage or deal with those just 2 skills, okay? In this nice classification, I put it in such a nice diagram. It's okay, let me just share with you this diagram. And then let's go for this question. What does critical thinking mean? Let's be more specific. What does critical thinking mean? What does it mean to be a critical thinker? Write your understanding of the critical thinking. Yes, what do you understand of this concept? What is your perspective in this? Yes.
So we're waiting for some responses. Someone said it's a process.
Yes, related to the mind, of course.
Thinking is a mental process, Jasper says, giving us a certain view, point, or reasoning. I think also your question, Huwaida, is, critical thinking is something different than thinking. So what is what you're asking?
Yeah, super, Armin. Yes. Bingo.
Mahmoud says it's objective about your own thinking. Amy says it's thinking out of the box. Amilcar said deeper thinking.
Good, Mahmoud. Good. Yeah.
Amy goes beyond. Remor said to think with analysis. I would add, like not believing everything that we think is true, questioning.
Super. Yeah. Questioning everything. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay. Thank you so much for your participation and your sharing your ideas. Critical thinking skills. It means to study the problem from all angles and then exercise your best judgment to draw conclusions. Another definition is stated by Michael Scriven and Richard Ball, just to use a different language to talk about the subject. He stated that critical thinking is the intellectually disciplined process of actively and skillfully conceptualizing, applying, analyzing, synthesizing, and evaluating information gathered from or generated by observation, experience, reflection, reasoning, or communication as a guide to belief and action. No wonder as you start thinking a question and seek answer, you are in fact thinking. These problem solving, brainstorming solutions, and evaluating, decision making, it's a clarity of purpose also. In case of evaluating, you should have fairness to evaluate consequences, risks, and opportunities with open mind. I guess the question plays a very vital role in this skill, concerning this skills. Questions define the path of our thinking. They determine the evidence that we seek, and they lead us to a new skills of understanding. Never stop asking questions. John Dewey, in his book, Democracy and Education, which was published in 1960, when he put forward the vision of education that includes a focus on solving problems, and added that schools should reflect what society needs, so that classrooms are laboratories for solving real and life problems. As for the next stage, creative thinking, I guess we are moving smoothly to another concept which is near to my heart, generating new ideas by combining. This is critical thinking. You generate ideas by combining, changing, or altering, or reapplying existing ideas. Let's give some example. Individual who carries out a new combination, such as introducing a new good, introducing a new method. You see, it's a critical. The critical thinking is a type of thinking that questions assumptions. It is a way of deciding whether a claim is always true. Sometimes it's true, partly true, or false. But as for creative thinking, it's generating new ideas. I guess now we need to elaborate more. Yes, I guess this figure will tell us more. As you can see, we have here, we have taxonomy, has classified lower order or lots and HOTS, higher order thinking, lower order thinking, and we have here this basic comprehension of, for example, for a passage or for a reading comprehension, and we have creative thinking. In the middle, we have this critical thinking to reach, and we at the end we reach creative thinking. I have grouped under this category of basic comprehension, critical thinking, and creative thinking, as shown in this figure, being mindful of the need to incorporate all three in our lessons. Critical thinking is an integral part of learning, not an isolated esoteric activity. Next, types of thinking. I guess I love this slide so much. It took me a lot of time to design. You know, critical thinking, it's analyzing the situation or the problem, evaluating it, and using your reason. And then it is connected to problem solving, decision making. At the end, you have this creative thinking and you reach to new ideas. That's what we need our students or our kids to reach from what we are giving them in our institution. Actually, if you have a look at this definition, thinking is a organized cognitive process that we use in ours to make sense of our world. Yes, it gives you sense to the whole world. You don't need to memorize definition, okay? Just to understand and practice the core critical thinking skills. Yes, simultaneously we can say critical thinking is a skillful, responsible thinking that facilitate good judgment. Do you agree with me? Yeah. Next. Okay. Types of critical thinking. I guess this classification. Yeah. Okay. You analyze, evaluate, reason, problem, decision, etc. This classification, like sequencing, finding reasons and conclusions, uncovering assumptions. You see, evaluation, assessing basic information, determining the reliability of a source. When you get a source, when we have our students at the faculty or even at school, they need to get more credibility of the sources they are searching, as we have it is open to research and open to everything around us. Determining the accuracy of the source is super important. Okay, next. Critical thinking standards. Critical thinking has a standard. The most significant one is clarity. Yes, clarity and accuracy, precision, relevance, etc. But I guess this slide is more elaborative. You see, clarity, when I say, could you elaborate further? Could you give me an example? As for accuracy, how could we check on that? How could we find out if it is true? As well for precision, and this is important standard, could you be more specific? Could you give me more details? Relevance, how does that relate to that question and problem? Depth, what factors make this a difficult problem? How complex is it? Breadth, do you need to look at that from another perspective? Do you need to consider another point of view? And logic, you have to relate your logic. And significance. Significance, is this the most important problem to consider? Fairness. Do I have any vested interest in this issue? To help a student learn, teacher should pose questions. I guess, which probe students' thinking. You have to ignite their thinking abilities. If a statement is unclear, for example, we cannot determine whether it is accurate or relevant. For example, this chicken weighs over 300 pounds, okay? This chicken weighs over 300 pounds. A statement can be clear, but not accurate. For example, when I say John is tall, John is tall. This statement can be both clear and accurate, but not precise. When I say John is 2.29 meters tall, I guess it's precise now. Sometimes a statement can be clear, accurate, and precise, but not relevant to the question at issue, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Yes, critical thinking today is #1 skill. If you don't agree, you can chat with me now, or you can write whatever you wish.
Yeah. I have a question. Why is it such an important skill?
Yeah.
Why do people think it's important? And if you disagree with Huwaida, that's okay too.
Thank you for this question. It was, yes, it's a significant question, Armin. Thank you so much for this question. Yes, why? Why it is #1?
I want to see some of your responses.
Let's check the responses first.
Yeah, let's see what.
Let me see the Facebook Live.
Why is this important in the world that we live in?
Yeah.
Definitely thinking about how information is given to us often.
I see here in the chat box that Prakash said, can thinking out of box or building a new ideas based already existed be considered as creative thinking? Yes, creative thinking is it's a little bit tricky. Yes, I guess, Prakash, that when you reach the basic thinking skills, and then you criticize, or you are a critical thinker on what you have from a source, if you have a source, and then when you apply and synthesize new ideas, this is what we call creative ideas. You reach creativity at this stage. Yes, let's check for more. Yes, we have here, because we do have creative generation. I agree with you. Yes, Sarah. Because we have agreed. Yes, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, for this sharing. Yes, #1. I guess so many people. Yes, yes.
I like what Don Fred said. Don Fred said there's a lot of fake news. So, we need this skill.
Yes, that's we call fallacies. Fallacies we have in the news. It's a big, critical thinking could take more than one session. It could take, like a month. Yes, it's a big issue. It's a big topic.
Right.
Yeah.
We also have someone who's saying it's a skill that leads and helps us to improve others. So instead of only being critical of them, we can also improve by being critical thinkers.
Yes, when you accept ideas without thinking, what is the difference between being a critical thinker and you accept what is produced to you from other people, from media, from anywhere? What is the difference? Yeah. Okay, I guess we are running out of time. Let's proceed. Okay, now we go to what are the barriers and challenges to critical thinking? Critical thinking, yes, it is. We have already challenges from your perspective, of course, from your experience. I'd love to hear or see your sharing here in the Facebook Live. Thank you, Rukaya. Yes, higher order thinking. I guess we have a challenging when we apply such a topic in our teachings. Aya, any suggestion to help improving these skills? Okay, we are coming to it, Aya. We're coming to it. We are going to discuss such activities that can enhance or boost our critical thinking in our classes, etc. Okay, coming to it. Yes, very personal view of a person. Perfect. Garliden Rome. Perfect. Yes, personal view. Okay. Hesitation. Yes, Mian. Hesitation. Okay. What are creative and critical thinking skills? Okay. Let me go for this slide again. Yes. The difference between creative thinking and critical thinking. Oops. Okay, I will go to it. It's coming, no worries. Okay, let's discuss the barriers that stands in our way first. Okay, it takes time. Yes, it takes time. Yes, you know what? It takes effort too. Yes, when you apply your critic, you are a critic. It takes time. You rest your mind. You don't have to. Most of us don't like to think. Yes, it's mind exhausting. Yes, thank you so much. Okay. Let me just share with you these challenges. It's be a barrier to critical thinking. We have 5 main barriers, like egocentrism, self-centered thinking, self-interested thinking, self-serving bias, yeah, and sociocentrism, centered thinking. I think in my community, I just confirm rules, and I have a group bias. Unwarranted assumptions. Believe that you are presumed to be true without adequate evidence or justification. Assumption. Stereotyping. Yes, this is unwarranted assumption. Wishful thinking. I do what I wish. Yes. Believing that something is true. Yes, because one wishes it were true. I like it to be so. Yes, believing that something is true. I believe it, and yeah, I believe it's true. So I like to believe it like this. We call it wishful thinking. Relativistic thinking. It's like subjectivism. You are subjective, not objective. Culturalism, cultural relativism. Yeah, when you are stuck to your culture, you are stuck to yourself. This is we call relativistic thinking. I guess there are the main or the 5 barriers or challenges that faces us in critical thinking. Okay. This is some summarize what we have already covered, but we have elaborated for more. Need of significant data, inclination, bias, superstition. Yes, superstition could be a barrier. Yes, we have so many societies still in this modern world that believe in superstition. Yes, sometimes this barrier, sociocentrism, we have already just mentioned. Okay, bear weight when you are stuck to your peers, thoughtless, mindfulness, non-confirmation, narrow-mindedness, yes, closed-mindedness, doubt of reason, stereotyping, baseless suspicions. And yes, sometimes I get suspicious of everything, but it's not, but it is baseless. Okay, so many, in fact. Okay, let's move to this item of our agenda today. as you start asking questions we call characteristic of a critical thinker. I guess what is the difference between a critical thinker and the uncritical thinker? He have the one who is a critical thinker, have a passionate drive for clarity, precision, accuracy. Yes, he's accurate. Relevance. He's not talking outside what we are talking about. He has consistency, logicalness, completeness, and fairness. Let's have a look at the one who is uncritical thinker. He often thinks in ways that are unclear, imprecise, inaccurate. These are sensitive to ways in which critical thinking can be skewed or by ecocentrism, sociocentrism, wishful thinking, as we have already said, as we have already mentioned. They often fall prey to egocentrism, sociocentrism, wishful thinking, etc. Thinking is a purposeful, organized cognitive process that we use to make sense of our world. As for the type of creative and critical thinking, what is critical thinking? It is, the general term given to a wide range of cognitive and intellectual skills needed to, effectively identify and analyze and evaluate an argument. This is critical thinking, the one who asked about the critical thinking. And I'd like to go to creativity in a minute. As for the critical thinker, he's open-minded, honest, has courage, passion, aware. He is welcoming to criticism. He is independent. I asked you about the critical thinker. This is the opposite of what should be occurring in our schools. We teach children what to think instead of how to think. I guess I need your participation here. I need your sharing. What do you think? Yes. Give me that we teach our children what to think instead of how to think. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yeah. We're going to see their responses.
I guess.
I think Mohammed saying he agrees. I think that to have an orderly classroom, everyone sitting, being quiet, we want to control what they think. We don't want them to think about everything. We only want them to think about certain things. But let's see some responses. So you're asking people, do they think this is a problem, or what exactly, just so that we can see what they're going to respond?
I guess you agree or not, or you disagree? This is my question. Do you agree? Yes. Veronica says they love to be listener. Yes, your students like to be listener. They don't want to participate or communicate with each other. Veronica. Yes, Karina say I agree. Yes. I see here that Reynald totally agree. This is why we are teachers, not to only give answers, but to teach them how to get the answers. Yes, Juliane, it's a powerful statement, yes. Okay, in the environment where knowledge is rapidly changing, it's actually cannot be productive to simply memorize new or isolated facts. Yes, I guess so true. Yes, you agree. Yes, Rukaya. A critical thinker determines whether or not they respond to reality. A critical thinker seeks the truth with objectivity, integrity, and fair-mindedness. Yes, this is a critical thinker. To develop this critical and creative thinking in our students, I'll give you an example. Start your brainstorming by divergent thinking. The idea is reverse the question. Don't ask what is the right way to learn, for example, vocabulary. Ask what is the wrong way to learn, for example, vocabulary. Don't memorize facts. We need to process information. Think outside of the box. And divergent thinking, I just mentioned, it's also critical thinking and also a creative thinking. Critical thinking is a process of examining and testing proposition to determine whether or not they correspond to reality. I guess I have a problem with this screen. Okay, I don't want you now. Okay. It seeks to move the learner from the state of passive recipient, as in the case of lecture method, to the learner's positivity and effectiveness in the educational situation, as in the case of active learning strategies, by targeting higher order thinking skills such as analysis, synthesis, evaluation, depending on educational situation and activities, different that entails research, experimentation, work, and self or group learning as well, to acquire skills, obtain information, and form attitudes and values. Critical thinking can be thought of scientific thinking, method used by ordinary people. I love this. Simultaneously, it is relevant to the scientific method in critical thinking mimics the scientific method. We question identified, and then hypothesis formulated, and then relevant data gathered, and we reach to hypothesis that is tested, and in the end, finally, we reach reliable conclusion drawn. Scientific method is the only reliable method for discovering reliable knowledge. This is something I myself believe in, that scientific is the only reliable method for discovering a reliable knowledge. I guess we reached the part of activities that are gonna help us in our teachings. This question is so important. Integrating critical thinking into your lesson. Can you think of some activities to enhance critical and creative thinking? These activities to recharge the learner's brain. I need your help now in the chat box or even on Facebook Live.
You got it, Huwaida. So we're going to see if people can think of their own. Now, Huwaida, are these things they have done or things they can do in the future? Or either?
Yes, either. It's okay. If they either, it's okay.
Okay. Great. So someone wrote problem-solving activities. So you may want them to explain, like Donna said, that specifically what kinds of problems are they solving, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Richa is saying interpretation-based activities, so interpreting what types of activities. I like that. Wassim said asking students to come up with their ideas about a project. All right. Oh, Giuliani is saying vocabulary puzzles.
Yes. Yes, we have many activities, by the way.
Oh,
if you applied any of these activities, just let me know.
I think Rena's moving in a nice direction when she said real life situations, because school should not be different from real life.
Yeah, good.
Alyssa said think, pair, share. Yeah, Anka, peer learning, so learning from each other. Grammar.
I guess people said debate, mind the map.
How about grammar exercises? How can we make a grammar exercise critical thinking? Because it is critical thinking, but how?
Yeah, very good. Good question, by the way. How can we make a grammar exercise and question? I have a slide here, but if I show it to you, I will stop sharing. Okay, let me, please remind me, Armin, in the end to show this slide. How can I apply grammar to the thing? Okay,
all right.
I'll answer you in the end, okay?
That's fine. Amy said current issues.
Okay, let more responses.
Yeah, error analysis, role play, writing, and critical thinking. Recipicio said. Luz said a series of short video sessions looking at critical thinking. Prakash said suggesting another title. Creating.
I like that.
I know we had Yuliia. She was doing that.
Appreciate that.
Glenn had her students evaluate materials.
Debates, yeah.
Is.
Mm-hmm.
We got some great ideas, Huwaida. Context-based grammar, Rika is saying. So, like,
yeah, super. I'm happy that it's all ideas, and I guess you are feeling such activity. Okay, this activity, I want you to focus and see what can you see.
Okay, they're gonna respond what they can see.
What can you see? Yeah, what can you see?
Okay. So thank you everyone for sharing your wonderful.
What can you see in this picture?
I can see it. I'd rather be the left side of his body, not the right side. But it's interesting.
Why is he wearing an old shoes with a new shoes? Why do you think? What do you think?
Khalil says being unique.
Mm-hmm.
Amy,
yes, Khalil.
In the beginning. Karina, table games. Oh, that's something else. That's something else. A different, Yasmin says 2 different shoes, but the question is why?
Yes, why? Yes, that's it. This activity you can give your students to ignite their creativity.
Sally said same shoe, but one is worn out.
Yeah. Okay. Why?
Old techniques, new techniques. Doris said to make us think. Mahmoud said a person wearing 2 torn shoes of different types. Luz said creating a series of activities. Yes, they are a pair of shoes.
I like Don said not being logic. Can you see, Armin? Not being logic. Don said
not being logical. Right. You know, this is something that's a good. Someone could just say they're brown shoes, they're old, but that's very superficial, the surface, right, Huwaida? You want people to go deep.
You don't look to. deeper. Yeah, I want them to go deeper in this activity. I mean, why we address our students with such activities? It makes their mind work. This is what we are seeking. We are going after. Okay, this is one activity that you can give to your student, and this is another one. The one who asked me about how to ignite their creativity, their critical thinking. Ask the participant to list various uses for. You give them some object by creativity. For example, a cup can be used as jewelry box, or the folder can act as a coaster. Encourage them to keep surprising to see the variety of answers that you get. That's it. That's what we want our students to do. Now we have another activity. Think about 10, please, fasten your seatbelts and get ready. We are going to get a very, very nice activity. Think about 10 original uses of the items you are about to see. That's it. You cannot list things that are already used for. This can be fanciful, but at least approach practicality. Describe each use in a sentence or two. Ready? Fasten your seatbelts, please. Okay, go. Okay. Uses for a steak knife. Not the original uses, please. Okay. Think of creative.
Let's encourage.
Okay. I'll give you an example. Okay, maybe some people see this is ambiguous. Okay, I'll give you another example. Use this wood of plastic handle of 2 or 3 to make a hot pot for serving casserole or a soup in hot container. And this sometimes I do myself in my kitchen. Use it to measure a spot for a new sofa so that you can go to the store. You will know how many steak knife units long new sofa can be. Or use it to drill holes in a plaster poured wall. I guess we don't use the usual. Okay, now your turn. A spoon. Yeah.
Okay, 30 seconds. Go.
I'm waiting for the responses. Okay, go.
Right. Someone said they could.
Luck said digging in the dirt. Wow, Luck.
Very good.
Echo. How? Wow. Yes, cut, kill. Oh, no killing.
But that's the thing, is we want to let our minds go free, but also be.
Okay. Super. I'm so happy. Thank you. Use it as a roller. Yes, Dawn. Good. Super. Oh, fabulous. Wonderful. Oh, I see. Dig the hole. We already mentioned it. So now a spoon. Can you dig a hole in a spoon with a spoon? A mirror? Wow. A mirror. Super. I like this creative picture. Yes, Luz.
A bottle cap opener.
Okay. Hammer. Could it be used as a hammer? Maybe.
If you don't have a hammer, I think it's a great point. For makeup, Odelis is going to be putting makeup. For face yoga exercises in the mouth. Okay, Anka.
We are getting creative answers, and you are all fabulous. You are so wonderful. Awesome.
Falafel with it.
Awesome. You scratch your back. Wow.
Remy is going to be fixing the eyeliner along the eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sometimes we ladies, we do so. Yes, as ladies, we do so.
Rize will really scratch her back. Don's held as an egg. So Huwaida, how is this creative and critical? This is really exciting.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, your turn. A fan. not the original uses, please. Don't tell me the original uses of a fan. I myself, I use it to dry with clothes sometimes.
I use it to put new smells into the room where I am. I put some sort of perfume behind it, and it just puts nice smells throughout the room.
Yeah, good. You are creative too.
Okay.
Drying your hair, maybe.
Yeah, you could dry clothes.
Musical instrument. Wow, Amy. Amy, you are creative, Amy. Dry my hair, yeah. To eat? How could you eat with a fan?
No, because you could use the fan to cut the meat or cut whatever you're eating, and you can put the salad inside. You use it for cutting.
Okay, I guess we are running out of time. Okay, now thank you so much for your responses here. It's Susie, my baby. Yes. Yes, sometimes when it is so hot. Okay, I need you to work when you give your, okay, why do you think these people are sleeping here? What could be the news, the story behind this photo? We have people here sleeping in the open, okay? I need an answer. When you give your students such activity, it ignites their critical thinking skill. The one who asked me about the difference between critical and creative. I guess this activity ignites their thinking and creative thinking skill. When you cool the hot food, yes, Vesica, Vesica, yes, the fan. People are still responding. You are so nice, guys. Sweeping the floor. Wow. You sweep the floor with a fan. Cancellation of the flight. Yes, maybe good. Yes, they are sleeping because of cancellation of flight. Good, Larissa, yeah. I can see so many responses. Oh, they are all creative. Yes, maybe it's summer. Yes, maybe yoga, maybe, or a camp, maybe. I guess your mind your mind started to work to get new and innovative ideas. Excavation area, maybe, yes. Evacuation, maybe it's evacuation. Maybe they are refugees, maybe, yeah. Sleeping therapy. Do you guess? I guess sleeping therapy. Yes, too. Mediating. Oh, they are doctors. Doctors sleeping in the open.
Huwaida, what's nice about these kinds of activities is they create new connections in people's brains, and you can also bring in any vocabulary about any topic by making these new and funny connections, and it's better for memory.
I love your comment, Armin. Yes, when you come up with new vocabulary, and we can, be creative. I'm not telling or informing you to do so. No, just be creative. Be yourself. You can do more than this. Okay, critical thinking. I guess it's a problem solving. Creativity too. Yes, we come up with creativity after critical thinking. Yes, and decision making. We reach decision, right decision, of course. Strategic thinking, organization, planning, openness. I love this slide. I love it. It's the critical thinking is the raw material for all such things. I guess I answered your question before getting to the end. The one who I guess Armin, somebody asked me, maybe Amy asked me, or Larissa, I guess. No worries. Okay. Critical thinking skill, problem and solutions should be looked at from different perspectives, relying on different sources of information. You don't depend on one source. You go to YouTube, you go to Google, you go to Twitter, Facebook, you go to reading books, reading newspaper, whatever. You don't rely on one source. You go to different various sources. There may be more than one correct answer. I guess we all agree that even the scientific facts, it's made by humans. Do you agree with me? Of course, that it could be right or wrong, not automatically accepting convenience. Critical thinking is effective problem solving. That's it. It's related to problem solving. That is critical thinking. When you solve problem, you need creative thinking. Critical and creative thinking. I guess this slide answers your questions too. Become proficient in a language. For example, learners need to use creative. That's what Armin have already mentioned just a minute ago. And the critical thinking through the target language. This is Kaplan have already again to become proficient in a language. Learners need to use creative and critical thinking through the target language. And the activities I already shown you, that's the definition. Now I will ask you some questions and you can read this question. The teacher works to accustom his student to think in what? In a systematic, scientific, and logical way in dealing with problems. Is realistic. He listens well and encourages students to express their different opinions and accept them all. Students are encouraged to all or any problem they face so that they do not stand helpless or do nothing. That's our mission as educators. Students are allowed to see many sources of information as we. I want to say
Huwaida, Sally has two questions. We're losing you a little bit with the connection, but Huwaida, Sally has two questions for you that were asked from the audience. Is it possible Sally can ask them to you?
Yes, hello? Of course. Hello.
Yes.
Armin, are you saying you are using me?
Yes, Sally's going to ask you some questions from our audience. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just we couldn't hear you. So can she ask you questions?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, Sally.
All right. There were some questions that we spotted on the audience comments on Facebook. And here we go. Question number one.
Okay.
Could you please elaborate
Sally,
more
I haven't finished yet. Sally.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Will you give me okay, second, I'm gonna okay, I'm about to finish. Okay, what time is left, guys?
You're fine, go ahead, just finish up. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. Now we need to know what strategies can we get to promote critical thinking. Make lesson plans that include thinking skill. and ask thought-provoking question. Questioning is so important. How do you know? Why? Like that. Call on a student to tell what they understand. Connect each lesson to students' experience. I guess this is important. Ask a student to summarize the lesson creatively. I guess this is for higher stages, not for kids, to summarize the lesson creatively. This applies to higher ages. Examine methods and process, reasons and causes, alternative options. In that case, learners is positive and participant in the educational process. He initiates, he interacts, he discusses, he asks, he searches for information, from multiple sources, and he practices in a lesson planning and the implementation. You see, you can ask yourself as a teacher this question, or even as a learner, he can ask himself, what can I do differently? What is my role? What activities should I include? Yes, this is what we call planning, effective planning, lesson planning. The idea is how a systematic approach to questioning, divided into descriptive, analytical, and evaluated stages, you see, can be used to develop critical thinking across teaching and learning. So encouraging innovation and renewal on their part to increase their self-confidence. When you give unfamiliar answers to such an activity, you feel like a confidence, self-confidence. You are encouraged to renew to innovate. I guess it's all related to inquiry and the problem solving. I guess you agree with me. Yes, inquiry, solving a problem. I guess also they are related to active learning, this active learning process. The teaching methods combines identifying the psychological, emotional, and sensory needs of learners, their learning methods and goals in the different stages of development. Consulting with the students, you have to consult your student, in the goals and procedures for achieving them. I guess Finland Finland, I read an article first in doing so. They consult the students in even the curriculum and the goals they gonna achieve in the lesson. They use their views and ideas in education and encouraging innovation, like renewal on their part to increase their self-confidence. I guess we need to revise ourselves and our institutions in such practices. Okay. Problem and solutions should be looked at from different perspectives. How? For example, let me elaborate. Limited critical thinking is driven by personal experience. Sometimes I think from my perspective, from my own personal experience, and emotions. Sometimes emotions is the judge in that case, and lack consideration of what evidence to support point made. I have no evidence. Can you judge this? No, I have no evidence. Just emotions, just personal experience. Conversely, high-level critical thinking. Let's go to this systematic, scientific way. High-level critical thinking considers more than one perspective. It draws on evidence before coming to a conclusion. You see, it draws on evidence before coming to a conclusion, and recognize that further research may change current thinking. I guess here change come. Here change current thinking. Okay, you change the concepts, the ideas. Again, fasten your seatbelt again. We will go on another journey. Activities to generate ideas and boost creative thinking. Making comparison, compare, categorizing. I will give you a real from my own practices at my classes. As I work at a high school, I do such activities. I give them activities of categorizing, sequencing, focusing attention, memorizing, exploration, exploring space, exploring time, exploring numbers, making associations, analyzing cause and effect, making decision, solving a problem, creative thinking activities too. Okay, I will start now. Please get ready. What is the one thing shared by all three items in the same group? I give you, voila, here we are. Cow, a shoe, a baby. What is common between the three? I guess it's a tongue. And I tell them, what is common between a zipper, a shark, and a coon? They can give me this. I need to hide this. I'm sorry, I have to hide the answer. Oh, no worries, it's okay. A river, a person, a cave. They are, what is common? A mouse of a river. A restaurant goer, a bird is the Senate. The bell, yes, the Senate. Okay, how to boost your students' creative critical thinking? Again, the same question. To boost your student critical and creative thinking, you need to do what? Wow. Questioning. Again, can you design can you see a possible solution to blah, blah, blah? If we have possible solution to this mathematical problem, for example, if you had access to all resources, how would you deal with this? I have something here of an issue. You have a topic, for example, and you have access to all these resources. How would you deal? I guess it's open-ended question. What would happen if, how many ways can you create new or unusual use for, etc. Okay, I guess these are super helpful for your classes and for your, yeah.
We just want to give a little bit of time for the responses of questions now, because
I have 3 slides left, okay? Okay. All right. Okay. Let me go in a minute, like a flash. Okay. Creating potential creative activities. Now let's go invent. I will ask them. Invent a machine to do a specific task. Design a robot to do your homework. Create a new product. Give it a name and plan a marketing campaign. I can tell them, write your feelings in relation to. Write a TV show, play, puppet show, role play, song, or pantomime about. Design a new money system. These are creative activities. Think outside, you have to, my final tips at last. Think outside the box. Think inside the box too. Ask the right questions. This is important. Allow thinking time. Share like an artist. Review like a critic. Okay, you like this? Okay, thank you. Okay, you have to set your goal before getting to your classes or even Zoom classes. You have to foster diversity. You have to create flexible assignment ranging from simple to complex choices. Solving complexity. Ask, investigate, create, discuss, reflect again, and it's the same tournament. It's inquiry-based learning. Finally, let's recap what we have already covered today. Thank you so much. Look, listen, as a teacher, as education, learn, ask a question, understand key concepts, navigate ideas, create a prototype, highlight and fix. Focusing on building community and integrating creativity to meet student online learning needs. Now we have a revolutionary age. I need you to answer such questions. What can I do differently to boost thinking critically? What is my role as a creative teacher? What activities should I include? Right? This is my turn, and I will go to your turn in a minute. This is final statement. The pandemic situation underlines how important interaction is, and creativity encourages this type of real exchange of ideas. Yeah. Now, thank you so much. I'm open to your question, and thank you for your time. Okay.
Wonderful. That was such a great presentation and so interactive. Huwaida, we're going to encourage you to jump into the Facebook chat and respond to all the questions, because people do have questions for you. If you could respond to them in writing, that would be great, okay?
How to get a link to a certificate? I guess we have already posted.
Yeah, I answered this, Huwaida. I sent them the link. Thank you.
Great.
I sent them the link.
Ideas for class.
Thank you once again.
I did it. Thank you, City. Thank you so much. Fabulous, as Armin said. Thank you, Don. Yes. So I'm open to questions. Okay.
Yeah. So
Sally.
We're not going to do questions now because it's Amjed's turn. You're going to respond to questions
on Facebook.
In that box of Facebook, okay?
Okay, I need to say something here, that the questions that I was collecting, they were answered. They were answered throughout the PowerPoint. So the questions I prepared are already answered. Thank you, Huwaida.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Armin. Thank you guys for supporting me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Huwaida. So Armin, do you know where we're going now?
Yeah, well, we're gonna, just because people are already wondering about the certificates, you're on a free trip, everyone. Deal with Google Forms and certificates after the trip is over.
True.
Okay? Anyone who's so concerned about a Google form is missing the whole point of this event. This event is about traveling the world for free and learning from teachers. We'll give you a certificate at the end, but right now we're going to Iraq. So tell us a little bit, who are we going to meet in Iraq?
We're going to meet Amjed, and we have Ms. Haneen, who will tell us a bit about him. She's going to present Amjed from Iraq. Haneen.
Hello, everyone. Greetings from Lebanon. Welcome again to the Teacher Caravan 2021. As a member of IELTA and a school teacher for English language, allow me to present our next speaker. Our speaker is a public high school teacher and a language trainer at the Imperial Academy for the English language at Iraq branch. He's also a Fulbright teacher 2016-2017 and a field researcher for the British Council since 2018. He got a master's degree in linguistics and a TESOL certificate. He has started his job directly after his grad in 2013. Throughout the years, he has been teaching and he has devoted lots of passion for this profession. He has taught English to Iraqis at school level, uni level, and beyond in private and public institutions. He has also taught Arabic to American uni students. This is a long biodata but interesting one. Over and above, his teaching centers on helping people in both places, school and workplaces, in order to develop their language and communication skills so they can work and study effectively, also present themselves confidently to the world, and to accomplish the goals they set for themselves. So, our enthusiastic attendees, our speaker in his presentation, is going to tackle the difficulties Iraqi teachers face when they switch from the traditional method of teaching to the communicative approach. He also wants to emphasize the effect of the examination system in this issue. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our speaker from Iraq, Amjed Al-Rickaby. The platform is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Haneen, for introducing me.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm just uploading my file.
It's completely fine.
Okay. Is it visible to you now?
All right, try to reshare it, unshare, and then share again.
Okay.
Yeah. Amjed has the coolest background out of everyone who was here today. Art, books. Yeah, we can see it now, I believe. So that's perfect. Yes.
Okay. So teachers and educators from around the world, welcome to the Teacher Caravan. My name is Amjed Al-Rickaby. I am an instructor at Al-Mustaqbal University College for the time being. I teach English grammar to students at the Department of English. So my presentation topic is very much concerned with the Middle East, and especially in Iraq, Syria, Jordan. We're still suffering from the problems associated with shifting from the traditional method of teaching English to the communicative method. So I know this topic could be old news for teachers from other parts of the world, but it's very relevant here.
Could you possibly click slideshow so we can see it larger? We want to see everything just on the bottom right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, so this topic could be old news for teachers from other parts of the world, but in the Middle East, and especially in Iraq, Syria, Jordan, even Iran, this is still very relevant. We are still suffering from the effect of the traditional methods of teaching English, like the grammar translation approach or structural approach. So today I'm going to talk about the challenges that face teachers in these countries, and especially in Iraq. And I may suggest some possible solutions to these problems. Before I move to the next slide, I'd like to share these 3 questions with you. Sorry. So why do teachers shift from the traditional methods of teaching English, the communicative method? And what are the problems that are associated with the application of the communicative language teaching? And finally, what solutions could be suggested to deal with these problems? You know, that if the target of teaching a foreign language is to use the language, then communicative language teaching seems to be an ideal teaching model. The goal with this method is to use the language, English in this case, as a medium of communication. However, the application of this method in some EFL context make this method unsuccessful and the learning outcomes not to be efficient enough. In my presentation, I intend to evaluate the problems that are associated with the application of this method,
and what possible solutions could be made to deal with these problems. So awareness of these problems and these solutions can be helpful to teachers in managing their teaching activities for the successful implementation of this method. So concerning my first question, which is why do teachers shift from the traditional method to the communicative method, is that the answer could be that in the field of second language acquisition, there are many theories about the most effective way of learning a foreign language or acquiring the forms of the new language. Recently, more language teachers have noticed the failure of form-focusing approach in developing the learner's communicative ability in real-life situations, and thus decided to shift to the communicative language teaching method, especially when this method proved very successful in other contexts, especially in Western countries. This method highlights the learner's communicative competence, which can be defined simply as the learner's ability to efficiently express what they mean in the target language and successfully achieve communication in real-life situations. So in order to do so, learners not only need to acquire the linguistic knowledge, but also the pragmatic knowledge of the target language that make them convey their messages successfully in the target language. The rationale for using the communicative language teaching method is that the teacher should act as the facilitator to create a student-centered classroom and engage learners in authentic, and meaningful communications with the goal to increase comprehensible language input for learners and expect them to generate more output. So teachers need to design learning tasks with clear objectives and consider what learning tasks or materials are to benefit the students' acquisition of both the target linguistic and pragmatic knowledge. The application of this method to English teaching as a foreign language has recently been debated. So although this approach tends to involve learners in more authentic and interactive learning tasks that promote both comprehensible input and learners' language output, teachers still find it difficult and challenging to adopt and to maximize the learning competence. In my country and the neighboring countries, numerous attempts have been made to introduce the communicative language teaching method in teaching English, both on the EFL countries' own initiatives or through international aid projects from America or from British Council. Well, in theory, these theories usually make teachers energetic and willing to adopt it. And even the schools are very welcoming and consider it as a brand method. But in practice, this method often turned out not to be successful as when used in ESL context. So in the next slide, I'm going to discuss with you why is it sometimes unsuccessful in the context of some Middle Eastern countries. And I will talk about Iraq as an example. So the problems that I will talk about here are four. There are many, but I just selected four of them. The first one is the learning motivation, and the second is the impact of examination system. Third, the lack of teaching resources, and fourth, the load of teacher responsibilities. So to start with the first one, which is the students' motivation. In fact, we as teachers of English suffer from the problem that our students have low intrinsic motivation to communicate in the foreign language. And in fact, students do not need to speak English to communicate. In a setting like Iraq, where English is taught as a foreign language, students usually learn with low intrinsic motivation. English may be deemed irrelevant with the students' needs because the language is not part of our. It's unlike the situation with Western countries or ESL context in general. Students have high intrinsic motivation because the language is part of their everyday life. By living in a second language environment, students usually have a higher chance to use the language, whether to communicate with others or for professional needs like finding a job. The second issue that our students suffer from is that the sources of their motivation are different. You know that without an English-speaking environment, motivations become more a product of curricular demands, pressure from exams, and academic and professional success. So instead of demand of communication, our students only focus on their examinations or how to pass their examinations. They don't need the English language to communicate with others. We don't have native speakers. So the language teaching that takes communicative competence as the invariable goal doesn't fit in EFL context, where learners' engagement in social interaction with native English speakers is minimal. The third issue that causes the students' motivation to be very low is that the absence of English native speakers. And in fact, one of the most difficult problems in making classroom learning communicative is the absence of native speakers. You know that communicative language teaching is more successful in English as a second language context because the students have the motivation to work on oral English because they need it in their lives. In contrast to the situation where English is taught as a foreign language. And due to some physical limitations, such as the purpose of learning English, learning environment, teachers' English proficiency, and the availability of authentic English materials, communicative language teaching means much more difficulties during its application. So an example comes from Iraq here. So Iraqi students do not feel the pressing need to use English. Therefore, the goal of communicative competence seems too distant from them. Unlike ESL learners who need to use the target language in everyday life for surviving in the target culture, Iraqi students generally do not have adequate access to English outside of the classroom and normally return to the real world speaking Arabic as soon as they leave the classroom. So it seems that power went off in my city. Okay. So the second problem is the impact of the examination system in fact, before I start with exploring this problem, I would like to show you these questions. So is the examination system in Iraq compatible with the communicative approach? Sorry, do you still hear me?
We hear you fine. We're so happy that you're with us. You're doing great.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. It's electricity problem in my city. Okay, so we may also discuss what do students expect from their teachers under this examination system, and how do teachers evaluate their roles? The structure of examination system in Iraq plays a very significant role in determining the teaching methodology and materials used in EFL classrooms. EFL teachers are often under the pressure of exams to change the way they teach in the classroom. For example, in Iraq, the final exam in English that values grammatical learning above learning language. Oh, thanks goodness. Electricity is back. Okay, so in Iraq, the structure of the final exam, it values grammatical competence on reading. I'm so sorry about this. So the examination system in Iraq usually values grammatical learning above learning the language and the communication competence. It negatively affects the communicative language teaching here. Okay, and the most important thing in high school education here in Iraq is to help students pass the final standard exam. So teachers are obliged to emphasize grammatical and reading skills rather than the other language areas. They teach most of the textbook according to grammar translation method. And moreover, they pay more attention to those components of lessons like grammar and vocabulary, and ignore the other parts of English and the other four skills. These exams also have an influence on the students themselves. The students study English just to pass the exams and get higher marks. So final exams, here I mean final standard exams, by their power to determine the course of students' lives, have become the focal point of education in many EFL contexts. Since one's career is often determined by which university one attends, and since the university one attends is determined by these exams, so students and their teachers mainly attend to the vagaries of the test, focusing their energies on answering questions that are expected to be on the exam. And since the majority of these exams focusing on assessing aspects other than the communicative ability, they would negatively affect the communicative language teaching methodology, no matter how hard the teacher may try to apply the principles of communicative language teaching. The third problem, which I'm going to explore here, is lacking the teaching resources. English language teachers in my neighborhood often find themselves teaching English in a setting with very limited classroom equipment and other teaching resources. And by teaching resources, I don't mean that they just technology and equipment, but I mean other types of resources. These could be the lack of adequate classroom space or not having a teaching assistant, especially when teachers have about 50 or 60 students in the classroom. So essentially, teaching with limited resources simply means that those teachers don't have access to the diverse tools that their counterparts in ESL context have. And this situation can render the communicative language teaching methodology unsuccessful because much of the principles, or many of the principles of this method are dependent on these resources. Last problem is the teacher responsibilities. And here I have two questions. The first is that, are teachers happy with the demand made on them under the methodology of communicative language teaching? And the second is that do teachers have extra responsibilities in this method compared with the traditional methods that they used to use before bringing the communicative language teaching methods to Iraq? In fact, EFL teachers in my country are sometimes reluctant to accept the communicative approach because of the heavy demands made on them. This method usually places greater demands on the teacher than the other approaches. Because it's a student-centered approach and not a teacher-centered approach, the teacher has to accept extra responsibilities, both before and during the class. Lessons tend to be less predictable. Teachers have to be ready to listen to what learners say and not just how they say it, and to interact with them in as natural a way as possible. They have to use a wider range of management skills than the traditional teaching, the traditional teacher-dominated classroom. Teachers who have been teaching English for 10 or 20 years, adopting the traditional methods, they used to stand before the class and giving orders, talking and explaining all the time. Now, when they shifted to the communicative approach, they find it strange. They sometimes can't comply with the principles of it, which could be a cultural issue. It's not only a technical issue. In addition to that, non-native speakers of English probably need a higher level of language proficiency, or rather a different balance of proficiency skills that is to be able to communicate with ease and to cope with discussing a broader range of facts about language use than they are accustomed to. Non-native teachers may already immerse in the audiolingual approach, a system which is set in a such consolidated state that is very difficult to free themselves from the constraints, and thus making the problem and the sense of burden all more palpable. Now I move to the second part of my presentation, which is to find possible solutions to these problems. The first of these solutions could be by bringing computer mediated communication into the classroom. And this strategy is to compensate for the absence of native speakers. You know that insufficient access to the target language, both inside and outside the classroom in EFL context, certainly is an obstacle that negatively affects the student communicative need and motivation. But with the advent of computer-mediated communication technology, ways of communication and learning have become efficient, have changed efficiently, in fact. So by bringing computer-mediated communication to language learning and teaching, the interaction pattern can be changed. Researchers suggest that teachers can encourage a greater amount of interactions by using this technology, both inside and outside the classroom. Learning under this technology is no longer restrained in time and space. Through the internet, learners are offered opportunities to communicate and to learn collaboratively with learners worldwide. EFL learners don't need to passively listen to audiolingual tapes alone after class. Through the use of internet and this technology, they can easily participate in more interactions by posting or replying to messages in discussion boards, writing, replying emails to the keypads, or joining online chat rooms whenever suitable. They can also use Facebook or Twitter, so learning becomes a 24-hour process. This new way of learning and engaging learners in authentic social interactions can greatly expose learners to the target language and enable them to practice what they have learned in the classroom. So the other solution that could be suggested here is to set a new natural real needs for learners. Many EFL students have the need to pass university entrance examinations, but this is a poor need to focus one's education on. These are artificial and temporary aims, so it's better to help learners to set more natural real needs. As established earlier, many students will have to use English in their future careers and to make this fact more immediate and real to the students, perhaps the teaching material should be changed to reflect these specific needs. Data could be gathered from real people who use English in their careers and integrated into lesson plans, in addition to travel, correspondence, and other potential uses previously recognized. Perhaps the students themselves could be asked to consider what other possible uses they would have for language and lessons could be shaped around their perceived needs. Usually conducting a needs analysis is the common practice for setting goals to identify what the students' needs, wants, and expectations are. The third solution is that to give teachers the opportunity to attend regular training courses. English EFL teachers presently employed should be given the opportunity to improve their skills. So in order for these teachers to make a progress, they must be given what they need to make it work. Schools will have to make serious commitments towards giving teachers the time and opportunity to attend training regularly, and if possible, to give them grants to study abroad. EFL teachers, to deal with the innovation and change of methodology, the educational system should also provide the teachers with enough opportunity to attend these in-service training courses, because the majority of teachers do not attend such courses due to the lack of enough time or money. Moreover, teachers with a greater English speaking skills and TESOL qualifications should be given a priority in hirings and to supervise their colleagues. And finally, teaching methods appropriate to local EFL context should be developed. And this is very important, in fact, because like many of the textbooks that we use here in Iraq are designed and developed in Europe, and they are not applicable to our local culture. They do not reflect our needs and expectations. So the majority of EFL teachers are faced with the problems and contradictions when adopting the communicative language teaching as a methodology, because these are mainly developed for Western countries. Despite the initial claim that the communicative language teaching approach is appropriate for EFL situations, it still seems more suitable to ESL situations only. And to indicate this fact, it is pointed out that it seems necessary that rather than relying on expertise, methodology, and materials controlled and dispensed by Western countries, EFL countries should try to establish their own research contingents and encourage method specialists and classroom teachers to develop language teaching methods that take into account the political, economic, social, and cultural factors, and most important of all, the EFL situations in their countries. They should also devise teaching methods appropriate for their learners, their colleagues, and their societies. Okay, so that's the end of my presentation. I would be so happy to answer your questions if you have any.
There's been a lot of comments in the chat box.
Okay.
Would you like me to read it, or would you
Yes,
like
please.
to check the chat box? What would you prefer? Yeah, I'll read some of the comments for you. A lot of people are agreeing that, you know, your presentation was not only about Iraq and the education system, but it was similar in their countries to what how education can be. I'm going to see who responded here. We have a lot of responses as well. But first, let's just start with this. Does anyone have a question for Amjed? Because your whole goal, Amjed, is to help people transition, to move from only working in the traditional way to working with more with technology. So a lot of people in the chat box I saw commented about how technology is helpful for us. And I kind of thought it is helpful if we know how to use it well.
Yeah.
We can talk about that.
We should make sure that our countries have the infrastructure for communication technologies.
Very true.
Most of the teachers suffer from the problem of poor connection. Sometimes we have like video conferences with the students from like other countries, but we cannot hold them just because of their poor connection.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Okay. Let's check in the chat box. Any questions? People
right,
say,
Armin, while waiting for our questions, let's read some positive feedbacks from our Facebook Live audience. I want to thank you for your talk. It has been interesting from Madeline. From Felicita, precise and clear. From Don Fred, it seems that what you have said is true for Morocco. Thank you so much. Excellent presentation from Ara. Thanks for sharing with us from Kelly. Wow, congratulations, Amjed, for a great presentation. Armin?
Well, I think that Amjed, what you've explained is really detailed, and it gives a really good sense of where education is and where you are helping to move it. And I know we had a discussion about this before. Someone also asked it in another one of the workshop.
Yes, we have a question.
Go for it. What is the question?
How can we motivate students when we're not having face-to-face teaching or classrooms?
Sorry? Can you say the question again?
Sorry, how can we motivate students when we don't have face-to-face teaching?
You can set online groups on Facebook or other apps. And I usually bring a friend from a different country. Okay, so I bring friends from European or other Asian countries and ask them to be members of these groups. And the students feel very motivated to use the English language. So if that group will only work for Iraqi students, they would just switch to Arabic most of the time. But if there is a foreign teacher or students, they will use English and be very motivated to use the language.
Okay, thank you for your compelling presentation. It was an interesting topic to delve on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amjed. So creating authentic moments for students, and what it sounds like is exchange is very important, going beyond the classroom.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Amjed's going to respond to your comments in Facebook, and we want to thank you again for your wonderful sharing, Amjed.
Thank you.
Yeah. And with that, we're traveling to another country right now.
Yes, any idea where?
I am quite curious. I know that we're lucky.
We're leaving Asia now.
We're leaving Asia. We're going to another region up.
We're going to Africa.
We're going to Africa. Let me see if I can find something and we can see where we're going. 1 second. going here.
Hello, I'm Zouli Mohammed from Morocco. I'll be presenting about soft skills in the job market. Welcome to the Teacher Caravan on the 28th February, presented by IELTA TA in online.
Beautiful. So tell us more. Who is our presenter?
So Hanien is presenting our speaker from Morocco. Hanien, please go ahead.
Welcome again. Our speaker is an EFL teacher from Morocco. He teaches English in private and public schools. He also teaches public and business English for the vocational educational schools. On top, he's a member of the Moroccan Association of Teachers of English. Curiously, in his workshop, he is going to tackle the difference between soft skills and hard skills. He is also going to tackle the most important soft skills that our students need to develop. Two main questions entitled his workshop. Can we as teachers teach soft skills? And why do some job seekers find jobs easily while others do not? In order to find the answers for these two questions, let us welcome our speaker from Morocco, Mohammed Zouli. Floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, Hanien, for the touch presentation. Is my slide clear?
Yeah, we can see it. If you want to press it as presentation mode, it'll just be larger, Mohammed. So presentations on the bottom right, where it says 74, if you want to. So we could just see the slides where it says 74. Or if not, it's fine. We can see it. Yeah, it's perfect. Great.
So that's a small presentation about me. I'll talk about soft skills. But before starting, I have a question to everyone to reflect on. Imagine one of your ex-students coming to you while feeling disappointed because he couldn't be recruited after taking the interview. He asked you, what am I lacking not to be recruited? What would be your answer apart from applying to another job? So I'll start. Skills may be divided into hard skills and soft skills. Hard skills are the technical skills comprising academic knowledge, expertise, and practical exposure. Job aspirants must have proficiency in hard skills because they are important. They are as important as soft skills. Basically, soft skills refer to personalities, attributes, qualities, and personal behavior of individuals. Soft skills include certain abilities such as communication, problem solving, self-motivation, decision-making, and time management skills. Modern corporates or companies look specifically for those candidates who can add value to their organization with their soft skills and the ability to develop and use soft skills which can make the difference between job offer and the employment of new employment. This requirement of soft skills in job has made the competition for job acquisition and job sustainability tougher. All those candidates who wish to get an edge over their competitors are expected to refine their soft skills. This viewpoint is substantiated by which Shane that employer indicators value soft skills because they are just as good as of the job performance as traditional job qualifications. Most employers are likely to hire, retain, and promote persons who are dependable, resourceful, ethical, having effective communication, self-directed, willing to work and learn, and having positive attitude. Employers usually prefer to see a fine blend of competency in their staff, and in addition to discipline-based knowledge and skills. Adequate levels of soft skills are considered desirable for moving forward in the career. A considerable number of people are not reaching their destination because of not having required soft skills in social interaction. Besides that, soft skills are required to all human beings to lead their life smoothly. We will be discussing in this presentation of today, number one, meaning of the and definition of soft skills, categorizing soft skills and hard skills, how important soft skills are, why do some people achieve their goals in new jobs and others do not, the 5 reasons why soft skills are important in the workplace. Most interviewers find soft skills difficult to assess, how employer rate candidate skill and qualities, how to identify candidates' soft skill, conclusion, and QA. Number one, meaning and definition. The word soft skill is a sociological term referring to AQ, the emotional intelligence quotient of a person. Soft skills are also called as interpersonal skills, life skills, people skills, employable skills, personal habits, friendliness, optimism, social graces, personality development skills, behavioral competencies. Soft skills are the abilities and the skills that help to become a complete professional, especially in corporate sectors around the globe. Soft skills are essentially people's skill or personality specific skills. According to Hewitt Chain, soft skills are non-technical, intangible personality specific skills, which determines an individual's strength as leader, listener, and negotiator or as conflict mediator. Soft skills are the traits and the abilities of attitude and behavior rather than of knowledge or technical aptitude. The Center for Career Opportunity at Purdue University defines soft skills as the cluster of personality traits, social graces, facility with language, personal habits, friendliness, and optimism that mark each of us to varying degrees. Their list of soft skills is broadened to include work ethics, courtesy, teamwork, self-discipline, self-confidence, conformity to prevailing norms, and language proficiency. What are soft skills? I found that these are the 4 comprehensive definitions. The definition number one, soft skills are subjective and are associated with personal attributes and character. Soft skills are often described as people skills or interpersonal skills, revealing how one relates and interacts with other people. Number two, soft skills is a synonym of people skills. The term describes those personal attributes that indicate high level of emotional intelligence. Number three, unlike hard skills, which describes a person's technical skill set and ability to perform specific tasks, soft skills are broadly applicable across job titles and industries. Number four, it's often said that skills will get you an interview, but you need soft skills to get and keep the job. Now I'll try to categorize the soft skills and the hard skills.
Mohammed, we're having a little difficulty hearing you. Possibly when you talk, try to talk a little lower. I'm just saying we have a little trouble with the quality of the audio.
Sorry, am I?
Maybe talk a little bit less loud, and hopefully we can't hear everything. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Categorizing soft skills and hard skills. I'll try to categorize soft skills and hard skills into 4 soft skills into 4 categories: foundation skills and interaction skills, affective skills, and cognitive skills. Each set of skills is used for special tasks. Foundation skills are used for basic social interaction. Interaction skills are used for skills needed to interact with others. Affective skills needed for understanding oneself and others. Cognitive skills needed to maintain more complex social interactions. Soft skills may be typically categorized as in the following: communication skill, compromising, listening, reading comprehension, speaking, writing, and othering. People skills, comprising helping, negotiating, persuasion, social perspectiveness, and teaching. Problem solving skills, including decision making, problem solving, reasoning, and troubleshooting. Management skills, including managing time, managing people. What we have seen so far are categories of soft skills. Now let us have a look at some categories of hard skills. Hard skills are often categorized as follow: scientific skills, including computer programming, mathematics, science; technical skills, including designing, equipment selection, installation, maintenance and repair; manual dexterity, monitoring equipment, operating machines; quality control. Creative and artistic skills, including fine arts, performing arts; management skills, including managing money, managing physical resources. So, how important soft skills are? Study conducted recently by LinkedIn showed that 92% of hiring managers say that soft skills are as important or more important than hard skills. In addition, 89% of managers say that their bad hires typically lack soft skills. Soft skills are so important because they focus more on people than processes. Today's service economy and ascendance of work team in large organizations put a new premium on people skills and relationship building. That's quotation from Kokon L. Soft skills equals people skills, street smart. Now, why do some people achieve their goals in new jobs and others do not? Statistics indicate a worrying trend that many people fail in new jobs despite the initial promise they show in their interviews. Businesses take a gamble every time a new employee is hired, even with apparently good interviewing, selection, and training policies. Understanding the main reasons why new employees are dismissed can help you avoid this happening to you. The only comprehensive study of employee failure is by leadership IQ. Their report found that 46% of the people reported are just under the half of all newly hired employees fail within 18 months, and only 19% achieve unequivocal success. Most surprisingly, this research shows that when new hires fail, 89% of these are for reasons relating to aptitude. Contrary to popular expectation, the primary reason for failure is not lack of technical skills. When assessing hiring failure,
Saying hello from the land of lakes and volcanoes, Nicaragua. My name is Darcy Mendieta. I'm an English teacher, teacher trainer,
someone
and
is
founder of Connect English and Training Center. I am also the ambassador of Nicaragua. Hello from the land, and I would love to invite you to Teacher Caravan.
contrary to popular expectation, the primary reason for failure is not lack of technical skills. When assessing hiring failures, it is found that people don't underperform because they lack technical skills. People underperform because they lack soft skills. The 5 reasons why soft skills are important in the workplace. Number 1 is to handle interpersonal relations. Number 2, to make appropriate decisions. Number 3, to communicate effectively. Number 4, to make a good impression and impact. Number 5, to gain professional development. The most important soft skills are as follows. Number 1, communication skills. Which include verbal communication, non-verbal communication, oral communication, written communication, visual communication. Number 2, flexibility and adaptability. Number 3, making decisions. Number 4, interpersonal skills. Number 5, self-motivation and work ethics. Number 6, leadership skills. Number 7, teamwork skills. And number 8, creativity and problem solving. Number 9, time management and the ability to work under pressure. I like this one. Effective time management requires staff to analyze their workload, assign priorities, and maintain focus on productive endeavors. The ability to work under pressure involves dealing with constraints which are often outside of your control. Changes and unexpected events, problems and challenges can and do often occur regardless of how well planned or organized you are. The ability to respond effectively to pressure and stress is therefore extremely important in any line of work. Most interviewers find soft skills difficult to assess. To assess the area of soft skills, the role has to be reviewed in order to list the soft skills relevant to reduce the probability of job failure or underperformance. Some of these could be repeatedly completing high quality work on time, persuading others to consider different technical points of view, coaching and being coached on technical and non-technical matters, working successfully for a variety of managers, each with their own individual styles, remaining flexible enough to handle rapidly changing design requirements, yet still hitting deadlines, making tough decisions with limited information and often dealing with ambiguity, challenging conventional wisdom and authority, helping team members who are struggling, taking over without being told that a project is in trouble, managing multiple projects to a timeline, meeting the budget restraints and their implications, prioritizing with little directions. Now, in 7, we'll see how employers rate candidate skills and qualities. Number 1, the most important is his or her ability to verbally communicate with the person inside and outside the organization they work for. Number 2 is his or her ability to work in team structure within the organization. Number 3 is his or her ability to make decisions and solve problems he will encounter within the organization. His or her ability to plan, organize, and prioritize work. Number 5, his or her ability to obtain and process information. Number 6 is his or her ability to analyze quantitative data. Number 7, technical knowledge related to the job. Number 8, proficiency with the computer software programs. Number 9, his or her ability to create and or edit written reports. Number 10, and the last one, quality or skill, his or her ability to sell or influence others. Now, how to identify candidate soft skills. One of the best way to tell if applicants have the skills to perform specific tasks is to directly ask how they have used those skills in the past. Some headlines that could be assist are: Planning, that is, how do you work out what your top priorities are. Initiative, describe the most recent situation where you found you had a work-related problem. What did you do to resolve it? Communication, have you ever given instruction that someone didn't follow? Or if so, why did you think that happened? Integrity, have you had to deal with a co-worker who wasn't pulling his or her weight? If so, what did you do about it? Leadership, did you ever need cooperation from a group over which you had little authority? If so, how effective were you? Persuasiveness, what strategies have you found work best when trying to sway someone to your point of view? Sales, describe the main types of people you target. What approach do you use for each group? At Precision, we have embedded soft skills assessment into our client hiring processes by identifying the non-technical skills required for a position. These non-technical skills and assessment are integrated into the interview process. The interviewer introduces the measurement of non-technical skills early in the interview processes rather than leaving this critical area to the end. By using this strategy, potential great hires wouldn't be inadvertently excluded. I hereby finally quote what Rick Stevens, the Senior Vice President of HR, the Boeing Corporation, said. There is no one specific thing or skill people have to work for us. But I can tell you why we fire people. Soft skills. We hire for hard skills. We fire for soft skills. The ability to interact and communicate with others or behave ethically and take responsibility for things tend to be where people break down. Conclusion. From what was introduced above, we all noticed that soft skills are very much essential to all people. Although these soft skills can be learned from society and work environments, a student should concentrate to get employment first. There is a need for the hour to incorporate them in curriculum, and also should taught in terms of training programs to improve their personality development. All the stakeholders of the society, starting from curricula designer to practitioner teachers, they all should realize the essence of soft skills. It's an urgent not note that our government, through its ministry and its educational officials, to put their best efforts to improve these skills among the learners before heading to the job market. Thank you, everybody.
Fabulous, Mohammed. Thank you.
I'm ready for your questions, if there are any.
We have two questions. First, how can teachers identify soft skills? And the second one, what is the best skill to learn in 2021? Thank you.
There is no doubt that teachable, measurable abilities such as technical and analytical skills are essential for success in the workplace. Companies are largely investing resources to develop employees who are ahead of their curve in the rapidly expanding digital landscape. Simultaneously, with the expansion of artificial intelligence, we are seeing a shift in focus beyond technical know-how. That is the hard skill. So which means we can't it's not easy to define the soft skill of a student. If an employee who was a student has qualities or hard skills, but soft skills, he need much more time to show his soft skills. So how can teacher define the soft skill of his students? It's impossible, really impossible. It needs the teacher needs a lot of time to discover the soft skill of his students.
Thank you, Lux. We still have one more question. Can we develop soft skills while they are integrated with curriculum objectives?
Yes, they can be developed, but following certain criteria, mindset for developing skills like resilience, emotional intelligence, and agility is a great way to make your workforce change ready. I think they can be developed through the curriculum and within the curriculum if the teacher is willing to.
Any more questions, Hani?
Yeah, I was just going to comment, Mohammed's topic is a really important one because we want to have people not only learn information, but also develop relationships, because both of the skills are important for life and in school. So thank you, Mohammed, for sharing examples of soft skills.
Welcome. You are welcome. I hope it was fruitful and successful. I don't know if there are any question. I will answer in Facebook. I'm ready.
Yeah, you can jump into the Facebook. If anyone has questions, please ask Mohammed. He's really excited to respond to you. I believe Mohammed and the whole team here, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be coming and we'll be going to the continent of North as well as Central and South America to our next location. But we thank you again, Mohammed. We really appreciate it. And that is what we're going to do. Do you want to add anything else, Sola?
Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't hear you well, Arman.
Oh, I just said we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
And then we're going to be traveling to North, Central.
Yeah, to the Americas, both of them. We start with the USA. So 10 minutes?
Mm-hmm. So if you need to get some tea, get some water.
All right, Alman, I want to take the chance while we are on break to thank all our FB Live participants all over the world. Thank you so much.
You're amazing.
Welcome again to the International English Language Teachers Association Teacher Caravan 2021. So we had earlier Design Thinking and English Language Switching with Reynald Alfred from Philippines. Then we have the school entrepreneurship activities that support community needs from Myanmar with Dr. Thiri. Then Yuliia from Ukraine discussed raising ecological awareness in the ELT Classroom. Then we have from India, Taruna Kapoor, who discussed about environmental care and awareness in ELT Classroom. We also have Wassim from Lebanon, who gave us a discussion and inclusion in an age of discommunication. We have Huwaida from Egypt, who talked about critical thinking and creative thinking in the ELT Classroom. And then we finished from Morocco, Mohammed, about the soft skills in the job market. And of course, we have Amjed from Iraq, who talked about the difficulties faced by Iraqi English teachers when shifting from traditional methods to the communicative method. Salah, who are the next presenters? Can you please tell their names and their countries?
Yes, so first we start with the USA with Dr. Anastasia Khawaja, then we go to Nicaragua with Darcy. We also have Ileana from Panama, and we have our presenter from Colombia. So should we take the break or we
Yeah,
start?
we'll just take a break now. We also have Dr. Cristiana Galvão.
Cristiana Galvão from Brazil, yes, of course.
We have Diego.
And Maria Portal from Argentina.
Argentina.
Yes, we're roaming around the world.
So enjoy your break. We'll be coming back together in about 7 minutes.
7?
Some water, take a break, get away from the computer.
Yes.
Get
And
away.
while we are taking a break, for those who are interested, Sala, to become members of the International English Language Teachers Association, what should they do?
They just send their CV to our email, ielt.association@gmail.com, and we will contact them.
Right. All right, Sala, thank you. And be sure to
write it
have
somewhere?
your active WhatsApp number.
I didn't catch.
Great, we'll have it added in the Facebook chat.
Yes. They have to send their CV to ielt.association@gmail.com. And please be sure to have an active WhatsApp number.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. We lost contact with two, and one of them was from the Philippines. We couldn't contact her due to a wrong number. I'll try to post it in the on Facebook, the email. 1 second.
And if you're curious what we do, we basically just try to create opportunities for us to share resources for English teachers. So any trainings that we hear about, we share it on our Facebook group. We have a WhatsApp group where we also have teachers sharing resources. And we have conferences or workshops that we give every month, usually at the last Sunday of the month. And we're also looking for more speakers. So if you're interested, first step would be join us, as in join IELTA. And then afterwards, you can potentially become a speaker if you have a very creative idea that you want to share with everyone. Our next theme will actually be on the theme of creativity. So that's what we're going to be doing in April. Yeah, so that's it. Enjoy your break.
Okay, hello everybody. Hello again. We're back after our break. So after Asia, Europe, and Africa, here we are. We landed in the United States of America. So Arman, we're at your place. And
Wonderful.
now we have a young lady from Lebanon called Carol. She's gonna present Dr. Anastasia Khawaja. Carol, the mic is yours. Hopefully she's here. Carol, can you hear me?
So we can see Carol. Just need to unmute and you can start, Carol.
Yeah.
We can't hear you.
She's talking. She's trying. Still can't hear you.
No. We want to give you a nice introduction, Dr. Anastasia.
It's connection problems. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yes, Carol.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you are on the globe, watching the Teachers Caravan 2021. This is Carol Ghanem, a Lebanese English teacher and a member in IELTA. For your questions, please include them all in the comment section. For the certificates, they will be handed out after the caravan. And now, allow me to introduce an ESL senior instructor at INTO USF and an adjunct professor in the Humanities and English departments at the University of South Africa. Our presenter is the incoming chair of the Membership Professional Council for TESOL International. Her research engages with the global peace, education, and breaking the binary understanding of the Israeli and Palestinian conflict through the exploration of language use and language representation. That's why our speaker is presenting new ways to reimagine student engagement as partnership between student and instructor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Anastasia Khawaja from the United States.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Carol, for that wonderful introduction. I am so happy to be here. As Carol said, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I do hope that everybody is safe and healthy as possible while we are still in this virtual reality, which is indeed what I'm going to be focusing on in my talks. So let's see if I can share my screen. All right, let's see. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, so as stated, my topic is about no video, no problem, and we're discussing reimagining student engagement in online learning. So let me see, here we go. All right, so I'm gonna start with a meme. Some of you might be familiar with the TV show Friends. It was very popular in the States and other places from the 90s into the 2000s. And here's Ross. He is displaying kind of an emotion that we probably feel a lot of times. And so the caption is teachers trying to keep up with virtual teaching, parent emails, virtual department meetings, virtual school-wide meetings, their own children, coronavirus, etc. So if you are a parent like me, or even if you're not, there is no doubt that educators have had to juggle the impossible, but we have done it. We continue to do it. But a lot of times our reality is, how are you? Oh, I'm fine. So I hope that this talk brings us beyond I'm fine to I can do this. So I hope that you find value in some things that I have to say. These are just examples of things that I have done in my classes. These are not an inclusive list of this is exactly how you do it. These are merely examples and encouragements. So I share my love and support to all of you as I discuss what has worked for me. So first of all, I want to talk a little bit about how we have reimagined student engagement in the past. So have we relied on face-to-face instruction? Once most of us or all of us were sent home, have we relied on seeing our students, well, on video for now? And then have we also realized that we cannot use face-to-face methods online? We cannot just simply teach the way we would in a face-to-face classroom. So then the question remains, how can we reimagine engagement online, knowing the different uphill battles that we face? This essentially is my screen when I open up my Teams or my Zoom or however I am teaching. At the moment, I'm hybrid. So right now I have maybe 5 or 6 students at a time and the rest are online. And then sometimes I'll have just a completely online class. And this is the reality. Students in general are not going to turn their videos on. And this can be for a myriad of reasons. I don't like to go with, oh, the students are lazy, they don't want to participate. Sometimes it's bandwidth, sometimes it's privacy, sometimes it's just distrust, thinking people might take pictures of them or something and spread them online, as we are in the social media reality as well. But this tends to be kind of our teaching reality. And sometimes it can be very difficult to just teach to a blank screen. Indeed, our classes feel more like a seance. Oh, Joseph, where are you? Please come to me if you are here. We really don't know where our students are, right? So that can indeed be a challenge. So we indeed face an uphill battle as scholars, as educators, as practitioners. We know engagement is a key in second language acquisition. We also know that engagement has been typically assessed face-to-face unless you are in completely online teaching, completely online environment. We know face-to-face teaching online doesn't work. We know that cameras are mostly off, and we also know, especially in the digital age, that students as well as educators are indeed multitaskers. So how can we keep students engaged despite a blank screen? So the good news is that we do not need to start from scratch, right? As Doc from Back to the Future states here, back to the drawing board. We need to remember what we know. Even if you're beginning educators, especially if you've been educating for years, remember what we know. It's not necessary to go back and try to revamp everything and reinvent the wheel. So for example, we need to remember our teaching philosophies. So as Alex Gopnik states, the brain is a highly structured but also extremely flexible. It is not a blank slate, but it is not written in stone either. So I take this and remember that my students are not blank slates when they come into the classroom either. They come in with their experiences. They come in with their ideologies, their cultures, their ideas. Yes, as educators, we have our objectives, we have our aims, we have things that we need to cover. But students also add value and flavor to the classroom. In fact, even if you've taught the same course over and over and over again for years, you know it's not the same course. Mainly, even if you don't even update your curriculum, which I always highly recommend you do, if you don't, the class is not going to be the same because all of our students are different. They all bring something different to the class, so why not use that? So what I have done, and I did this a little bit face-to-face, but I've really started to do this more as we found ourselves more online, is I partnered with my students. The definition of a partnership is an arrangement in which people engage in an activity or business with one another or share something with each other. So as Will Ferrell here says, you should try to be the part in partner and not just the partnership and not just the ship, as if sailing off into the sunset, forgetting about everything. Be the part in partnership. So what does that look like? How can we reimagine student engagement as a partnership truly between students and teachers? So a couple of things that I have done is, as you know, in a face-to-face classroom, if you kind of are sensitive to things, you can walk into a room, you can see facial expressions, you can kind of see where your students are. But as I demonstrated before, with a completely blank screen, it can be very hard to assess. So the first thing that we have to do is remember Maslow's before Bloom's. We have to remember that the well-being of our students and also educators is crucial. If they don't have what they need, then they cannot go into the blooms. They cannot go into even thinking, critical thinking, synthesizing. If they are not okay, you cannot expect them to engage in the first place. So I simply ask them on a scale of 1 to 10, how are you doing? And they can either send me a private chat, they can message in the group. And also, this is a good time also for the educator to be as transparent with your students as possible. What I really like to do is I like to be honest with them. So for example, last semester when my students, when my children, I have 2 children, when my children were home doing e-learning, I was home doing teaching and my writing and every other type of duty that I had. Sometimes I was at a 4. So this is crazy. Sometimes I was at a 5. I have a kindergartner and a 5th grader. So I would just say, hey, no, this week I'm at a 4. Sometimes I'm at an 8. So we just kind of go on with how our students are feeling. And indeed, this is also a good time to check in as well, because if your students are going week after week at a 3 or at a 2, then maybe there needs to be some other attention drawn to that. And see if they need something else besides. I'm just checking in. I ask them their expectations, and I discuss being a partner with them. I say, I cannot do my job if you do not do yours. And so if they are indeed doing laundry or something else, behind the screen, then how can they also be engaged in class? So we talk about, well, you gotta do your job, I have to do my job. And so even if your camera is on, then how can we bring engagement back? And so some of the things that I have done, checking the chat really quickly, okay, is, whoops, sorry, I won't go back, there we go. Some of the things I have done is I've started to think outside the box. I myself am not very well-versed on technology and gamification, but I know from other colleagues that it does indeed work. And so I designed and distributed a survey, and I asked my students how they felt about games. Now, the majority of students actually have played games. Roughly half had actually played games in class. It was mixed whether or not they found value in playing games. But there was one definitely in particular that said something about it's helpful if they're related to the lecture. So as long as they see the connection between the class content, maybe the games might be helpful. Games also break up the monotony of a lecture, which is usually delivered in a face-to-face class.
Me gusta mucho, mi amor.
Okay. So I asked them what they thought gamification was, and they told me a little bit about how gamification is special games. They're made for helping people to improve learning, motivation, sense of purpose. And so they seemed to like the idea of games. And so I went on and I asked, and I said, well, how can we use the games in class? And so there were ideas about, we'll decide a group topic. And then by the end, then the teacher will choose who is the best. The other thing that I found very interesting, a comment, was for the enthusiasm of students, it will be helpful. I can also be active in the classroom. Some games are also beneficial to student thinking. So they start to kind of think outside the box and say, ooh, enthusiasm, active, critical thinking. Oh, and the other thing that I neglected to mention, which is in the first comment, it may help us to get rid of the language barrier. So I teach international students, of course. I teach in the United States, so I have students from all over the world representing multiple languages. And of course, being online, sometimes it's hard to understand, be understood. So games and these types of activity can help the students to understand the content, but also kind of wake them up a little bit. And also, the educator and instructor as well. All right, so I have a couple examples here. So I asked them, I said, well, here are some platforms. I gave them Flippity, I gave them Mentimeter, and I gave them Kahoot. Kahoot is also a really big one. I know that there are a couple of people who have shared Padlet with me. I haven't quite tried that one yet, but I'm looking forward to trying to get into that one. As you can see with Flippity, they give a link. You can take your phone and students can put the QR code, and then you can do like a matching game. So for example, this particular student wanted to do terms and definition. It was fun, it was interactive. And it was actually part of a presentation. So all of my students have to do some kind of content presentation throughout the semester. And I challenged them and I said, you need to gamify your presentation in some way. So it could be something simple like a Mentimeter, or it can be something like Flippity, but some kind of engaging aspect to it. And once the games started, there was interaction, there were question and answers, because a lot of times when students do presentations and you say, anyone have any questions? No one generally has questions. After there was a game, some kind of game activity, some kind of interaction, there were questions, there was engagement, even if it was in a chat or even if they were turning their sound on. Here's another one, Kahoot. Kahoot is also, again, very easy to use. You don't need an account, neither does the creator. So as you can see, one student got a bit creative, and the third picture here says, are you tired? Yes or yes. And this was at the end of course, their content quiz to kind of see where students were. And it turned out that the blue yes was the correct answer because that was the creator's favorite color. And he let us know that when we said, wait, yes or yes, so what's the right answer? But again, just a way to kind of wake students up. And it also kind of helped me to kind of see where some of the humor was, some of the creativity for the students as well. So towards the end of the semester, I asked my students what they thought about games now. And one said they thought gamification is more common, it's more diverse, it helps the class become less rigid, students will not feel sleepy and tired, the class will become more active, which is of course exactly what I was hoping for. I think it's more optimistic and a positive expression. And that is so important because again, with the cameras off, we don't really know what life is like for everyone. Any kind of optimism, any kind of positive aspects that we can bring in the classroom is going to be welcome, especially in the situation with COVID. And even though there are vaccines, we still have a bit of a road ahead of us before we probably feel fully safe. So any kind of positive aspect is going to be helpful. And the fact that the student recognized that was very encouraging. My opinion changed because I found that there are some games which I can learn knowledge. So yes, you can learn from games. Games are not just to waste time and to fill space. You can learn from games. Another said, actually, I didn't believe it, but after I experienced it, my opinion changed. So we started definitely having some of that higher engagement. So how can we continue to reimagine student engagement, excuse me? A couple of things that get through student partnership through gamification, we can share in the learning process. We can also share in the knowledge production process. And the other thing, which I did not completely expect, nor is something I really thought about, was that educators can have more energy to further innovate in the classroom. And because students are doing some of this game creation and helping with that interaction and the activity and the positiveness and the optimism, we can try for a better work-life balance, which I know many of us have suffered from. Because it's not so easy when you have your office, you have your work, but then when you're constantly home, where is that balance to work or to be with your kids or your family? Go out for a run or yoga or any kind of thing to take care of yourself if you're constantly home where you're also working. So it's really been very helpful to try to take all of the pressure off of me as the educator, something I did not really realize I was doing as much in a face-to-face classroom. I put a lot on myself. And I know that as educators, we put so much on ourselves that we don't even realize, and a lot of us didn't even realize until we were home, how much we really put on ourselves when we had to not only put the onus of the classroom on ourselves, but of the online learning, of the well-being, of everything. It was more and more layers and more expectations. So as Leslie Knope, a popular character from another TV show, Parks and Rec, says, there's nothing we can't do if we worked hard, never sleep, and shirk all our responsibilities in our lives. Of course, we're not meant to do that. As humans, we are not meant to do that. We are not meant to lose sleep. We are not meant to be obsessed over our jobs. And I know that in America, we tend to do that a lot more than other countries do. In my conversations with multiple people from different parts of the world. But I think during COVID, I think we've definitely found this pressure to take on everything, to make sure we have everything, we are everything our students need. But to share that partnership and to share that burden is very important. So this is an image that I've used over and over again. I keep using in all my presentations because I love it so much. It's not just I've got this, it's we've got this. And we've got this as our students and as the teachers, but we've also got this as communities. I've seen so many different types of ESL teaching communities rise up and start sharing with one another because we need each other during this time. So we've got this and we will continue to have this. If you have any questions, this is my email where you can find me. Thank you all so much for your kind attention. Be blessed, be well, and it's great to meet and collaborate with all of you virtually. Thank you so much. And if there is any time left, I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, we're going to check the chat box. I know that maybe the other facilitator can help. Do you see any questions?
I didn't get a chance to check the chat. I checked it one time and then it just got...
No, you were busy doing a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Anastasia.
Any questions?
We'll check as well to see if there's anyone who has any comments they want to make, or if they have a question. A lot of people are saying thank you, such as Sarah, Felicita, Sarah Zayden said this is very helpful. Very valuable is what Abdul Razak said. Karin said, what an interesting topic. Marisol said, thank you, very beneficial. Wonderful. Does anyone have a question? Before we Marisol said, thank you, very beneficial. Myself in double. Have a question? Marisol said, thank you, very beneficial. I'm muting others. Anyone have a question for Anastasia about this approach of teaching, gamifying? Basically, I think you're making learning more of a social experience from the way I understood it, Anastasia, not only an intellectual academic approach, but really socializing.
Yes, absolutely. And again, going back to Maslow's before Bloom, even if students are not going to say like, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, how am I? At least some of these elements can at least get them to interact with one another before the synthesizing and all that. And then also doing the games and collaborating can help them with these higher order skills, which we still expect them to do. They just need, maybe sometimes they just need a little bit more of a boost. Given just for different reasons.
Yeah. One person here named Karina had a question for you, so we can do that one. Okay, Dr. Anastasia?
Sure, no problem.
He asked, what should teachers do if a student is not engaged with the game? I know before Wassim was talking about, you know, there's some students who are more quiet or, you know, maybe are not the extrovert, you know, out there talking and, you know, being all excited. So what do you do if a student is not engaged?
So especially these days, engagement can be a myriad of things. It doesn't just mean maybe I just don't want to do it. It could be something a bit deeper. So the one thing that I always do is I'll just email or private message and say, hi, I've noticed that you weren't too engaged. Is it because you weren't interested? Is it because maybe you were just stressed out? Is it because, is there something else going on? And usually if they haven't engaged, at least in the game, then maybe it's like, oh, I had this thing, or my parents' job, or a death in the family, so it starts the conversation going. Of course, there are some students out there who maybe I've had a few of them who they're just there for the grade. So it's really, it really depends on the student. Usually just by reaching out to the student, seeing where they are, it helps kind of to kind of see what they might need. The other thing thing is, every single student has to do some kind of game. So even if they're not going to be engaged with, the game itself. And the other thing too about these games, Kahoot and etc., they don't need to be speaking. They just need to be on their phones. They just need to do like the activity. They don't need to be, they don't have to verbally answer questions or even answer questions in the chat. But the good news about Kahoot and Flippity and things like that is you can see how many people have checked in. You can see generally like who's checked in because you have names and things. And so, but it really, especially now, it really depends on the student. Usually me reaching out to them to seeing what's going on with them will do the trick. Usually.
Putting a little push. I think when you're working with a young person, you don't want to be, like an overprotective mother or father, doing, you need to do this, you need to do that, because then the young person doesn't have any choice. And I think that's why people get disengaged. People stop staying interested in learning or school because they feel that it doesn't matter what they do. The system, it's already set up.
That's true. That's true. That's true. And, I mainly work with adult learners, but definitely with the younger learners. Although with the younger learners, sometimes we have that parent connection as well. So it's not just a partnership with the student, it's also a partnership with the parent. That's a whole nother connection that you can explore if you teach younger learners as well.
I have another question here from Haneen saying, which teaching objectives can be covered with gamification? I mean, is it even possible to cover teaching objectives? Because I think the question is, the objective is to do, speaking or reading or writing. So they're asking, is it possible? Is gamification have anything to do with objectives?
Absolutely. So depending on what your classroom objectives or your aims are, they can certainly be part of the objective. So increasing understanding, maybe it can be part of an activity. So for example, if a student has, let's say, a speaking activity on a certain topic or content, doing some kind of game on that content to get them to kind of better understand it, get their, wheels turning, brainstorming wise, it can always be part of an objective. It can be part of the process in understanding whatever you need to. And that can work with reading, with writing, with listening, with speaking. In my university and in my ESL program, we mainly do content-based learning. So we do content and then we learn grammar through that. We learn different reading skills, writing skills, etc. through that. Presentation skills. So it can definitely be part of the process. But it shouldn't be, of course, like the be-all end-all, this is going to solve everything. It really is a means to just try to get the students to play with the material in different ways.
Yeah, it's a little bit like being healthy. If you ask someone, what do you need to do to be healthy? It's not one thing, right? Mm-hmm. You have to maybe get up early. I don't know. For me, I take cold showers. You have to eat, a lot of vegetables. You have to do exercise. So there's not one answer. People are asking, what is the best gamification program to start with? I don't think it's like being healthy. Is there one way to be healthy? No, there's many approaches, but they all bring you to the goal of feeling better, or the goal could be, something in English.
And to check with your school. Some different schools might have accounts for certain things like Padlet or Mentimeter, but most of these things are free. Kahoot is still free from what I understand. Mentimeter to an extent is still free. I think up to 15 students per word doodle thing is free. And I believe Flippity is also free as well. Flipgrid is also another one that you can use as part of a gamification. But definitely check with your school and see what your options might be. But I definitely wouldn't advocate to use any of your money unless you absolutely want to. Try to go with free, especially if you're telling your students to do this, then you need to definitely make sure you don't expect your students to pay for anything either. That's always something I make clear. Don't pay, just use the free version.
Totally. I have one last question here from Saeed, and then we'll go to the next country and the next presenter. Saeed asked about adult learners. Can adult learners participate in games? And if so, what kinds of games can they do?
Absolutely. So I teach adult learners at the University of South Florida. And what I showed you in my presentation, the Flippity was done by a student and the Kahoot was done by a student. In fact, having adult learners really takes the onus off of me to create most of the gaming content. You can definitely, I definitely show examples of it, but they just run with it. And I gave them, I think, like 4 or 5 different platforms to choose from and said, now you go with it. Go and see what you can do with it. And your learners might just surprise you if you just give them some of the parameters and say, okay, now go and create. Go and do such, like, show me what you understand from all of this. Sometimes it can be something as simple as a quote. So during Black History Month, I gave my graduate students an Audre Lorde quote. And I said, okay, here's the quote. Now go do something with it. So create, you never know what they can, do until you just let them loose and try. But definitely with adults, you have so many options.
What I found, because I also teach adults, is I chose one technology and I just used it all the time. I don't even call it a game, but because I think too many things could be overwhelming. And
That's
just
true.
learning one technology takes a lot of time. So you don't need a lot, but whatever you do, you should make it easy.
Oh, that's why like Flippity and Kahoot, just use the QR code, don't make it so complicated. Absolutely. And there's a lot of platforms out there that are pretty complicated. The ones that I mentioned are just simply the creator does it, has a QR code, people can participate, and yeah, it shouldn't be complicated. You shouldn't lose sleep over this because again, you're trying to get the pressure off of you, not more pressure on you. So that's also something to keep in mind with our well-being and our self-care as educators as well.
Well, Anastasia, Dr. Anastasia, we're so happy that you joined with us. And there are more questions in the Facebook chat. So if you could respond to them afterwards, we're going to give the next presenter a chance. But it was a great presentation. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Take care, everyone. Stay well. Bye-bye.
Yeah. And next time we do Debka.
Yeah, I'll prepare one, promise.
Wait,
I agree. Yes, Debka.
Do we need a Debka break or we can go to the next country?
No, we go to the next country. I do not have one ready now. Yeah,
Okay.
now we go from, first of all, thank you, Dr. Anastasia. It was great. I really enjoyed it personally. Now from the United States to Nicaragua with Darcy Mendieta. I will let Carol present her. Carol, are you with us? Is she here?
Can I share the little intro for her?
Yeah.
I am saying hello from the land of lakes and volcanoes, Nicaragua. My name is Darcy Mendieta. I'm an English teacher, teacher trainer, and founder of Connect English and Training Center. I am also the ambassador of Nicaragua in ELTA. And I would love to invite you to the Teacher Caravan on February 28th. In there, I'll be sharing with you my findings, my experience, and some activities I have implemented in the English online classroom to build and create community, to build and create a safe space in the classroom. What happens to students? What happens to teachers? What happens with the learning process when we build a safe space? I'll be sharing that with you that day, so come and join us.
Wonderful. Okay.
So Arman, Carol will be
Beautiful.
with us in 1 minute.
So beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Very, very nice video indeed. Can we wait 1 minute for Carol?
That's not a problem. but I feel like we're all excited to hear who's next. So,
okay, want me to do it?
Yeah, do it. Let's begin.
So before I start, Carol, are you there? Okay, so our next speaker is from Nicaragua. She's a passionate Nicaraguan teacher, instructor, and teacher trainer. Internationally certified in TESOL, Darcy owns a bachelor's degree in teaching English as a foreign language. She is the founder, CEO of Connect English and Training Center. She has 14 years of experience in teaching English and 9 years of experience in training leaders and teachers from around the world. She's passionate about compassionate or nonviolent communication and neurodiversity. Darcy,
hello,
everyone. Is yours. Hello.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that warm
nice to see
invitation.
you, by the way.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to see you too. Well, the first thing is I want to say, you know, I'm very grateful to be here, very grateful to be sharing with you a little piece of, you know, my short experience, I would say. We never stop learning. So I'm super proud of being part of ELTA and being the ambassador of my country. Super grateful to be here today. I'm going to start sharing my screen. Please let me know when you're able to see it. Thank you so much.
Can see it.
Thank you. So today I will be talking a little bit about building a safe space in online lessons through nonviolent communication. Nonviolent communication was created by Dr. Marshall Rosenberg. He was a psychologist who created this approach. We call it in my center, you know, I'm the founder of Connect English and Training Center, and we call it transformative communication because we want to respect the author. I'm not certified in nonviolent communication, and Marshall wanted trainers and teachers to call it nonviolent communication only if you were certified in it. So here in Connect, we use the approach, but we call it transformative communication. Today, I would like to present what I have seen, what has worked for me, my findings. It may work for you, it may not work, but believe me, for me, it has been eye-opening, liberating, and amazing to see how I've grown from my students, how the students interact, all of them interact, and they lose fear in the English online classroom. I also have experienced how the learning process is enhanced, you know, when we build a safe space in the English online classroom. So I'll be discussing a little bit about that. But before I start giving you all my experience, I would like to do a little activity with the people that is in Zoom, you know, my ELTA members, and also with the people that are watching us live. So the first activity we're going to do, if you feel so, is we're going to watch a video about nonviolent communication. And you can take a piece of paper right here, or you can do it in Word if you're from your computer, and take notes about these aspects. What is the purpose of nonviolent communication? Listen to the video, watch the images, and write from your perspective, what is nonviolent communication? What can we enjoy through nonviolent communication? What were we designed for based on Marshall Rosenberg? Or you can simply write words or phrases that were impactful for you throughout the video. You can also write, please feel free to write any feelings that you get while watching the video, okay? So I'm gonna send this task to the Zoom chat for everybody to have it while you watch the video. If someone can support me and put it in Facebook, I would really appreciate it.
You got that.
Thank you, I sent it. So let us watch it. Okay, let us watch it. Can you hear? Yes? Okay, I'm gonna make it a little bit louder. Thank you for that. How about now? Better?
No.
Cannot
No.
hear?
No.
I'm gonna make it. Here we go. I think now it's ready.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
The purpose of nonviolent communication is to help you to do what you already know how to do. To connect in a way that makes natural giving possible. You all know that giving. You know how to do it. Remembering to stay with that quality of giving, moment by moment in any connection. But we also all know that it's easy to lose it. It's easy to lose that connection. So that instead of enjoying that quality of giving, which is possible every moment and every contact we have, in spite of how precious that is, we forget it. And instead of playing the game, making life wonderful, much of the time we play another game called Who's Right? Have you ever played that game? It's a game where everybody loses. So isn't this amazing that we all know about this quality of giving? It's possible every moment. We find that the richest thing to do. And much of our life, we end up playing Who's Right. Now, the game of Who's Right involves two of the most devious things human beings have ever come upon. One, punishment. Because if you're wrong in the game of Who's Right, then you deserve to suffer. There's no more punishment. You won't do it in your families. We'll get rid of it with criminals. It just makes things more violent. We'll find other ways to deal with other nations beside punishment. No more punishment. No more reward. It's the same game. Part of the game of Who's Right. If you're right, then you get rewarded. If you're wrong, you get punished. No more. No more. It's created enough violence on the planet. We've been educated for quite a while to make violence enjoyable. And educated in a way we can even be violent to our children. Watch a parent try to bring about change in the child. Say you're sorry. I'm sorry. You're not really sorry. I can see it. You're not really sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I forgive you. Can you imagine a game like that? Can you imagine a parent responding to a child that way? And if a parent is going to do that to a child in their own family, what are they going to do to people from other cultures who behave in a way they don't appreciate? So of course you're going to have violence wherever you have this kind of thinking. It's learning how to go up to our head and think basically in terms of right and wrong, good and bad, normal, abnormal. You see, natural giving, anything we do in life that isn't coming out of that energy, we pay for it and everybody else pays for it. Anything we do out of fear of punishment, if we don't, everybody pays for it. Anything we do for a reward, everybody pays for it. Everything we do to make people like us, everybody pays for it. Everything we do out of guilt, shame, duty, obligation, everybody pays for it. That isn't what we were designed for. We were designed to enjoy giving, to give from the heart.
Okay, thank you so much for watching the video. Well, I was just looking at some comments in the Zoom chat. Maybe some people can write what is the purpose, the feelings that you got. I would like to have one or two people to share what is the purpose of nonviolent communication. You feel to, or what feelings you wrote, what came to your mind. Processing is also good. I can read in the chat, using words kindly and not promoting fear. Yes, thank you so much for sharing that. So much need to raise awareness. Thank you so much. This topic is so needed. Thank you for coming up with nonviolence communication kind of thinking. Thank you.
Can I read the responses from Facebook?
Sure, please.
Sarah said among people. Karina said it makes people aware and able to put themselves in other people's shoes. Saeed said to feel more connected to people around us in the world. And Haneen said it helps us communicate and make connections and fulfill our potential.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those comments. Truly grateful. Using words kindly and not promoting fear, empathy. Yes. So yes, when I found nonviolent communication, my life started transforming. And I noticed that, as Marshall said, violence is something we enjoy. Punishment is something we enjoy. We feel the need of, but we're not guilty of it. That's what we are taught to, right? Competing, categorizing, good students, bad students. What is a good student anyway? What is a bad student? I asked myself in my classroom and when I started Connect, and I asked myself, why so much fear? The 90% of my students come to the proficiency test before they start the program in Connect, and they tell me, I feel so scared, you know? I'm so afraid of speaking. I'm so afraid of making mistakes. I feel dumb. You know, I have learned in so many different institutions, but I'm still afraid. I'm always silent. I cannot participate. I'm so scared. And I found that this way of teaching, right, in the institutions where I was, and sometimes my way of teaching needed to be adapted somehow. And I realized that it generated pleasant and unpleasant feelings to students. Having an X or a check, or having a 0 or a, I don't know, or an F, it generated non-pleasant feelings. So I noticed that they got, whether very demotivated, where they received, oh, you're doing great, you're doing a great job. And then the next week they were struggling in a topic and they didn't hear that good job. And then, you know, it was a roller coaster for students and for me. So when there was so much of this. And also in regards to the learning process, I noticed that what our brain do and our body do is, when we feel anxious and, demotivated or stressed, we naturally, or our body naturally tries to calm us down. So the student is not present, to the class, is not present to the language, is not present to the learning process. The student is present to calming down, being not stressed, being not demotivated anymore. Oh my God, why am I so bad? And those were comments that I heard. So I felt anxious too. I felt uncomfortable. I felt tired at times. And other times, you know, I had the best class, the good class. So I started implementing this, you know, helping students and myself in this case, helping teachers of Connect to connect with students in a way that they enjoy, that natural giving that we have, that natural generosity. And we started working on being grateful in every class, being conscious of what I say, how I say it, how I feel today. What am I feeling today? Today, before I started, I was feeling so nervous, and I'm embracing that because that's normal. It's part of my feelings, my emotions. So I also started implementing this part of nonviolent communication, which is learning and receiving from each other and celebrating it. You know, in nonviolent communication, we say that being grateful is not about telling students you're doing a fantastic job. You know, you have to improve here. Oh, you're so smart, you're so intelligent, you're because in a way, I tended to motivate students by telling them that. But the human being is very smart, very intelligent. And there's this sense of manipulation. But then I asked myself, if not be giving thanks or if being grateful using nonviolent communication is celebrating what this person is giving me and what I'm feeling with this person's actions and the needs that I'm satisfying, I'm not going to give a compliment just by doing the compliment or just by receiving or expecting something from the student. I am going to be grateful with that student because he's enriching my life. She's enriching my life. So we started doing that. And we started practicing things like at the beginning of the classes or after activities, I'm grateful for this that you did because it made me feel this way. When you presented, I felt inspired. I'm telling the student the action. And I am being conscious of, you know, what I'm feeling and my needs that are being satisfied. Contribution, nurturing, inspiration. We all need to be inspired. We all need to be part of a community. So we started connecting our feelings to the needs that were not satisfied. We started to celebrate how we were enriching each other in the English online classroom. And my findings were amazing. I noticed that the students were celebrating their progress and they were more present. They were collaborating. They were working in teams. They were naturally motivated. I didn't have to push anything. They were grateful for their community and they were not judging each other. They were not saying, oh, you did this bad or you did this good. You know, we were just, I learned this from you because you did this. So I started also noticing that reflection, inner reflection, developing that intrapersonal intelligence. How do I feel today? Why am I not participating enough in this class? Why am I so scared of participating? Maybe I'm stressed. Maybe I have a lot of work. Maybe, and it's not every, you know, it's not always about the teacher or the student. It's external factors. And they realized about that too. So it became easier to take actions. It became easier to support each other because we were reflecting so much, the students and I, that we're taking actions on that. This is also another activity that we do, self-assessment, peer assessment. And we were not working based on a check and an X, you know, this is good and this is bad, this is wrong, this is correct or incorrect. We were discussing about competencies. How I know that my student is competent enough in the class. How do they know that? If I tell them just this is correct or incorrect, you need to improve in this verb tense, or you need to acquire more vocabulary, but what's my potential? How can I do this? So this part of self-assessment and peer assessment, and the fact of working based on competencies, I know, right? I have the knowledge, I apply the knowledge, but I apply it with compassion, with empathy towards myself and towards others too. I think it has contributed in the sense that they're not scared of, you know, making mistakes. They're not scared of not having the perfect grammar, or not having, teacher, I can do this, you know, or teacher, I have these 3 competencies, but I think I need to improve in this. I think I need to do it next time with more, you know, inspiration, or in a more interactive way. They start analyzing. I'm not saying anything as a teacher. So this is another activity that I have implemented. I found that they became there was more autonomy in the classroom too. I found that they were connecting to their feelings. They were feeling nurtured. They had the freedom to choose activities, to eliminate activities, to say, this is not helping me. We started discussing. We started making decisions together. There was a lot of connection, acceptance, cooperation, community, inclusion. They started respecting their learning process. There were some students who told me at the beginning, it's just that I'm very bad in speaking. I'm very bad in reading. And I was like, what is bad for you? Do you mean that you would like to improve? Would you like more practice? Because you have other celebrations. So they started saying, I'm not going to blame myself because I don't have the same process as my partner. I'm going to accept myself and I'm going to take actions. So we had this philosophy in class: errors equal learning. Errors is not that you're a bad student. Errors is not that you have a problem. Errors is not that, it's learning. Like in life, we learn from mistakes every day, but being present to those errors and reflecting on that leads to actions. There is a lot of empathy in the class, and self-empathy mainly, right? No judgment, no guilt, no shame, no punishment. Oh, you didn't do the homework. Now you have to suffer. Now you're going to have a bad grade. What happened? Approach the student. What happened? Are you having problems? How can I help you? Do you find it too complex? Do you need extra help? Do you need more support? When I started eliminating this, all of this, no stereotypes, no punishment, no reward, no embarrassment, no stereotypes, not judgment zone. Guess what happened? I started enriching my life. They started sending me new resources for the class. new platforms, new games, sending me letters of difficult situations they were going through, very difficult situations. They started telling me how hurt they felt. They were feeling they were in a safe space. And they were also feeling that they were learning faster, that they were more risk-taking, that they wanted to be in the class and do all the assignments at home not because they had to do it, not because it's my obligation, because this is enriching my life. And Marshall says that whenever you ask someone something, whenever you make a request and the person says no, and you force that person, it's not a request anymore. You're demanding. And you have to listen to the yes behind the no. My child, when he's watching TV and I tell him, okay, let's take a shower. No, I don't want to. Well, I don't listen to the no. I listen to, maybe he's saying yes to entertainment. And that's a need that we all need to satisfy. Maybe he's saying yes to games. So I may offer him to play something else. So that happened with the students. I stopped making demands and I started making requests, real requests, and stopped judging them, stopped judging myself as a teacher as well. Because whenever you implement nonviolent communication, you know that you're doing the best you can within your capacities, within your willingness. Some students ask me for help, requests to meet online. I had a student who told me that she got disconnected. She needed to talk to me because she's been disconnected for a week from the class. And she said, you know, that connection that I felt at the beginning, I'm not having it anymore. And I feel so bad. And I said, how do you know that? And she said, I know the specific day when I started feeling disconnected. And that shows me that I am building this safe space. They are building this safe space where they are able to reflect on their learning process. And she said, this is what happened. And I was like, have you thought about giving yourself the opportunity to be okay with feeling disconnected from this class? Have you thought about the opportunity to feel fine with the fact that you feel disconnected? Maybe you're saying yes to get some rest. Maybe you're saying yes to be silent and to go through a process or analysis of the classes. So they feel heard. They feel respected. It was a huge difference the next day that I talked to her. And also the teacher, I felt more comfortable, for example, with their cameras off, right? And I was feeling a little bit uncomfortable with the fact that they had their cameras off. And I said, okay, I'm feeling uncomfortable. This is a safe space. This is my community. I'm going to tell my students how I feel. And I arrived to the class one day and I told them, guys, I have to tell you something. I feel a little bit uncomfortable when all of you have your cameras off. Is there a specific reason? And they said, no, teacher, we feel safer. And I said, okay, but we're paying attention to it, to your class, and we love your class, even though that we have our cameras off. And I said, okay, would it be okay for you, I said, if you give me a thumbs up, or if you put an emoji after my instructions, just to know that you're listening to me and that you're understanding? Maybe I can satisfy my need of calm and tranquility. And they say, of course, teacher, the problem was over. So I think that sometimes when we don't reflect about our feelings, we assume a lot and we evaluate a lot as teachers. not only the students, but we evaluate ourselves. We say, oh my God, I'm not doing a good job. And expressing how we feel and giving this opportunity to a safe space, it's very enriching. So I took this example or this amazing activity from the Institute for Collaborative Learning, a place where I did my TESOL certification. They give feedback based on harvests and seeds and gifts, knowing that all of us are like a harvest. Like we're connected to nature. And we don't have bad things. We just have seeds inside of us that we need to plant. And we need to water them in order for us to have harvests. And also, based on nonviolent communication, we take gifts from people. So we call it in Connect seedback. We don't call it feedback. In Connect, we call it seedback. And I want to show you some examples. So I'm going to open some of them. Let me know when I'm going to make a new share. I don't know how I'm doing with time. Sorry if I'm taking.
You're doing
so
great.
Much.
You're fine.
Thank you. Okay, can you see my screen? Can you see the harvest and seeds? So I didn't write the names of the students, but this is a real feedback we did. And as you notice, the student said, your presentation was good, but I noticed that you were a little shy when you were presenting. Maybe that was the reason because you forgot some parts or words of your speech. I recommend you to write in the brainstorming the most important words you think you could forget when you're nervous. If you practice before in front of the mirror or talking in English with your parents or friends, for example, you can feel more confident in future presentations. Harvests. These are her seeds to plant. So one student is reflecting on the other presentation and giving seeds and harvests. You did a really good job. You made your presentation very interesting. You used videos, pictures, and links, and they helped me to understand more about your experiences. And this is the gift that this person is taking from his partner. I learned a lot with your presentation. We're used to hearing experiences from people of our country and places or things you heard before, but it is different when you hear about someone from another country. Your trips, places you met, and companies where you have worked. I didn't hear before, I didn't know. And it's cool to learn more about that. I admire your effort and wish you the best. This is, from my perspective, more enriching. This is a celebration of how they're learning from each other, more than good and bad, more than correct and incorrect, more than a check and an X, more than an F or an A. This is another one. This is another one. I loved, he says, how you started your presentation. It was so structured and dynamic because you had pictures. You did a great job in your Padlet and also in your oral presentation. This is the gift that he's taking. I admire how much you could organize your presentation in Padlet. I learned this from you, that you were relaxed when you were in your oral presentation and we could communicate without problem. I understand your questions. You understand the question. You understood the question that I asked you, and you understood me. So this is I found this to really make them confident in the classroom and to really, give a step out of the box, and they were like, I am a harvest. I have seeds to plant. And I also give, I support the well-being of others. I would like to close this presentation with this reflection through my findings, through my experience, implementing or building a safe place in the classroom. Request, accept the yes behind the no. Otherwise, it will be a demand, not a request. Observe, evaluate based on facts, not based on judgment, not based on stereotypes, not based on my unsatisfied needs. Oh, my students are not talking in class. I am feeling uncomfortable with that. I am. What do I need to work on that? Celebrate, reflect, make your students reflect, be conscious of, approach your students. Don't blame them. Don't blame yourself. Support them. Make connection with your students. Give and receive in compassion, not to manipulate, not to expect something in return from your students, but to celebrate life and giving. Avoid guilt. I would like to show you a video. I cried, I have to be honest, when I received this. My students needed to do an activity where they needed to choose from 3 bubbles at the end of the course. The first bubble said, something you're taking from this course. The second bubble said, something you will never forget from Connect. The third bubble said, the most difficult thing you learned. They needed to write it down. They didn't need to send a voice note. But one of the students, he said, I wrote it down, teacher, but I just want to send it in a voice note. That day I cried. And I realized that I was not only teaching English, but I was also contributing to my students' lives, and they were contributing to mine. The learning process accelerated, enhanced. All of them were participating. So I'm gonna show you the video. It has Spanish subtitles, but he's speaking English. And this is the feedback that I obtained from him. Please let me know when you're able to see it. His name is Jorge Quintana. Can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'm gonna put it in. Okay, here we go.
Okay, I wrote something you will never forget. I wrote this answer, but I want to share in a voice note. And when you start to study something, you expect only to learn about topics you paid for. But in this course, I have learned more than this. Besides learning English, I have learned to be grateful, compassionate, and always open to help. I discovered that we can feel a good connection with another people, even if they are not physically with you. We can be in different countries or have different beliefs, and you can feel good with that people. And that happened to me.
Okay. So that was powerful for me. And even I stopped sharing, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start sharing again. So that was powerful for me. And even in, when we're debating, when we are talking about politics, religion, developing that intercultural competence that has 3 main elements: perspectives, practices, products. I used to tell my students, okay, this is the information, debate on it. Wait a minute. I I need to embrace the perspectives of others. That is empathy. I need to take the perspectives of others, understand their feelings, and understand that behind a perspective, there are values. And it is okay to disagree, but it is not okay to judge those values. It is not okay to punish each other because we have different values. It is okay to have different perspectives, but we have to know how to debate. Otherwise, what are we teaching our students? So whenever we're discussing conflict resolution, how much self-empathy are we taking into consideration? How much compassion are we including in those debates? That's the gift that I have taken from building a safe space in my classrooms. So thank you so much from the land of lakes and volcanoes in Central America, Nicaragua. You can, thank you. You can send me an email if you have questions. I don't know if there are any questions from the audience, from the members.
Yes, we have a couple of questions. Actually, Carol has got a couple of questions for you. Carol, are you with us?
Yes, Ms. Zoula.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So the first question was, will the development of emotional intelligence help other types of intelligence?
Could you repeat the question maybe a little bit slower? I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. So the first question was, will the development of emotional intelligence help other types of intelligence?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm 100% positive of that. Emotional intelligence is very, very wide, right? But I think that emotional intelligence has to do with mindfulness, has to do with being present to what you do, to what you say, to your feelings, and how when you take actions or do something, you may affect yourself and you may affect others. So definitely, for example, if I develop my emotional intelligence, which has a lot of elements within it, I will develop my interpersonal intelligence. I will work as a team in teams. I will collaborate more. I will build community with my with the students, with my peers, with my teachers. So of course, 100% from my experience. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Another question. What about those strict teachers, okay, who are always seeing the mistakes first and pushing the students to speak only if they are absolutely sure about the answer?
Okay, that's a very good question. I would say following transformative communication or nonviolent communication, first of all, I wouldn't blame the teachers. I wouldn't blame because we were taught that way. I was taught English that way. So we need to unlearn, and we need to help teachers, and we need to train teachers in giving other methods, in giving other possibilities, in doing things like IELTA is doing today, in order for them to experience in their classrooms different approaches, different practices like the one that Marshall has, implementing if they feel like it, if they want to do it, the experiences that I have implemented in my classes. So first of all is, leaving blame, avoiding guilt, and taking a compassionate action with those teachers, unconsciously. And like Marshall said, we are very used to that. So it's the moment to share and to help teachers learn new practices and to experience. And maybe they find different things. We don't know. That would be my response to that.
Perfect. Thank you again. And the last question, what about those students who feel free to ask for questions, but are bullied by other students and considered as nerds. So they stop asking questions and they won't interact anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have to be honest, based on my experience, my students learn to work together. They learn to work as a team. They learn to work and be empathic towards each other. So they learn to participate, but at the same time, knowing that whenever we participate is, we let go of our ego, we let go of the fact of a competition, and at least in Connect, we teach them to contribute to others. So in my classes, the fact that I'm always trying to develop that with students hasn't led that in my classrooms, I have one student talking all the time. That has been my experience. I used to have it in the past. But since I started taking this approach of, becoming aware of their potential, but also knowing that that potential is without ego and with humility, they start contributing more to their peers. So that is something that it's currently not happening to me, right? So my recommendation would be allow yourself to come out of the comfort zone and start implementing connection, empathy, gratefulness in the classroom, and giving the students the chance to learn about nonviolent communication or transformative communication. Any other question?
No, thank you.
Darcy, there are more
Thank you so
questions,
much.
but they're in the chat. Thank you.
Okay.
And I think that, thank you, Carol, for helping us find the questions.
My pleasure.
So much.
I believe that we've just had a great experience together, sharing and listening and learning. And I think more people want to have their questions answered, but if you could join them in the Facebook chat, that would be
I
great.
will.
And thank you so much, Darcy. We really appreciate, because your experience was very much from your heart. And I think that's what everyone felt it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful, so honored to be learning from all of you today and sharing with you my experience and the experience of my students. It's been very, very amazing and enriching, implementing this. So thank you so much. Thank you. And good luck to the next presenters.
We're about to go south, right, Sola?
South. We're moving from Nicaragua to Brazil, and I will leave the presentation to one of my dear friends, Mona. Mona, are you with us?
Yes, sure, dear. Since the morning. Oh, hello, everyone. Or let me say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are on the earth watching the Teacher Caravan 2021. This is Mona Ibrahim Abishaya. I'm a teacher and a trainer of English language, IELTA, and the academic coordinator of IELTA Lebanon. Please don't hesitate posting your questions in the section below. And now, allow me to introduce the broadcaster, who will present strategies that help teachers prepare activities that promote students' participation and collaboration using digital tools. These activities can be applied to online or in person. She holds a degree in applied linguistics from the University of Taubaté, Brazil, and a doctorate in higher education leadership from California, Lateran University, USA. She has taught ESL for 20 years and has offered professional development courses to language teachers from all over the world. Dr. Christian Galvao, the platform is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you all for being here today. This is an amazing event. I've been learning so much from everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks, IELTA, for this opportunity. And so I'm going to share some strategies with you today. And so let me share my screen so we can start. So the title of my presentation is Using Digital Tools for Creating Collaborative Activities. And I am Dr. Cristiane Galvão. So I was introduced before, so I'm going to skip this slide. And so the objectives of my presentation today are, I'm going to present 3 strategies that promote students' participation and collaboration using digital tools. And these activities can be applied to online or in-person lessons. So I'm going to start with a brainstorm question. Actually, I have 3 questions. Then I'm going to present the first activity. That's going to be a video activity with focus on collaboration. My second activity is a visual dictionary that I'm going to share with you. And then I'm going to share a virtual tour using Google Earth. And then we have some questions and answers. So to start, as an ESL teacher, I always like to ask some questions, and I always like to have my students engaged. So we always start talking about a topic or something that's meaningful to the class that we are having. So today I'm asking you, what are your favorite online resources? And do you use them when planning your student-centered activities or those activities that the students will prepare and present? And why did you choose those resources, those tools? So I'm going to give you some minutes to answer, and I will talk a little bit about that. So
would you like us to read the responses?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. Me and Mona are going to see.
Yes, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
According to Facebook, everyone is saying you've got an amazing friend, Diana Fernandez. Everyone can't wait to see your presentation.
Wonderful, thank you.
And over here, they said some of them English Facebook groups, they can get the resource from there. Padlet, definitely. And we have learnerenglish.britishcouncil.com.
Awesome. Yeah, these
we have also from someone, just a minute, let me check here, linguahouse.com. Also, it's a kind of resource, so we can share it also. We have teachingenglish.org.uk, and that's from Fayardin Akbar.
Wonderful.
We have Kahoot, Padlet, Chatterpix, a lot of resources that we can share it. Classroom, Zoom, and even some of them they use up also. From Karina, she's saying Rick's training. Also, we have one more saying British Council is also a helpful resource. Padlet and Zoom. Flippy Grid Padlet, interactive sheets, also the ESL Brain. Most of them, we have a Jigsaw Planet. A lot of resources, indeed.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. So that, I asked that question because that's exactly what I'm going to talk next. When we are preparing lessons, we have so many options, right? That it can feel like overwhelming. For example, if I'm preparing a lesson and I want to teach grammar and share an online activity, I'm going to look for a website or an application that helps me to share a grammar activity online. But at the same time, I also think that I need to share an activity to do a warm-up game, for example. So I'm going to spend some time looking for some resources online. And what happens when we are preparing a lesson? Sometimes it's so confusing to find the right one, right? Because we have so many options, especially now during the pandemic, during remote learning. If you're doing remote learning, I'm sure, at least in my experience, I spent so much time looking for resources, looking for the best website, looking for the best tool to use with my students. So we have so many apps available, as you all contributed, right? As you all brought, and you said that you were using Padlet, Kahoot, all these tools, they are amazing. But it takes time for us to find the right ones. It takes time for us to know exactly which ones best fits our needs, and it's time consuming. So what I'm suggesting today is that you keep it simple. Okay, so my idea is to share with you activities that are not going to ignore some of the online tools, but I'm going to bring some examples that you can incorporate to your lessons, but thinking about keeping it simple and easier on you as the teacher when you are preparing, when you are teaching. And it's also thinking about something that's available to the students. The students can find it easy to use too. Because sometimes we find an online tool that's really wonderful, that's great, but it doesn't work for our students. So that's something we need to think about, right? And so, especially if we are proposing a collaborative activity, we really need to think which tools, which resources can I use to provide this easy, not easy in a way that it's too easy, the students won't learn anything with it, but easy to access, easy to use in a way that the students feel comfortable using. So to start that conversation on collaborative activities, I'm asking here, why collaborative activities, right? And why using online tools while preparing those activities? So first of all, we want to promote dialogue. We want our students to dialogue, to have this conversation with each other. We want to create this moment for them to connect to each other, especially now that remote learning, most of us, not most of us, but many of us, right, are doing remote learning. We have to think about this. How am I going to create spaces for my students to dialogue with each other? Because when we are teaching, we are the ones who are providing the activities. We are explaining the topics. We are here looking at the screen and talking to them. But we have to think, how are we going to bring at least a little bit of what we have in person, right? And these activities that I'm suggesting today, they also can be applied to in person. But we are going to talk about that a little bit later. So why collaborative, right? They will provide critical thinking. The students will use their creativity, building up the knowledge that they bring, because that's an asset. That's something so important. We need to motivate them to use their knowledge and to build up that knowledge as well. And doing that by learning from one another, learning with each other. And how do we do that? We provide opportunities for them to research. So when we are preparing an activity, when we are proposing a collaborative activity, it's important that we give the students the opportunity to research, not only to search, because that's different, right? They can search and find so much information online, but we need to teach them how to research. What kind of reading am I going to use for my presentation? what kind of sources, which sources are the ones that I should be using? Are they trustful, right? So that's also part of online teaching. That's also part of helping our students to be critical thinkers. And that's the purpose that Paulo Freire brings. He wants us as educators to not treat our students as passive learners. We want them to be subjects. We want them to be active in their learning process. So that's what Paulo Freire proposes. We're not going to do a banking education anymore, where the students sit and listen. And we, the teachers, we talk and talk and talk, and they listen and take notes. But how do we do that, right? We guide them. We are here to support them. As a teacher, I am here to support my students, to answer their questions, to show them their way to find the best knowledge possible. It doesn't mean that I'm not teaching. It doesn't mean that I don't know what I'm doing. It means that I am guiding the students. It means that we have space for dialogue. Like Paulo Freire says, it's not a dialogue just to talk about things, but to discover, to go beyond, to think, and to act in a community. To be someone who is a subject means to act, to bring my critical thinking to the discussion, and also to create opportunities for change, because that's so important. So what my student learns in my class, the student will bring to their real lives. They will bring to their discussions outside the classroom. So based on that, I am going to show you my activities, what I have to share with you today. So the first one is going to be a video activity that you can develop with your students. Then you can propose so they can work on it and present. The second activity is a visual dictionary. And then the third one is a discussion activity that will give the students the opportunity to talk about what they have learned. So let's think about all these three activities connected to each other. So if you want to use the three activities, for example, as a project, you can, because they are all related. So, so how do we do that? If you're teaching online, you will ask your students to meet on Zoom, for example. You can even do that during your class by providing, by sharing, by making groups and asking and sending our students to breakout rooms, for example. So they meet and they discuss with each other. And the topic that I propose here is tell me about your town. So the idea is that students share something interesting about the place that they live. And why is that important? Because if a student goes abroad, travels abroad, or makes friends online in friends from another country, they know how to talk about the place where they live. And if you teach international students, for example, this is great because they can search and research about the town where they are living to study. And then they can share with their family, they can share with their friends in their home country. So this is, it's just a suggestion of a topic you can do in whichever topic you would like with your students, something that will be part of your lesson. So the students meet on Zoom and they create and they search on Google things about their town, about the place they live. And it's something that will provide them space to be curious. They're going to be searching about places, for example, maybe there is a museum that they never visited, maybe there is a mall that they never went there and they want to learn more about that place. Maybe there is a park. So this is an opportunity for them to decide on what they're going to talk about. And then together, they share a Google document. So the online tools that you would be using here would be Zoom, Google, right? And Google Docs or any other documents that can be shared. And the students will take notes. They will take notes together and decide on what they're going to talk about. So how are they going to show their favorite places in town? How are they going to talk about it? What they're going to talk about it and why they're going to talk about those places? And who are they going to talk to? Because that's also something you can do. You could ask them to share with someone the idea and interview that person. Someone who maybe they want to interview the mayor. They want to interview someone who works in a community center and wants to share with them. And also the students will decide when they're going to meet, when they're going to prepare this video. They can also do it as a TV show. I remember when I was teaching at the Federal Institute in Brazil, my students created a TV show. And but that was in person. So they role played, they created their material, their writing, and they presented to the class a TV show. So one person interviewed a guest, and so one student was the interviewer and the other student was a guest, and they were talking about, at that time we were talking about Gilberto Gil, a Brazilian singer. So one of the students, he pretended that he was Gilberto Gil. It was fun, it was interesting. The students really loved and they were engaged. So here for online, for presenting online, the students will then record their video. And there's also a possibility that you could ask them to do like a podcast. They can record their interview on Zoom just as an audio and share with the class. And so after that, the students share with you, the teacher, and the teacher makes it available on a Google Classroom, for example. That would be the online tool that I'm suggesting. So as I said before, and that was the answer for one of my questions, we have so many online tools that could be used here, right? So it's up to you, the teacher. You will decide which is the best one, which one would best help you when sharing these materials. But I would suggest Google Classroom or maybe Canvas, where you can keep it for all the students to see it, and they also can share with their family. And the last step would be everybody shared with the teacher. So the teacher makes it available to the students where they can watch as a group, as a class. Everybody will watch the videos or listen to the podcast, and then you all discuss the topic. So this is very simple activity, but it takes a lot of engagement. The students really feel that they are learning, they are doing something because they have the opportunity to go and look for something that's meaningful to them. I also suggested in another lecture that teachers could do about something that's traditional in their country. So the students could share a topic, something that's traditional in their country. For example, I'm working right now with my adult learners. They are working on a video to present a recipe that's a traditional recipe from their country, from their home country. So they really like it, and they're beginners. They're only beginners, and they're doing that. And it's so good because I start that project in the beginning of the year, and the students work on it during the entire school year. It's like I give them all this time to work on that project. And then at the end, at our very last class, they all present the videos and we talk about it. And I already have, we're only in March, we're gonna finish in April, and the students already, some of them are already sending me their videos. So, which shows that they're engaged and interested. Okay, so the next activity would be working specific vocabulary about places in town. The students share a Google document. Here, they're not going to meet on Zoom. They're going to just share a Google document, a very simple document that it's easy to share. And of course, if your students don't know how to do that, you can create one document and share with them. So the students will create a list of words of places that they have learned that there are in their city, in their town. For example, when they were preparing the video, they noticed, they learned that there is a museum, a science museum there that they didn't know about. So they will go and include that science museum, for example, in their list, on their list. And then a park, a movie theater, a pizza place, restaurants, and a playground, for example. So the students together, they will create a list of possible places that they would like to include in their visual dictionary. And they will search for images. And they will create this visual dictionary with images and the words that describe those images. See that here, everything is related to what was seen before, what was done before. So students are already learned the content. Now they are reinforcing the vocabulary. And that for beginners is so important because vocabulary is so important. It's a great foundation that the students need when they are beginners. But remember, this can be done with intermediate students, with advanced students, and in high school, elementary school. The visual dictionary for elementary school students is a great activity too. For 5th graders, for example, for 4th graders, you can guide them and teach them how to create a visual dictionary. And also, the students can create that list with the places that they found while they were preparing their video activity, but they can also categorize. They can also create a mind map, or they can categorize the images. And for example, here, if they write open spaces, they will put images here of a park, a playground. So they will categorize. They also have that option of categorizing. So I think the visual dictionary is great, not only for teaching new words, but also to reinforce that knowledge of words that they've seen before. And also they're here while, for beginners, for example, while they are typing the words, they're learning how to spell those words. And it's not disconnected from what they've done before. It's not only memorizing words. It's not only learning words that don't make sense to them. The important thing here is remember that you should do that when you have already explored a certain content. So now I'm going to share with you a short video that I prepared on how to create a visual dictionary. I'm going to share with you how to create a visual dictionary using Google Docs. So here I have an open document and I already typed the title of it. So it's Visual Dictionary, My Favorite Places in Goiânia. Goiânia is my hometown in Brazil, and I'm going to share 2 of my favorite places there with you by showing you the images and typing their names. So I'm going to search the web, and I have here Parque Flamboyant, Goiânia. I typed in Portuguese because that would help me to find exactly the place that I wanted. And then I'm going to insert the image. And now I'm going to type park. because that's a park, right? And if I want, I can also insert the name of the park, because since I am I'm showing my town, my favorite places in town to people from all around the world, I can type its real name, its actual name, so people can search and find out more about that place, right? So I could call it Flamboyant Park. And its actual name is Parque Flamboyant. So there's nothing wrong with letting your students type the name of that place in their home language, because that's the actual name of the place, right? Okay, so I'm going to add another image, and it's going to be similar. The name is going to be similar, but it's a different place. It's Flamboyant. Flamboyant Shopping Center. This is my favorite mall in Goiânia. So I'm going to add the image. And once I have the image there, I'm going to type Flamboyant Shopping Center, which is a mall. Okay, so it was, I just wanted to demonstrate how to create the visual dictionary. And then when you finish typing and including the images that you would like to have in your document, you can share with your students. And once your students are creating their own visual dictionary, they can share with you, so you can take a look and see how they did. An important thing here is, if they don't know how to create a Google Doc, you can always create your you can create your own document and share with them, and you can add 2 images there with the words, just to show them what they should be doing. And then you share your screen and you show them that too. You can tell them how to do it. You can teach them how to create their own document. All right, so let me go to my next slide. All right, so the third activity that I'm going to present, I titled it as My Town is Awesome. So this is actually a virtual tour that you can maybe send your students to breakout rooms, and they will, each student can watch a virtual tour, or they can meet on Zoom and watch these, to go on this tour together, and then they discuss and they share with the class what they saw and what was interesting, what they learned. So here, if I click here, that's Google Earth. So you are going to launch Earth, and after you launch it, you will type the name of the place that you want to visit. So it's very interesting because—
Could you reshare?
I'm sorry?
Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe can you reshare it? I can't see.
Sorry, I thought you could see it. I'm so sorry.
You just stop sharing and share again.
Can you see it now?
I think so.
All right, thank you. All right, so let me go back to what I was saying. So you're going to click on Google Earth, and then you'll launch Earth. And once you launch Earth, you will type the place that you want to visit. So I'm gonna say Flamboyant Shopping Center, because that's the mall that I was showing before on my visual dictionary. And there it is. So the students can go on a tour and see what's around the mall and visit the town. And then they can talk to each other about the places, and they're going to visit those places. And then once they're back to the classroom, in a big group, everybody together, they will discuss. Can you see my PowerPoint now?
Not yet.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Let me reshare. Let me close Google Earth there. All right, I think now I'll be able to reshare. Wonderful. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. All right, so once the students went on a tour, they visited the places in their town, they will get together, they can write a report of what they saw, they can discuss with each other and include that information maybe in a video, depending on how, if they're still working on their videos, and they can share in the classroom as a group what they saw, what they didn't know about their town, for example, some place that they have never been but they want to go. And that's a very great opportunity for them to discuss. And also they could create their own map. They could create their own map using online tools, and they can insert images and name places. So it will be up to you, the teacher, to also create some, to use your creativity to suggest how students could work. And I'm sure the students will bring their own suggestions because they always bring their suggestions, and that makes a big difference. And it's so good because we learn so much from them. So I would like to share with you, before I finish, I would like to share with you this quote from by Paulo Freire. So dialogue cannot exist in the absence of a profound love for the world and for people. The naming of the world, which is an act of creation and recreation, is not possible if it's not infused with love. So I'm sure that I love being an educator. I love sharing and I love teaching. And when I saw this quote, I was like, I need to share this because I think that we can make a better place, a better world by dedicating, by infusing our love into our teaching. And so that was my message. And before we finish, I would like to ask a question to the audience. So now, would you apply the activities that I presented in this lecture to your classes? So,
and there are some questions from the audience also.
Thank you.
Would you like to answer them now, or after you get their questions?
I'm going to answer their questions and then I will get the answer.
Okay, great. The first one is from Farheen Haidar, asking how to respond to a question when you are unsure about it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat, please?
How to respond to a question when you are unsure about it. And you don't know the answer, or you're not sure of the answer.
So I would say, through the point of view of an educator, I would research and find more, try to find the answers to explain to someone or to expand on that knowledge. As a student, I think I would ask for guidance from my teachers, and also to, as I said before, learn how to research too, and to look for that knowledge somewhere, but also dialoguing, asking people who know the topic, because that's so important to go and ask. It's always good to have someone to reach out to when you are not sure about the answers. And it's okay if you don't know the answers yet. We are always in a learning process, right? This is this is what education is about, learning all the time.
Yeah. And there is another question that says how to plan and execute group activities wherein students have to collaborate and communicate while conducting online classes?
So the group activities, I love the breakout rooms on Zoom for that. And I don't know if other resources have that feature where the students can get together, but always give them time to discuss, share the groups, like you can create the groups, or you can ask the students, who would you like to work with? And I always like to ask the students who they like to work with, but sometimes I like to create my own groups. I create them because I know that one student who knows more about a certain topic, for example, can help the one that's not too comfortable yet with that topic, does not know much about a certain topic. So working groups, it is possible to work in groups when you are teaching online. Just make sure, as I said before, make sure you provide the right tools for them to use. If you're sharing a Google document, for example, and just a note that working in groups doesn't mean that they need to be sharing the same breakout room, for example. As I said, if they're using a Google Doc, they are still working in groups, right? It is still a group work. So, and in the classroom, it's much easier, we know that, but online, we have to create the space for the students. So send them to breakout rooms, give them the topics you would like them to talk about, to learn. And also something that I learned, because I used to think that I had to give them all the instructions, the knowledge. I was the only one to provide the knowledge, but I learned that it's not. We are there to guide, to help, and of course we have to offer our knowledge, because that's what they're there for, and that's what we are teachers for, right? We teach something we know about, but they are also the ones who are going to create those questions, to bring the questions and their curiosity. And so working in groups online, it is possible. And make sure you ask the students to follow a certain order if you need, just because it is online and you need to make sure everybody's working. I hope I answered your question.
Sure, you are. And indeed, everyone is happy and saying congratulations for all the information. Really, it was fantastic presentation. Thank you, Dr. Christian. Really, thank you.
Thank you so much. I just wanted I'm going to leave my contact here if anybody would like to reach out to me. I am on Facebook. I have a group for ESL teachers on Facebook. So if you'd like to join, it's ESL Teachers Practical Teaching Strategies. I'm also on Instagram. My Instagram is Bilingualism in Practice, and I am on Twitter. I also created a page for IELTA Brazil, so you will find me there too. So thank you so much for attending. And do we have some answers for this question?
It's very possible people have written responses in the chat box. Is it possible, Dr. Galvon, that you can respond to them in the chat box?
Yes, I will.
And then if you could share your podcast, your Facebook group, I think people would love to follow you. So I think if you could put it in the chat, they'll be able to follow you.
Sounds good. I'll do that, Armin. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for joining. It was great to be here.
It was fabulous.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Sola, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Nice.
We're moving to Argentina.
We're about to head more, well, I guess south or west.
Yeah.
Southwest.
Not my field. No idea. We're just moving to Argentina now. And Mona will also present Maria Gabriela for us. And for the audience.
Okay, thank you, my dearest friend. Indeed, indeed. Wow, what an interesting and informative caravan. Wow. Hello again. Everyone around the world is watching the Teachers Caravan 2021. This is Mona Ibrahim, a teacher and editor of English language, a member of IELTA and the academic coordinator of IELTA Lebanon. As we are waiting for your questions in the comments section, delightfully, I'd like to introduce our presenter, who will focus on important cultural definitions of language teaching and learning. His talk will also describe experiential learning activities, meaningful connections, and the importance of oral intelligence. She was a Fulbright teaching fellow and visiting instructor at Hamilton College in Clinton, New York. She earned her bachelor's degree in English teaching from the Training College No. 5 in Jujuy, a province in the northwest of Argentina, and her BA in English at UFASTA University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Maria Porto.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the nice presentation. Thank you so much. I'm here with you today, and because I don't want to cut out my presentation, I would invite to see a video I recorded earlier, just in case. I don't know if it can be possible.
You got it, Maria. Yeah, we'll share it, and then afterwards people can respond.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, because it's raining now here. So it's raining today. Thank you.
No problem, yeah. So we're going to share it.
Hope you enjoy.
We'll join you in the Facebook chat so that you can maybe respond to them there. Is that okay, Maria? Okay.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Got it. So,
here we go.
All right. Let's see. And we're just going to thank all the people who are helping make this happen, which are the organizers, but also all of you who are excited to be with us. So hopefully there's not too much background sound here in New York, where I am. I will share it. And you let me know if you can hear it.
Thank you so much. Yes, here I am.
And first of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to IELTA members, Armen and Glenn, for this wonderful teacher caravan idea. And thank you all for attending virtually, locally, and internationally my presentation. The question you can think of is, what cultural characteristics do you find most interesting when learning the English language or any new language? We are sharing screen now. Okay, here we go. Great. So cultural elements. To start with this topic, I want to present some cultural elements which help to define the term culture. We have symbols referring to verbal and non-verbal language, such as idiomatic expressions, tone of voice, accent, conversation styles, gestures, well-known objects or homemade artifacts, traditional dances, and World Heritage landscapes. Rituals are social activities that can be rescued in small or large meetings, like cultural activities in fall and spring seasonal celebrations. Then values as the feelings about what is good or bad, beautiful or ugly, normal or abnormal, sentiments which are present among participants and leaders. Regarding these ethical values, we can also start these at school, either in a subject material or working in service projects, organizations, volunteering. Heroes, real or imaginary characters who are standing for people in a community to be guiding as behavioral models. And finally, these characters are also portrayed in myths, traditional stories of heroism narrated in novels and comics, for example. And a specific example of a national hero, both in Argentina and in the United States, is the legendary cowboy for his bravery in the countryside. And my personal example of an Argentinian comic is Mafalda, created by Kino, and similarly sharing the same characteristics of the American comic Charlie Brown and his friends. My province, Jujuy, Argentina, and Clinton, New York. Now going more local in my teaching, I tell my students about Jujuy, the province where I was born, which is located in the northwest of Argentina. The main elements I focus on are the celebration of the Mother of the Year in August, giving thanks of what we have and produce, the cathedral as an important historical building where the Argentine flag was presented, the map showing the 4 microclimates, the valley, the rainforest, the ravines, and the high plateau, the National Park Caliregua, home of jaguars and Guarani Aboriginal communities, the Hill of 7 Colors and of 14 Colors, considered a World Heritage Site by UNESCO, and the local flower, the Lapacho Rosado, having a similarity with the beautiful cherry blossoms. And my second home, Clinton, a small town located in upstate New York. It is surrounded by a forest with lots of green in summer and colorful maple trees and kingo leaves trees in fall. There are deer, squirrels, chipmunks, robins, cardinals, and bears, and mountains to do hiking with special hiking boots. And in winter, there is a lot of snow, so the degrees are always below 0, but the beauty of nature makes makes you forget about this detail. And this picturesque American town, my university, Hamilton College, is located, and their inhabitants celebrate Thanksgiving, pumpkin carving, apple picking, apple cider, Christmas, Hanukkah, and other winter holidays, spring breaks, and summer farmers' fairs. I miss all these events, and of course, I miss Hamilton a lot. Now, cultural approaches, going more technical, when teaching language, we should think of language as a system of signs, having a cultural value, language as a major role in the interpretation of culture, especially in its printed form, and I would say in digital and social media. Social culturalism as a teaching and learning methods that generates knowledge and meaning from the interaction of experiences and ideas. This can be the social and historical aspect of culture and language study. There is a third element here, and it is imagination. Some authors called this a third cultural space, entitled In Common Dreams, Metaphors, and Creativity. We also have to take in mind the terms ethnocultural empathy and ethnoculturation. Ethnocultural empathy, the understanding of feelings that are not only ethnically, but also culturally different, and ethnoculturation as the transmission of cultural values. The approaches for teaching culture can be field trips, experiential activities, cross-cultural training techniques with multicultural teams like this Caravan, authentic material, literature. Another good example, it can be teaching Spanish, English tutoring programs at elementary schools and language clubs at universities. There are many cultural outcomes on cultural learning, such as cultural understanding, cultural awareness, cultural adaptation, assimilation, integration, social change, identity transformation, and language proficiency. Now, practical examples on homeschooling as the new normal, and I would say the new future. Argentina or Argentine folklore dances and traditional legends in November. For this great idea, I want to thank the ballet based in Manhattan, New York City, and the director, Adriana, who kindly teaches us and dances via WhatsApp, Google Meet, and Zoom every Tuesday and Saturday. I was lucky to have this connection after participating in the Hispanic Heritage Month Parade back in 2018. So now I'm starting a YouTube channel with permission of parents. Okay. I'm going to show some of these stay-at-home activities that I was telling you about, and these cultural dances that we can practice with children, with adults also, for teaching. In this case, for example, for teaching imperatives, let's say. Applauses. So let's practice. Let's dance at home. I'm sure you can do this with your friends. And of course, it's very, very, very easy, as you have here the instructions. Yeah, it's first clap. You know, you clap first like this. Then you start walking 4 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 4 steps back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make a turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then make a zapateo similarly to flamenco and zarandeo using the beautiful skirts and dresses. And finally, the repetition of this and the final turn and final greeting. So this is fun. I think this is a good activity for teaching imperatives, as I was telling you, and of course, teaching some culture. Okay, sorry, let's continue with the following slide. Now, experiential learning and creativity. First, some authors on psychology states that through creative thinking, we can think more dynamically, becoming non-offensive and more open to new experiences and new ideas. So we are able to integrate multiple perspectives, finding universal connections, working collaboratively towards unified goals and conflict resolutions. And creativity awakens students' personal voice, ethical awareness, and inspiration for social action. In recent classes, I can provide actual examples of language cultural exchanges. For example, number 1, open mic classroom activity with translation and poems. Number 2, video conferencing with Emma from France. And number 3, teaching English at Huwaida University, inviting my professors on campus for sharing teaching techniques that help students learn English to students who are learning Spanish. Let's continue. Now, challenges and opportunities, as we say, is creating a pedagogy on dialogue and cultural action. Other authors propose a language education focused on dialogues to create an atmosphere of democracy, equality, and community. The pedagogy based on dialogue is an encounter among cultures. In this process, the actors should be open, curious, and respectful. We also can think of a community building as well as creating a dialogic learning community or cultural circles. Instead of a teacher, we have a coordinator. Instead of lectures, dialogue. Instead of pupils, group participants. So in these cultural circles, we attempt through group debate to clarify solutions or to seek action in a climate of respect. Teaching in a cultural diversity classroom, also in a multicultural diverse classroom, there is a need of establishing bridges to allow intercultural dialogues and respect towards other cultural identities and nations. Also give importance of concepts like international cooperation, cultural diversity, global citizens, as well as giving importance to social cultural aspects, especially when students are shaping as individuals motivated to move among cultures. Cultural intelligence identifies four skills: motivation, knowledge, strategy, or metacognition, and action of behavior. My personal challenges and goals as a teacher at home are remotely teaching and learning. So continuing with the TPR activities for becoming a better teacher, a better dancer, and a better sporty person. Now the conclusions for wrapping up the presentation are creating a welcome atmosphere as a way to engage and participate in cultural classroom activities and events. This is called cultural synthesis. It is a way to integrate and come to learn about other people's worlds. Teaching and learning in a culture of agency or culture of action, as Professor Hayes says, educators should include paying attention to classroom and school climate, community experience, service learning, family interactions, cultural narratives, norms and expectations, socioeconomic factors, and social media. Although these variables may work differently in different cultures in different countries. And finally, considering multiple intelligences and cultural intelligence as a new skill. As we know, the multiple intelligences theory created by Professor Howard Gardner brings up a new concept, cultural intelligence. This skill will improve to adapt in different contexts and different cultures, for example, in multicultural classrooms. So to conclude or to continue the discussion, I want to bring two questions for you to think. What are the benefits of teaching culture and language, and how cultural elements will interact and transform our students' cultural identities? Thank you so much. Can't wait for your feedback, questions, comments, and suggestions. And of course, I hope you enjoyed this presentation to use these cultural elements or your home cultural elements to your English classes, and of course, in a way of engaging students and participation. Thank you very much. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you a lot indeed. Thank you. There is Sarah Zaidan is asking, what is meant by of agency or a cultural action?
Thank you. Hello, Sarah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I'm here for real. Yeah, when you are talking about culture of action or culture of agency, I think it's just mainly participation. Don't be afraid of participating, because sometimes we feel like we are not available to, or maybe we don't have all the knowledge that sometimes some activities demand. But in my personal experience, for example, I can say also that I use this kind of cultural agency, traveling abroad, participating in conferences, meeting with people, and also, of course, working with this wonderful team, the IELTA members. So, and I think that this is a culture of action, and it means just participation and engagement. That is the most important thing here, I think. Don't be afraid of maybe committing mistakes, but also learning. But of course, learning from these participation activities. Hello? I hope you could
Hear you,
hear the response because it's raining now. It's raining cats and dogs here. So
no, they're so happy and thankful, and they're saying it's interesting. Thank you. Now it is clearer. Really great presentation.
Thank you. And of course, I invite you to come to my province, to Jujuy, North, and to Clinton, New York. That is a special invitation here. You are always welcome. All of you people, you are welcome here. But my house is your house, as we say, you know, mi casa es tu casa.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Maria. I think what's interesting about your presentation is, you know, you were using dance, just to repeat it out loud again, you were using dance as a way of improving language. So really, language and dance are two experiences that need each other. And that's just one example of other examples that you gave. So we really appreciate this cross-cultural example. Yeah.
Thank you, Armin. Thank you, everyone. Hope you enjoyed this humble presentation.
Yeah. Wonderful.
And good luck to Panama. Good luck to Juliana. Woo!
Thank you so much. It was fantastic, your presentation.
Let's dance.
I enjoyed it a lot.
Good luck to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Adios.
Thank you, Maria. Yes, we really enjoyed it. Thank you. So now, Arman, it's clear that now we're moving to Panama with Yuliia. And again, Mona will be presenting you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everybody again. In such fascinating and thought-provoking Teacher Caravan 2021. I'm Mona Ibrahim Abishaya, a teacher and a trainer of English, a member of IELTA, and the academic coordinator of IELTA Lebanon. Feel free posting your questions in the comments section, please. A brief description about our presenter. In her presentation, she's going to show us different virtual tools teachers can incorporate in their literature class to make them more appealing and motivate students. 13 years of experience as ESL teacher, MA in applied linguistics, postgraduate in higher education, and major in high school education at University of Panama. Postgraduate in virtual learning environments, OTAMA, ESL program training certified, Toronto, Canada. Certified in researching, University of Panama. Certified in sustainable development, Beijing, China. Currently teacher of English at University of Panama, Cockley Branch, and Andrew Tapia Bilingual Elementary School. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Miss Yuliia Olizko.
Thank you so much for those kind words. Hello, everyone. I welcome you all to this session from the host of the Americas and the world, where the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean meet by a canal. Yes, I'm talking about Panama. I'm Yuliia Olizko, and I'm really pleased to share with you today. After receiving ideas about how to choose the best online tool to teach any topic, now it's my turn to give suggestions in how to apply some of them, but now based in literature or reading. But, however, it doesn't mean that they cannot be applied in other lessons, courses, and you can adapt them. You can adapt them for different purpose, but taking into account your students' needs. Now, let's take some time to hear your ideas. let me know in the chat room in YouTube and Facebook. Let me know. Have you taught literature or had a reading class virtually? How did you manage teaching this course? Is it possible to integrate virtual tools in a reading class? Let me know. Let's see people responses on Facebook and YouTube. Let me know about it. Have you taught literature or had a reading class virtually? How do you manage teaching this course? Okay. No questions in Facebook yet. How about YouTube?
Yeah, while we're waiting.
Some replies in YouTube. Okay. Sakan Lebrai says no. Susiana Wihirahayu, sure it is. Karina Vera, it really is. Hanin Adnam, using PowerPoint presentations, videos, class discussions on various platforms. Karina Vera, an online book. Well, I hope to pronounce your names well. Odalis Monson Torres, yes. Aja Itani, using online books. Prakash Medekar, divided in students into pairs or groups for reading activities purpose. Mariloli Moreno, use PowerPoint presentation. Let's see the ones you give me in the chat box. Okay, no, not there, not yet. Let's see, listening to recorded audio related to Oxford books. I do reading classes by sharing my screen via Zoom. Yes, I have, says Veronica Cisneros. I usually use songs and commercials. Wow, that's fantastic to hear some other ideas you have through these means. Now, let's see what we are going to cover this session. I'm going to present Padlet, but remember that now I'm going to refer it to literature or reading classes. For example, how to organize a reading lesson, Flipgrid for narrations and community building, Encore to narrate literary works or story analysis, Pixton for those creative people to build the illustrative stories, and how about Zoom, perform and record plays. These are some of the ideas I'm going to provide here, but probably you have some more, right? So share that in YouTube and in Facebook. I want to know that later. Let's start by talking about Padlet. I know that most of you have used Padlet before, and one of my colleagues, if I'm not mistaken, it was Christine, she was talking about Padlet, right? So now I bring Padlet just to plan your lessons following the reading process in teaching, right? Because when we read, we have to conduct our students through a process. This is not just by extensive reading all the time. Yes, it can be possible, but sometimes when we have lower grades, maybe in elementary school, high school, or even the first levels in university or college, we need to guide them to have wonderful reading experiences. So here I have how you can get your students' feedback while following that process. I'm going to show this one here that I used to plan while reading The Black Cat by Allan Poe. We are going to move there, yeah, because I brought it to you. Over here, I planned the whole lesson. Look, I planned the whole lesson in Padlet. This is not only for one activity. I added activities for pre-reading, while reading, and post-reading, even the reflective part or the final feedback. At the pre-reading activity here, as you can see, I asked them to give me ideas about what they understood about the title or what they think the reading was going to be about just by reading the title, right? This is one of the pre-activities you can make in Padlet. Another reading activity was to bring those ideas for the visually special students, those that like to see, right, images, pictures, to motivate themselves and learn. So I link here, well, I'm talking about another one that you probably don't know here. I link an activity made in Jigsaw Planet, where I created a jigsaw over there using an image related to the reading. So I just wanted them to give me their ideas, but now using an image, right? So we are scaffolding the situation, getting their feedback at the same time. Of course, when we read, we need to meet the author. This is very important to meet who wrote the reading, right? Because we can know the purposes for the reading or why the author probably at that moment wrote that. This is very important because they give their contributions, right? So we have to support them at the same time. So I asked them to, well, giving them a challenge actually, because I asked them to look for some other ideas about who Allan Poe was, Edgar Allan Poe was, but of course, giving a different idea from the previous comments, right? So I encourage them to investigate, to search, to move on the net. While reading activity, well, here Padlet has the opportunity or gives you the opportunity to link audiobooks or podcasts, because we are going to talk about that later, to your literature classes or reading classes. Here, they were listening and reading silently, right? A podcast or an audiobook actually with a narrator, and they brought me some words that they were struggling with while reading by themselves. So after that, we shared those words and try to understand them using synonyms and using them to create some new sentences or to give their critical viewpoint at the end. And here at the end, as a post-reading activity, after they finish, they gave me their recorded videos, because they can bring videos from YouTube or they can even record videos here in Padlet, because Padlet gives that option to your students to record their videos, to upload an image, to upload files, to upload PPT presentations, anything that they can bring from the net or website. So you can ask them to do so. Look here, I have some of my students' replies here. Let's see, Gisela, and you can see how you can link it to YouTube in this case.
Hello, everyone. Today, I would like to share my critical point of view of the short story by Edgar Allan Poe, The Black Cat. The Black Cat is one of the most popular stories written by Edgar Allan Poe. It was first published by the Saturday Evening Post in 1843. This story is closely related to the theme of the telltale heart, and we can also...
As you can see, I gave them a prompt. So this is how it looks like for students, but here at the top, they have a prompt in where they have to provide their critical thinking or ideas. This is now linked to Huwaida's critical thinking ideas, right? So about what they know about the reading, how they felt actually, to link to emotional intelligence in this case, how they feel, right, after reading this wonderful masterpiece from Edgar Allan Poe. And this is another opportunity for them to have a voice in Padlet, because Padlet is commonly used for writing skill, but you can also link it to the conversational one or speaking skills. So that's fantastic, right? Let's move now to the next one. If you have any questions, I would like you leave them in the YouTube channels or Facebook to answer them after that. Okay, let's move in Padlet. Now, here, you can have a complete reading lesson in Padlet where your students read and write, but you can also link this part that we commonly miss when students are reading, right? We have to give students a voice. We have to hear what they think about it, if they like it, if not, what they think about the story, bring some new ideas, right? So that's why I bring this second tool, which is called Flipgrid. And let me tell you that you can use both apps, not only in laptops or computers, you can bring them in your smartphones, and that's fantastic. So how can you use Flipgrid? These are the ideas. To cultivate student critical thinking on a topic under discussion in any field related to literature or reading. And you can also listen students to share opinions with people from other places or countries. Now, where it is when it comes community building. Yeah, they can also share with people from all over the world learning English, right? So they can even master the ear by listening to other pronunciations, to other accents, people from all over the world, exchanges, cultural ideas, etc., related to the reading they are, of course, reading at the moment. Let's move to Flipgrid now. www.flipgrid.com. Okay, find it in Google Play or Google. This is advertising. Okay, let's move. Here in Flipgrid, you can provide students with some general ideas. Of course, the title where they are going to talk about this. In this case, I brought this one, the ideal teacher, but I'm going to show some others related to this topic, which is literature and reading. But in this case, I also provided them, of course, a video giving them the instructions, because teachers, we have to give them instructions first, right? Let's see.
Teaching is not just being in front of a classroom, right? So let me know, what's your idea about what a model teacher has to be?
Yeah, so I'm asking them what they have to answer, and they gave me their replies. And actually, thank you, Armen, because as I told you before, you can work Flipgrid in collaboration with other teachers around the world. That's fantastic, right? So let's hear one of the students' ideas. How about this one, the first one?
Hi! So an ideal teacher for me is that person who has different characteristics, including the motivation to teach another pupils. In addition, that person needs to be creative. Remember that all person or all human beings has different manner of.
Okay, now you can hear the voice here, look, and you have also all your students' videos and those that can connect from other places as well. You can give to your students comments, feedback, and even you can create rubrics here in Flipgrid for conversational evaluation criteria. So I encourage you to move to Flipgrid and practice, discover this wonderful tool for many classes and lessons. Let's see some other. I told you that I was going to provide some other examples. And also you have in Flipgrid an educator dashboard where you can see all your lessons, the lessons that you create and the lessons that you have shared to other colleagues around the world. Look at this. How about Shakespeare? Shakespeare is related to literature, right? So I had a course related to Shakespeare, and I know that most of the students struggle with Shakespeare plays at the beginning because of the way he or his style in writing. Wonderful, actually wonderful, because Shakespeare provided to the English language what we know nowadays, right? And that was the starting point for us to grow in English, and that's fantastic. So here I have some students' responses about that, because we were talking about him, and this is the prompt. I gave them part of one investigation ideas, and they had to give me their critical thinking about that. What they think about it. Let's see about Ruben. Ruben, thank you so much.
Hello everyone. I arrive here to give you my opinion about this statistic that's been around the renowned writer William Shakespeare. It should be noted that I'm not a reading lover, neither a book fan, but from the little I know and from what I'm studying about him, I strongly agree with these statistics, with the fact that he was a very influential person for the English literature. Even I have to highlight the impact that his contribution have in our days due to its worthy of admiration. I think
Of course, we were starting the class about Shakespeare and they had to read who was Shakespeare, right? And understand who was him. For nowadays here in Panama, I can say that there is just one single subject for this specific author, writer, playwright. Shakespeare, to know about him and his plays. So they had to meet him before, and of course, before continuing with the rest of the plays, they were going to be exposed or things like that. It depends. That's up to you. So this is fantastic, right? To hear your students' voice. And of course, he had some responses because you can allow them in group discussion if the students agree or disagree, or they can give some other suggestions or the comments about their partners at the same time. And that's great. This is Flurbreed, meet Flurbreed. Now that we have empowered our students' voice after reading and writing, let's move and continue with that part. There are some students that they don't like to show themselves, right, in front of a screen. That's something that we all know. That's why we start from a point which is Padlet for them to create their ideas, give brainstorming, right? So prepare themselves to go to the next step, which is to present their ideas in person, face to face, or recording a video, right? But there are some others that they dislike that, and you can connect them by only providing their voice, not videos here at all. So with Anchor, this is now another tool that you can use for literature and reading classes. With Anchor, you can have students to read the story first and bring them to share a summary of what what they read in a narrative and creative way in a podcast. They can narrate that in a podcast. Or they can even invite classmates because Anchor gives you the opportunity to link, for example, one student from United States with another student from Philippines, another student from Panama. So you have the capacity to link with 4 more students and share ideas about a specific topic. Isn't it wonderful? Of course it is. Let's continue. So they can give their opinions or discuss a specific topic related to literature or reading a literary work. Let's see. And of course, teachers, we have to create our realia with authentic material first for our students to know what they have to do. And even if possible, have a day for practicing using the tool, because that's what we are struggling with. Our students to know how to use them or make these tools friendly for them to use. So let's see, this is mine. And I, of course, created mine first for my students to have ideas of how to make their layout and design. And of course, I provided some lessons related to Panama, culture and tradition, historical places in Panama, to meet Panama, because I'm from here first. We were talking about cultivating well-being now with this normal and the COVID-19, right? That was an important topic. Also, we were talking about cultural awareness because we need to know other people, tradition, cultures to have a good communication and some others, right? And I also provided here some experiences brought from some colleagues like Armen, Joel, Brian from Philippines, Mariana Bonoto, even Huwaida, and I'm just giving the invitation to some other teachers if you want to join to the podcast to make it reliable material for our students. So let's see, it has a play.
Hello, I'm Juliana Vasquez from Panama, and this is a space for you to hear and learn about different topics related to the study of the English language. Let's see what it brings to us.
First, introduce your podcast and let others know what this podcast is about. Now let's move to one reading first, but of course, in podcast way.
A wonderful country, Panama. Panama is a pot of all cultural diversity. It is also the #1 destination for tourism in Central America. This country has the contrast of a very busy city with a peaceful feeling of islands and beaches. At any of those places, you can enjoy.
Was a reading about Panama, of course, to meet our own country. And here I try to bring daily life topics my students were living at the moment, and meet other colleagues. You know, let's see just part of one of them. Let's see how about this one.
Besides improving different skills, learning a language involves to take into account different aspects. One of them is cultural awareness, to have an excellent personal and professional communication with people from other places. Let's hear some guests talking about this topic.
Okay, and in Encore, you can play even with music background. You can crop some parts that you consider that they are, well, let's not say necessary, if not that they need to be improved. And you can join pieces and have a wonderful piece for your students' materials. But of course, I am not going to show only mine. I'm going to show my students one. Let's see.
Juliana, we want to get your podcasts later, people in the YouTube and the
Of course, I will share it in Facebook and YouTube.
Very good, thank
As
you.
soon as I finish my presentation, I will share that to you all. That's available. So here, do you remember that we were talking about the black cat? Well, I was reading Lord of the Flies by William Golding with my students as well. This very nice novel that comes from the Second World War, and it was very influenced because of that moment the author was living in. And my students gave their ideas about one of the chapters that they were reading, at least. Or maybe they can bring also a complete summary about it, or have a discussion on how they felt while reading, etc. You can link it with critical thinking, emotional intelligence, cultural diversity, any topic that you want to bring here. Let's see.
Hello everyone, this is Edwin from Panama. I'm very glad to be able to share with you my podcast where I will be uploading some book summaries and also some interviews looking after helping English learners to achieve their goals, so to get better on their learning process of the English language, because learning English is fun.
Woo, fantastic, right? You hear that from one student, right? Like, learning English is fun. Let's see, this is about the Lord of the Flies one. See?
Hello everyone, thanks for visiting my podcast. In this occasion, I'm gonna be giving you a summary of the chapter number 6 of the book Lord of the Flies.
Okay, now I will ask if you are one of my students in Facebook or YouTube and you are over there and you want to share your podcast to the audience, share it. They have to know it, how to use it for students. Let me tell you that I love it after using it because first I always try using the app for myself and pass it to another colleague to see if this is friendly from students using even in funds. And that's something that we have to make at the beginning to assess that, right? To diagnose before applying that in our classes. And we can adapt them for any level. Why not? It only deserves quite practice before using it. So take time to do so. Of course, I can tell you that my students enjoy that as well. As you can see, they also uploaded other things, so they continue using their own podcast. You see, this is not only for studying, if not for having fun. Great.
Yeah, having fun and improving their English.
And improving their English.
And talking about things that they care about. Not you didn't tell them to do something, you just asked them to become inspired.
Yeah, that's right. Become inspired because probably you give them a prompt instructions, but guess what? Give them the opportunity to show their own creativity, innovative ideas. Let them bring them out to their podcast. Give them prompts, but allow them to do so as well. They, in that way, they feel like they feel very motivated and integrated into the lessons and the way they want to show, or they want to show others how they learn. This is great. That's for podcasts. Now, let me give you another idea after having a podcast. Remember that we also have those students that likes to put hands on, right? Or if they don't have a pencil, at least to do something different being online. So I bring here Pixton. In Pixton, let's move this a little bit. Okay. You can make your own lessons more creative by using cartoons or comic strips to your students. You can create a story and show it to your students first for them to know what to do. And you can also have students to create their own by constructing their comic strip. Oh, I just have spelling there. But don't worry, let's continue. So as you can see, they can use different avatars that this source provides to create their own scenes and a specific story. But this is more useful for short stories. For short stories, because they don't have to present a lot of things, if not their ideas about a story, create their own and related to a specific topic, because this is not only reading about something, it's not presenting their ideas. And this is great. And this one, Zoom. I know that most of you have used Zoom for video conferences, right? Or meeting each other like we are right now. But have you used Zoom to have your students perform stories, record scenes, record some acts in, for example, a Shakespeare play, and enjoy while they are recording the ideas? Of course, you have to play as the director for your students to feel that support from the teacher. And you can record a scenes of a story or play, and of let me tell you that you can record scenes being in different parts of the world or even different places from the community where you live. But of course, in Zoom, after recording those scenes, you have to join them using another tool, maybe using a screencast, maybe Camtasia, maybe this one that Windows brings. I don't remember at the moment, but you can join the different scenes that they bring to you about a specific moment. But I want to show you what they did, and I want you to enjoy it for a bit.
Fair Hippolyta, or not just our drug zone.
For days we step themselves in night, for nights we quickly dream away the time.
Go illustrate, steer and pump, triumph and reveling.
Happy BTCs, or renowned dog.
Thanks, God is Jews. What's the news with thee?
Full of vexation come against my daughter Hermia, Demetrius had my consent to marry her, but Lysander had pleased my daughter of her, turned her obedience to stubborn harshness, and my gracious daughter, if she will not consent to marry Demetrius, I beg the ancient privilege of Athens, as she is mine, I may dispose of her, either to Demetrius or to her death.
You can see that your students can use different virtual backgrounds depending on the scene they are. You can make it at the moment, right, with your students, but consider that some of them probably won't have good internet connection. So allow them to, well, give them the script and tell them what to do and allow them to record the scenes using Zoom, join together in a specific at a specific moment or when they can do it, in case they don't have good connection. We can also see other scenes that or virtual backgrounds that they were using, not only that one. Look.
Our play is the most lamentable comedy and most cruel to this way.
A very good piece of work, I assure you. Call for your actors.
Nick Bottom, the waiver. We are set down for Pyramus, a lover that killed himself most gallantly for love.
I will act from tears in the true performance of it. If I'll do it, let the audience look to her eyes.
Francis Club, the Velus Mender. You must be this way.
Let's see other virtual background they brought to this. Being in nature.
Here and hang a pearl in every cowslip's hair.
Our queen and all our elves, come here.
The king doth keep his rebels here tonight. Take heed the queen come not within his sight.
Either I mistake your shape and making white, or else you are the shrewd and cabbage sprite call.
Robin Goodfellow, are you not here?
Thou speakest aright. I am that merry wanderer of the night.
And I want to show something they made at the end. I asked them to do to see how they felt when they finished recording. Oh, there's an scene here I want to share also that was very fantastic, and I also love it. All of them are very great. But guess their creativity, when they want to do something they love at the moment. Look at this one. I think it's it at this part.
But here I was, and by, if I were fair this way, I were only then.
Oh, monstrous, we are hunt, help.
Why do they run away?
Bless the bottom, bless the
Great. You can even add some music background when you join all the scenes. And let's see how the students felt when they finished recording the scenes. They provided bloopers. Look at this. Let's see.
How did they edit these videos?
And Robbie Child disturbed this hollow house.
Through the house, give glimmering light, every elf and fairy stride.
Hand in hand with fairy grace, will be danced.
This and all is mended. perdido. Disculpen, ¿dónde están?
Va, perro. Va.
Dale de nuevo.
Igual no se le escuchaba.
So you see, let's make your students be proud of the things they do and share everything they do using different virtual tools as well. I know that probably it would take some time, but it brings wonderful experiences for them. They can even remember when they were studying by looking back these wonderful materials they provide to their as projects in the university or wherever they are studying in. So you see, now I brought to you some other ideas in how to use Zoom for your students at school being online in literature and reading. So after I presented those sources, let me know your idea. This is the reflection part. Let's see. Which are the benefits of integrating visual tools to teach literature? Being online, of course. How can you make a reading class more appealing and motivate students to continue reading during this time? Because most of our students I know, or you probably reading lovers, you like to have your book on hands, right? Physically. And being face to face with the people you are reading with, or being, in one part that you like to read, but now they have to do it virtually. How to make it some with more enthusiasm, more innovative for them. So let me know in Facebook and YouTube, because I also know that you teachers and the students in the audience can provide some other ideas that can be as support to improve these ones I already presented. Do you okay, let's move here. Oh, here I present something related to my country for you to meet. Our small country looking as an S, lying S, right? Here I have the city, our folk dress, our indigenous and native people, the city. You can also enjoy, you look these paradises here in Panama, flowers, the mola very known abroad, the pollera also. This is part of our culture and I want to share it with you as well. IELTA, Universidad de Panama, together today. Thank you so much. Do you have any question? I'm all ears. I also provide my email for you to contact me in case you want some other ideas or you want my person for something else, or you can tell me something related to this as well.
Thank you, Yuliia. That was great, really great. And we do not have questions. We have amazing comments. Everybody enjoyed your presentation. Everybody liked it. We have amazing, wonderful, excellent workshop. So you did great. Thank you.
Thanks to you for participating.
I'm still trying to see questions. I have no idea if our man has got questions from
what I saw
YouTube or
was a lot of teachers, well, the ones who I saw responding said they're inspired, that they want to, do something similar with their classroom, and seeing that you do that makes them realize, hey, maybe I could do that. And I think that that's important.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
Yeah, you can try. In that way, you can notice if they are applicable to your classes or not.
Yeah, I need to change a bit as we are EFL, having
adapt them.
picture,
Yes. Mhm.
I even created a place.
It was fabulous indeed. Super.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I created a place where we can have teachers present evidence from your classroom.
Oh,
So
that's
once
fantastic.
someone does some work, and we'll give you this because what Yuliana just shared with us was incredible. And what's incredible about it is that it's giving us hope that maybe we can do a small part of the small video or a small podcast or maybe a little flip grid or something. So if you could say your name, your country, we'll drop this everywhere for you in the YouTube and the Facebook, but wouldn't that be nice? Because then all the presenters know someone applied something that you did.
Agree.
So this is something that we're going to encourage people to do. I don't think anyone had any big questions from what I see here. I think people are just inspired.
Yeah, they're just saying that it was amazing and they were inspired indeed.
So if you would want to go into the chat, Yuliana, drop some of those links to your podcasts from your students. I think that would really push people in the right direction.
I'm just right there right now.
Amazing. So we're so honored for you to share with us, and everyone can feel that.
So Arman, we got to our last presenter.
Last presenter. We've made
Would you
it.
like to present him, please?
Special presenter. She
will.
is so special indeed. Yeah.
Incredible. So let me get this ready here. Okay, we got me, we got...
Yeah, Diego is ready, it seems.
Welcome, Diego.
Good to see you, Diego. All right.
I'm here. Hi, everyone.
So happy you're here. We'll do our little intro for you, and then you can do your magic. Okay, Diego?
Okay, thank you.
Good luck, Diego.
We're moving a little south now from Panama, which is Central America. We're moving farther south. Oh, she's got it already. You can just share it. It's fine. To Colombia, right below. You're a neighbor, right? Panama.
We are neighbors. Panama was part of Colombia, but then they separated after the Panama Canal because the United States, they helped them. So we were supposed to be brothers and sisters. Now we're just neighbors.
No, we are still brothers and sisters.
Yeah, still brothers and sisters. Yeah.
Still brothers and sisters, right? Similar cultures, similar experiences. It's just borders and countries that separate people, but hearts are connected. So Diego Boada, hope I pronounced your name properly, is actually a PhD and is an educator and researcher. And he also worked with instructional design and with over 12 years of experience in K through 12 higher education and teacher professional development. He was a Fulbright scholar, and Dr. Boada has earned his master's in education and his PhD in learning design and technology at the University of Georgia. He has completed a postdoctoral fellowship in pedagogy and culturally and linguistically diverse students at UGA's Center for Latino Achievement and Success in Education. Dr. Boada's research interests include faculty development, educational technology, universal design for learning, social network analysis, mixed methods research, and TESOL. And he also, I'll just comment and he'll share it with you later, has his own YouTube channel with TESOL International, and he'll tell you a bit about that, and you should definitely follow him online. So welcome, Diego, Dr. Boada. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Armin, and thank you everyone who is here. I am amazed at the presentations. I've been, watching on and off. I know it's been a long day for everyone. Right now, we have about 70 people watching us on Facebook. I am following the chat on Facebook. It's been a great day full of learning and, I am very excited to be here because, it is just such a wonderful community and everyone is so happy and enthusiastic and willing to participate. So I'm loving it. So congrats to you and all of your team for making this possible. So, okay, this is my presentation. I slightly changed the title. Now it's 3 lessons. So I'm gonna give you 3 things that English teachers can learn from instructional design. And so I want to start with a meme because I love to share memes. And so this one on the top, it says teachers trying to engage students in online classes. And then at the bottom, we have the students not being very excited or just waiting for their class to be finished. So this is, I don't know if you could relate to this. Let me know in the chat. I'm reading the chats. Like if you say, yes, that's true for me, or no, my students are wonderful. But a lot of teachers have found this online teaching or remote teaching, remote emergency teaching to be very challenging. Even if you've had a lot of experience, like in my case, it was difficult as well, just because it was like a very hard transition going from maybe teaching one online class to like all of your life is online. So like, I just want to say that the struggle is real and that we are all in this together and we experience similar challenges. So here we have the agenda. So I have 4 items for today. Number 1 is let's get to know each other. Number 2, I want to talk about instructional design and what it is, in case you're not familiar with this field. And then I'm going to give you the 3 lessons that I've learned. And finally, there will be some time for a Q&A and some discussion. This presentation is running a little bit early, so we'll finish 10 minutes before the scheduled time. So let's get to know each other. Thank you so much, Armin, for the introduction. I just wanted to share a little bit more about me. So my background is in TESOL. So in Colombia, I studied to be an English teacher. And so I was very passionate about teaching, and I really liked using technology. So I used it just because it was fun, because my students seemed to learn. But I wasn't maybe very intentional about the way I was using technology. And so I decided to pursue a master's degree at the University of Georgia. And so through a Fulbright scholarship, I was able to pursue this master's in learning design and technology. And so I came, as an English teacher, but this field, it was so much bigger than I imagined. So I'm going to share in a minute what it is and what I've learned. And right now I have 2 jobs. And so I work for TESOL International Association, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. And I also work for a company in the UK. It is a platform for higher education. And so I work with faculty and with professors in the UK, helping them kind of like transition or transform their face-to-face courses to online courses. So another thing you need to know about me is that I have a cat. He is a stray cat, so he used to live on the streets, and now he's just mine. His name is Matias, and he's right here, so you may hear him at any time. And this is what I wanted to share. So like I said, I work for TESOL International in the US. In case you don't know about them, they are the biggest professional organization for English teachers in the world. They are based in the US. And we have more than 13,000 active members, and you can find us on social media. And so I am an instructor in a certificate called Developing an Online Teaching Program. And so what we do is that we work with teachers around the world, and we help them become better facilitators, better course designers in online, blended, and mobile learning. And so in this program, like by the end of this program, participants, they create an online course from scratch in an LMS. They create a syllabus, activities, and then they teach 1 week to real students. And so a project that we started with my students was a YouTube series called A Cup of Coffee with TESOL Experts. And so we've had like about 6 episodes so far. Actually, Armin is going to be one of the guests coming soon. And so we have different topics. You can suggest questions that you want us to discuss. It's a coffee chat, so it's supposed to be very informal. We're trying to make things very easy and accessible, and we don't want to talk about research like using big words, but really making things clear and easy to understand for teachers, because researchers, or everything we do is for teachers, but sometimes teachers don't get what we want them to get, like because nobody really reads research articles, right? And so I would like to know a little bit more about you. And so I wonder if you are familiar with this tool called Poll Everywhere. And so let me know in the chat if you are familiar or not. I know that there is a delay, like a minute or so delay on Facebook. So, but We'll see. So poll everywhere. Let's see if, let me see, yes, no. I would love to hear about that. This poll everywhere is a tool that you can use to interact with your audience during a live session, and you can embed that, within your slides. And there are many more apps like this, like Slido, Mentimeter, and some other ones like Per Deck and Nearpod. And so it's all about interacting with your audience. So I have like, I think 3 or 4 questions. The first one is, where are you from? Here, you can go to, there is a website. So you would have to open a new tab or on your phone, and then you have to go to paulf.com/diboada. I wonder if Armin or someone can help me put that in the chat, like so that way people can click.
In Zoom for us, and we'll take care of putting it in YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah, it's just that I have to exit. I have to, I have to exit, minimize my screen, open a new tab. So like, I don't want to do all of that.
EOLLEV.com/diboada.
Right.
And this is a way of polling students. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it is a way to interact with your audience. You will see it in practice. So the first question is, where are you from? You just need to go to this website, paulf.com/diboada, and then you type your answer. This is a word cloud. And so I see some people are responding in the chat. And so I have people from Lebanon, from Peru, Ecuador. That's great. But if you can do it on the website, then it's even better. That way you can see how this app works in practice. Thank you, Armin, for the link. So here we have Mexico, Pachuca, Hidalgo. So probably this is a city inside Mexico, and this is a word cloud. So it's a very great way to see things in real time, and words that are repeated will be bigger, right? And so we have people from Indonesia, Ukraine, on the other side of the world, and so that's amazing. Okay, I'm gonna get moving. So I have like a couple of questions where you can interact. So one sec. So next question is, what age group do you mostly teach? So you only have one option here. Do you teach children, teenagers, college students, adults, maybe other if you're a teacher trainer? And so I just want to have a sense of who you are and what you do. That way I can adjust my presentation to your specific needs, I guess, because it's different teaching little children than teaching adults. And so I'm going to give you like a few seconds to answer.
Great. So people are writing in the Facebook chat, which is not a problem, but we want you to experiment, right, Diego, using this polling application. So I've posted the link in YouTube and Facebook and in Zoom. It should work. So please join us.
Yeah, if it's not, I just wanted to have a sense. I want you to have a sense of what it is, but this is good enough. So I guess most of you are teaching adults and maybe college students. So that's interesting. I wonder if the Facebook thing's still going, because it's just not working for me anymore. So
I think that it just died for a second. So maybe.
And thank you, Glenn. Hello, everyone again.
Yeah.
Give me
everyone. I'm sorry about the delay. There was like an issue about our live streaming. We were joking and saying that Facebook is tired and needs a break because it's been a long day. So maybe. So this question is, how long have you been teaching ESL or EFL? I just want to have an idea of your experience and your prior experience.